Welcome to the live stream of Homer's Iliad. Today, 24 different authors, classical educators, members of the Roman Roads team, and lovers of the Iliad will be reading one book of the Iliad, which will be live streamed in succession for roughly 18 hours. Our book one will be read by Wes Callihan, and the edition he will be reading from is not one that you've heard before. What will you be reading, Wes?
Well, I'm reading a version that's brand new. It's a version that I'm working on. I've been working on for the last several months, and will be working on into the near future. And it's an edition that I've been thinking about for a long time. I've been reading and teaching the Iliad for about 35 years, and I've read straight through the Iliad probably 20 to 30 times, and then read every chunk of it many times as well. So I'm quite familiar with it. I've read a number of editions, and I have a whole bunch of translations on my shelves, and collect them whenever they come out, and I like them all. But I've wanted to try my hand at a rendering of my own. Because everybody who loves the Iliad and spends a lot of time with it feels a little bit of dissatisfaction whenever they see a new translation. They could have done this better. They could have done that better. They could have done this other thing better. And so I, being a lover of the Iliad, have that same sort of dissatisfaction. I've made notes in my own well-worn copy of the Iliad, and notes on scraps of paper lying around my study. And I finally assembled them all and have begun working on this project. This is not a brand new translation straight from the Greek. This is a rendering of my own based on two translations that are fairly old, one about a century old by Lang, Leaf, and Meyer. It's a prose translation that is quite popular, still available, still in print, widely available in used bookstores. It's a prose translation, and it's very good, but it's rather old. There was another translation made about 40 years later by Walter Miller. Fans of Roman Roads may recognize him as the translator of Cicero's On Duties, and we issued an edition of that. Walter Miller was an American classicist who set himself the project of translating the Iliad into dactylic hexameter, the exact verse type of the original Greek. And so he has a strict line-by-line rendering in dactylic hexameter. But in order to do that, it's rather awkward in places. It's a wonderful translation. I love to read it, but it is rather awkward and stilted. And so based on those two translations, I began as a kind of a project, working out my own rendering. And that's what this is. So I'm working on a complete edition of the Iliad, based on other translations. I compare it regularly with the Greek and with other translations, but those two are my base. This isn't a new thing. Many people have done this with other works. People have done it with Beowulf and other classic works. So that's what I'm working on here. My idea is to make it readable, but still have an epic feel. So it's not contemporary slangy English, but it's not old and archaic English. And I hope to have it, although currently it is not actually in verse, I hope to have a sort of a metrical or verse kind of feel to it.
Wow. Well, from what I've read of it so far, my impression of it is that it's a very pleasant read, which is any lover of the Iliad I hope every lover of the Iliad will want to have a copy of this. So this is something that we hope will be available in 2020. So stay tuned for announcements about that from Roman Roads, and enjoy this live reading of the Iliad over the next 18 hours.
Hi, this is Wes Callihan. I'm the main lecturer for Old Western culture. I'm the guy you see sitting in the chair for most of the videos. I'm talking to you about the great books, the first of which was the Iliad, Unit 1 in the first year. And so I'll be reading book 1 of the Iliad to begin our read-through, our read aloud of the Iliad. I'll be followed by other people who will read the rest of the 24 books of the Iliad in other translations of their choosing. But I'll be reading book 1 in a new version, which I'm making. This is my own rendering, which will be produced by Roman Roads, and you'll hear more about it from them. This is a rough draft. It's based on a prose translation and a poetic translation. I'm attempting not a verse rendering, but something with a metrical feel. That's my hope, and perhaps you can hear some of that as I read. Homer's Iliad, Book 1. Sing, goddess, the ruinous wrath of Achilles, Peleus' son, that caused innumerable woes to the Achaeans, hurled down into Hades many strong souls of heroes, and made their bodies a feast for dogs and birds of prey. And so the will of Zeus was being fulfilled from the time when Atreus' son, the king of men, and noble Achilles, after quarreling, separated. Who among the gods brought the two together to fight in strife? Letos and Zeus' son Apollo, for in anger at the king he sent a fearful plague upon the army, so that the people began to perish, because the son of Atreus had dishonored Chryses the priest. For the priest had come to the Achaeans' fast ships to win his daughter's freedom, and brought a vast ransom, carrying in his hands the wreath of Apollo the archer upon a golden staff, and entreated all the Achaeans, and most of all the two sons of Atreus, commanders of the people. You sons of Atreus and all you well-armored Achaeans, now may the gods who have homes on Olympus grant you to destroy the city of Priam and to arrive safely home, but set my dear child free and accept the ransom in reverence to the son of Zeus, far-striking Apollo. Then all the other Achaeans cried out in agreement to reverence the priest and accept his splendid ransom, but it did not please the heart of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, and he roughly sent him away and laid a stern order upon him, saying, Do not let me find you, old man, among the hollow ships, either lingering now or returning again later, lest the scepter and wreath of the god not help you. I will not set her free before old age comes on her in my house, in Argos, far from her country, plying the loom and serving my couch. So depart, and do not provoke me, that you may return safely. So he spoke, and the old man was afraid, and obeyed his word, and went silently among the shore of the loud-sounding sea. Then that aged man stood far off, and prayed aloud to King Apollo, whom the lovely-haired Leto bore. Hear me, god of the silver bow, who protects Chrysa and sacred Cilla, and powerfully rules Tenedos and Smintheus. If ever I built a temple gracious in your eyes, or if ever I burnt for you fat flesh of thighs of bulls or goats, fulfill for me my desire. Let the Danaans pay for my tears by your arrows. So he spoke in prayer, and Phoebus Apollo heard him, and came down from the peaks of Olympus, angry at heart, bearing on his shoulders his bow and covered quiver. And the arrows shook upon his shoulders in wrath as the god moved, and he descended like the night. Then he sat apart from the ships and let an arrow fly, and dreadful was the sound of the silver bow. First he attacked the mules and swift dogs, but afterward, aiming at the men his bitter arrow, he struck them, and many pyres of the dead continually burned. For 9 days now the shafts of the god ranged through the host, but on the 10th Achilles summoned the people to assembly, for the white-armed goddess Hera put in his mind that thought, because she had pity on the Danaans when she saw them perishing. Now when they had gathered and met in assembly, then swift-footed Achilles stood up and spoke among them. Son of Atreus, I think now that we shall return home again wandering, if we can even escape death, if war and pestilence together must ravage the Achaeans. But come, let us now ask some prophet or priest or an interpreter of dreams, for a dream too is of Zeus, who might tell us why Phoebus Apollo is so angry, whether he blames us because of some vow or sacrifice, if perhaps he would accept the aroma of lambs or unblemished goats, and so take away the pestilence from us. So he spoke and sat down, and there stood up before them Calchas, son of Thestor, most excellent by far of prophets, who knew things that were and that would be and that had been before, and guided the ships of the Achaeans to Troy by his prophecy that Phoebus Apollo had given him. With good intent he addressed them and spoke. Achilles, dear to Zeus, you bid me to declare the anger of Apollo, the king that strikes from afar. Therefore I will speak, but swear that with all your heart you will aid me both by word and deed. For truly I think that I will provoke one who rules all the Argives with might, and whom the Achaeans obey. For a king is more mighty when he is angry with a lesser man, even though for a day he swallows his anger, yet he still keeps it thereafter in his heart till he satisfies it. Consider then if you will keep me safe. And swift-footed Achilles answered and spoke to him. Take courage, tell whatever prophecy you know, for by Apollo dear to Zeus, by whose worship you, O Calchas, declare your prophecy to the Danaans, none of them, while I live on the earth, shall lay violent hands upon you, not even if you mean Agamemnon, who now considers himself to be greatest by far of the Achaeans. Then the noble prophet took courage and spoke. Apollo is angry not because of a vow, nor because of a sacrifice, but because of the priest whom Agamemnon dishonored, and did not set free his daughter, and did not accept the ransoms. Therefore the archer has brought woes upon us, yes, and will continue. Nor will he ever remove the loathsome pestilence from the Danaans, till we have given the bright-eyed maiden to her father, unbought, unransomed, and have carried a holy sacrifice to Chrysa. Then we might persuade him with our propitiation. So he spoke and sat down. And then the hero, wide-ruling Agamemnon, son of Atreus, stood up before them grieved, and his dark heart was greatly filled with rage, and his eyes were like flashing fire. Angrily eyeing Calchas, he addressed him, You seer of evil, never yet have you told me a thing that is pleasant. Evil is always the joy of your heart to prophesy, but never yet did you tell any good matter nor bring it to pass. And now with prophecy you declare among the Danaans that the archer brings woes upon them, because I would not take the splendid ransom of the maiden Chryseis, since I desire instead to keep her in my own house. Indeed, I prefer her to Clytemnestra, my wedded wife. In no way is she lacking beside her, neither in favor nor statue, nor wit nor skill. But even so I will give her back, if that is better. I would rather see my people safe than perishing. Only prepare me a prize of honor immediately, lest I alone of all the Argives go unrewarded, which is improper, for you all see how my prize is departing from me. To him then answered fleet-footed godlike Achilles, Most noble son of Atreus, of all men most covetous, how shall the great-hearted Achaeans give you a reward? We know of no stock of common treasure, but whatever spoil we took from captured cities has already been distributed, and it is unfitting to beg all this back from the people. But yield the girl to the god, and we Achaeans will pay you back threefold and fourfold, if ever Zeus grants us to sack some well-walled city of Troy. The ruler Agamemnon answered and said to him, Strong as you are, great Achilles, you will not deceive me by treachery this way. You shall not outwit me nor persuade me. Do you wish, in order to keep your reward, for me to sit vainly desiring one, and are you commanding me to give the girl back? But if indeed the great-hearted Achaeans will give me a reward suited to my mind, that it be equal. But if they do not give it, then I myself will go and take your reward, or that of Aias or Odysseus, and lead it away, and he to whom I shall come will be angry. But indeed we will consider these things later. Now let us launch a black ship on the great sea, and gather picked oarsmen, and put in it a great sacrifice, and embark Chryseis of the fair cheeks herself, and let one of our counselors be captain, Aias or Idomeneus, or godlike Odysseus, or you, son of Peleus, most formidable of men, to make sacrifice for us and propitiate the archer. Then Achilles, fleet of foot, looked at him scowling and said, Ah me, you who are clothed in shamelessness of crafty mind, how shall any Achaean be persuaded by your words to go on a journey or to fight the foe? Not because of the Trojan spearmen did I come to fight, for they have not wronged me. They never drove off my oxen or horses, nor did they ever destroy my harvest in deep-soiled Phthia, the nurse of men, seeing there lies between us a long space of shadowy mountains and sounding sea. But you, O shameless one, we followed you here to make you glad, by earning reward at the Trojans' hands for Menelaus, and for you, dog-faced one, and you threatened to take my reward, for which I have labored much, which the sons of the Achaeans gave me. Never do I win reward like yours when the Achaeans sack any populous city of Trojan men. My hands bear the brunt of furious war, but when the division of spoil comes, then your reward is far greater, and I return to the ships with some small thing of my own, when I have fought to exhaustion. Now I will depart to Phthia, since it is far better to return home on my sharp-prowed ships, nor am I inclined to remain here in shame to earn for you riches and wealth. Then Agamemnon, king of men, answered him, Flee by all means, if your mind has been driven to do so, nor do I for my part beg you to stay because of me. I have others by my side that will do me honor, and above all Zeus, lord of counsel. You are most hateful to me of all kings, nurtured of Zeus. You always loved strife and wars and fightings. If you are very strong, perhaps a god gave this to you. Go home with your ships and companions, and rule the Myrmidons. I care nothing for you, nor do I care longer about your anger. And this will be my threat to you. Seeing Phoebus Apollo takes from me Chryseis, I will send her with my ship and my companions, but I will go myself to your dwelling, and take Briseis of the fair cheeks, your reward of honor, that you may well know how far greater I am than you, and so another may fear to declare himself equal to me, and to rival me to my face. So he spoke, and grief came upon Peleus' son, and his heart within his shaggy breast was divided in counsel, whether to draw his keen blade from his thigh and scatter the company and slaughter the son of Atreus, or to hold his anger and restrain his soul. While he agitated over these things in his mind and soul, and was drawing his great sword from his sheath, Athena came to him from heaven, for the white-armed goddess Hera sent her, whose soul loved both alike and cared for them. She stood behind Peleus' son and caught him by his golden hair, only visible to him, and none of the others saw her. Then Achilles marveled and turned round and immediately recognized Pallas Athena, and her eyes shone dreadfully. He spoke to her winged words and said, "Why have you come, O child of Aegis-bearing Zeus? Is it to behold the insolence of Agamemnon, son of Atreus? But I will tell you, and I think it will come to pass, by his own arrogance he shall soon lose his life." Then the bright-eyed goddess Athena spoke to him again. "I came from heaven to allay your anger, if you will obey me, being sent forth by the white-armed goddess Hera, who loves and cares for you both equally in her soul. But come, cease from strife, nor draw the sword with your hand. Indeed, reproach him with words as may be, for thus I declare, and this also will be fulfilled. Hereafter shall 3 times as many splendid gifts come to you because of this insolence. But restrain yourself now, and obey us." And fleet-footed Achilles answered and said to her, "It is fitting indeed, O goddess, for a man to keep the words of you two, although angry at heart, for this is best. Whoever obeys the gods, to him they gladly listen." He spoke, and held his heavy hand on the silver hilt, and thrust the great sword back into the sheath, and was not disobedient to the speech of Athena, and she swiftly departed to Olympus, to the other gods in the palace of Aegis-bearing Zeus. Then Peleus' son spoke again with reviling words to Atreus' son, and did not cease from anger. "You drunkard with a dog's eyes and a deer's heart, at no time has your soul dared to be armed for war together with the people, nor to lay ambush with the Achaean chiefs. This seems death to you. Truly it is much better to seize for yourself the gifts of any man throughout the wide army of the Achaeans who speaks against you. You are a king devouring the people, since you rule worthless men. If this were not so, son of Atreus, this offense would be your last. But I will declare unto you, and swear a great oath by this scepter, that shall never more put forth leaves and branches, since it has left its trunk in the mountains, nor will it sprout again, because the knife has stripped it of leaves and bark. And now the sons of the Achaeans that minister justice bear it in their hands, who guard the laws from Zeus. So shall this be a mighty oath to you. Truly shall a longing for Achilles come at some time upon all the sons of the Achaeans, and then you will in no way be able to help them in spite of all your grief, when many fall dying before man-slaying Hector. Then you will tear your heart within you for anger that you did not honor the best of the Achaeans." So spoke the son of Peleus, and dashed to earth the scepter studded with golden nails, and sat down. But on the other side the son of Atreus raged. Then in their midst rose up Nestor, pleasant of speech, the clear-voiced orator of the Pelians, he from whose tongue flowed speech sweeter than honey. 2 generations of mortal men he had already seen perish, that long ago had been born and nurtured with him in sacred Pylos, and he was king in the 3rd. With good intention he addressed them, and said, "Alas, truly great grief has come upon the land of Achaea. Indeed, Priam would be glad, and Priam's sons and all the Trojans would rejoice in their hearts if they should hear of this strife between you two that are chief of the Danaans in council and in battle. But listen to me, you are both younger than I. In former times I associated with better men than you, and never did they make light of me. I never beheld such warriors, nor will I, as were Pirithous and Dryas, shepherd of the host, and Caeneus, and Exadios, and godlike Polyphemus, and Theseus, son of Aegeus, like unto the immortals. They were the mightiest of all men upon the earth, the mightiest, and they fought with the mightiest, the wild beast men of the mountains, and destroyed them utterly. And with these I kept company, having come from Pylos, from a far distant land, for they themselves summoned me. So I played my part in combat, and with them no man now living on earth could do battle. And they took to heart my counsels, and hearkened to my voice. Even so you hearken also, for it is better to obey. You must not, though you are very great, seize the maiden from him, but leave her as she was given at the first by the sons of the Achaeans to be a reward of honor. Nor must you, son of Peleus, think to strive with the king, might against might, since no ordinary honor is allotted to a sceptred king, to whom Zeus has given glory. Though you are strong and a goddess mother bore you, yet his is the greater place, for he is king over more. And you, son of Atreus, calm your anger. I beseech you to let go your anger with Achilles, who is a great bulwark from evil war for all the Achaeans. Then Lord Agamemnon answered and said, Truly, old man, all this that you say is according to right. But this man would be above all others. He would be lord of all, and king among all, and captain to all. But in those things I think none will obey him. Though the immortal gods made him a spearman, do they therefore permit him to speak such revilings? Then godlike Achilles abruptly answered him, Truly I should be called a coward and worthless if I yield to you in everything you say. To others give your orders, not to me, for I think I will obey you no longer. I will tell you another thing and turn it over in your mind. I, for my part, will by no means raise my hands to fight on account of the girl, neither with you nor with any other, since you have given but now take her away. But of all else that is mine beside my swift black ship, you shall take nothing or bear it away against my will. If you wish, come, make the attempt, that all these may know the truth. Quickly your black blood will gush around my spear. So when these two had contended with violent words, they arose and dissolved the assembly beside the Achaean ships. The son of Peleus went his way to his tents and trim ships with Menoetius his son and his company, and the son of Atreus launched a fleet ship on the sea, and picked 20 oarsmen for it, and loaded the great sacrifice for the god, and brought Chryseis of the fair cheeks, and set her on board, and prudent Odysseus went to be their captain. And then they, having embarked, sailed over the watery ways. Meanwhile the son of Atreus commanded the people to purify themselves. So they cleansed themselves, and cast the defilements into the sea, and sacrificed to Apollo unblemished great sacrifices of bulls and goats along the shore of the endless sea, and the swirling aroma rose to heaven with the smoke. Thus they busied themselves throughout the host. But Agamemnon did not cease from the strife with which he had threatened Achilles at the first. He spoke to Talthybios and Eurybates, who were his heralds and diligent servants. Go to the tent of Achilles, Peleus' son, and take Briseis of the fair cheeks by the hand, and lead her here. And if he will not give her, then I will go myself, and more with me, and seize her, and that will be more grievous for him. So saying, he sent them forth, and added threatening words. Unwillingly they went along the beach of the endless sea, and came to the tents and ships of the Myrmidons. They found him sitting beside his tent and black ship, nor did he rejoice when he saw these two. They stood in fear and reverence before the king, and said nothing, nor did they question him. But he knew in his heart, and spoke to them, Hail, heralds, messengers of Zeus and men, come near. You are not guilty in my sight, but Agamemnon is, who sent you for the sake of the girl Briseis. Go now, Zeus-born Patroclus, bring forth the girl, and give her to them to lead away. But let these two themselves be witnesses before the blessed gods and mortal men, and against this cruel king, if at any time there should be need of me to ward off shameful destruction. For truly he rages with a ruinous mind, nor has he thought at all to look ahead or behind, that the Achaeans might fight safely for him beside the ships. So he spoke, and Patroclus obeyed his dear companion, and led from the hut Briseis of the fair cheeks, and gave her to them to lead away. And these two went back again to the ships of the Achaeans, and with them went the woman all unwilling. Then Achilles wept, and sat himself apart from his companions on the shore of the grey water, gazing upon the wine-dark sea. He stretched forth his hands, and prayed much to his dear mother. Mother, since you have borne me to be short-lived, high-thundering Olympian Zeus should at least have granted me honor. But now he has not covered me even a little. Indeed, Atreus' son, wide-ruling Agamemnon, has dishonored me, for he has taken away my reward of honor himself, and keeps her. So he spoke, shedding tears, and his noble mother heard him as she sat in the depths of the sea beside her old father. Instantly she rose from the grey sea like a mist, and sat herself before him, shedding tears, and caressed him with her hand, and spoke, and called him by name. Child, why do you weep? And why has sorrow overwhelmed your mind? Speak out, do not hide it in your mind, that we both may know it. Then groaning heavily, Achilles swift of foot addressed her. You know, Why should I tell these things to you when you know them all? We went to Thebe, the holy city of Etienne, and we sacked it and carried here all the spoils. And the sons of the Achaeans divided all these things well among them. And for the son of Atreus they set apart Chryseis of the fair cheeks. But Chryses, priest of Apollo the archer, came to the swift ships of the bronze-armored Achaeans to win his daughter's freedom, and brought a vast ransom, carrying in his hands the wreath of Apollo the archer upon a golden staff, and made his petition to all the Achaeans, and most of all to the two sons of Atreus, commanders of the host. Then all the other Achaeans cried agreement to reverence the priest and accept his splendid ransom. Yet the thing did not please the heart of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, but he roughly sent him away and laid a stern order upon him. So the old man went back in anger, and Apollo heard his prayers, because he loved him greatly, and he aimed against the Argives his deadly arrows. So the people began to perish in multitudes, and the gods' shafts ranged everywhere throughout the wide army of the Achaeans. Then, having full knowledge, the prophet declared to us the oracle of the archer. Immediately I urged propitiating the god, but anger seized Atreus' son, and quickly rising he made a threatening speech, which has now been fulfilled. The bright-eyed Achaeans are bringing her on their swift ship to Chryse, and bear with them offerings to the king. And just now the heralds went and took from my tent the daughter of Briseis, whom the sons of the Achaeans gave me. You, therefore, if you are able, protect your son. Go to Olympus and beseech Zeus if at any time you have pleased his heart by any word or deed. For often I have heard you boasting in my father's halls when you said that you alone among the immortals warded off terrible destruction from the black-clouded son of Cronos, when the other Olympians wanted to bind him, Hera, Poseidon, and Pallas Athena. But you, goddess, came and freed him from his chains, having quickly summoned to high Olympus the 100-armed one whom the gods call Briareus, but all men call Aegeon, for he is mightier even than his father. So he sat by himself by the son of Cronos, exulting in glory, and the blessed gods feared him and did not bind Zeus. Remind him of this, and sit by him, and clasp his knees, and perhaps he may be willing to help the Trojans, and might drive the stricken Achaeans back to their ships' sterns in the sea, that they all may respect their king, and that even wide-ruling Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, may understand his crime, because he did no honor to the best of the Achaeans. Then Thetis, weeping, answered him, Ah me, my child, why did I rear you, having borne you to such unhappiness? If only you could sit near the ships, tearless and unharmed, since your destiny is a short life and not long. But now you are soon doomed, and most unhappy of all men. In an evil hour I bore you in our halls. But I will go myself to snow-clad Olympus to speak your words to Zeus, who delights in the thunder, if perhaps he may hearken to me. But stay now among your swift-going ships, and be angry with the Achaeans, but refrain utterly from battle. For Zeus went yesterday to Okeanos, to the noble Ethiopians, for a feast, and all the gods followed him. But on the 12th day he will return to Olympus, and then I will venture to Zeus's palace with the bronze threshold, and I will kneel before him, and I think I will persuade him. So saying, she went her way and left him there, vexed in spirit for the fair girdled girl's sake, whom they had taken by force against his will. And meanwhile Odysseus came to Chrysa with the holy and great sacrifice. When they had entered the deep harbor, they furled their sails and laid them in the black ship, and lowered the mast by the forestays, and settled it quickly into the crutch, and rowed her with the oars to the anchorage. Then they cast out the anchors and made fast the cables, and they went on to the sea beach, and brought forth the great sacrifice for the archer Apollo, and out came Chryseis from the seafaring ship. Then Odysseus of many counsels brought her to the altar, and put her into her father's arms, and addressed him. Chryses, Agamemnon, king of men, sent me to bring you your daughter, and to offer to Phoebus a holy great sacrifice on the Danaans' behalf, with which to propitiate the king who has brought sorrow and lamentation on the Argives. So saying, he put her in his arms, and he gladly received his dear child, and quickly they set in order for the god the holy great sacrifice around his well-built altar. Next they washed their hands and took up the barley meal. Then Chryses lifted up his hands and prayed aloud for them. Hearken to me, God of the silver bow, who stands over Chrysa and holy Killa, and rules Tenedos with might. Even as once you heard my prayer and honored me and greatly afflicted the people of the Achaeans, so now fulfill this desire of mine. Remove from the Danaans immediately the loathsome pestilence. So he spoke in prayer, and Phoebus Apollo heard him. When they had prayed and sprinkled the barley meal, first they drew back the victims' heads and slaughtered them and flayed them and cut slices from the thighs and wrapped them in fat, making a double fold, and laid raw portions upon them. And the old man burnt them on split wood and made an offering over them of gleaming wine. And at his side the young men in their hands held 5-pronged forks. When the thighs were burnt and they had tasted the vitals, they sliced all the rest and pierced it through with spits and roasted it carefully, then drew it all off again. When they had rested from the task and made ready the banquet, they feasted, nor was anything lacking which their hearts desired in the feast. But when they had put away the desire of eating and drinking, the young men filled the bowls brimming with wine and gave each man his portion after the drink offering had been poured into the cups. So all day long they worshipped the god with music, singing a lovely hymn, the sons of the Achaeans, making music to the archer, and his heart was glad to listen. When the sun went down and darkness came on them, they slept near the ship's cables. When rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the child of morning, then they set sail for the wide camp of the Achaeans, and Apollo the archer sent them a favoring wind. They set up their mast and spread out the white sails, and the wind swelled the sail, and the dark wave sang loud around the stern as the ship made way, and she sped across the wave, completing her journey. Then, when they had come to the wide camp of the Achaeans, they drew up their black ship to land high upon the sands, and set in line the long props beneath her, and they scattered themselves among their tents and ships. But the Zeus-born son of Peleus, Achilles swift of foot, was angry as he sat by his swift-faring ships. He went neither to the assembly, that is the hero's glory, nor to war, but pined away in his heart, remaining there and longed for the war cry and for war. Now when the 12th dawn after that had come, then the immortal gods all went to Olympus together, led by Zeus. And Thetis did not forget her son's order, but rose up from the sea wave, and early ascended the great heaven and Olympus. There found she Cronus' son of the far-sounding voice sitting apart from all on the topmost peak of many-ridged Olympus. So she sat herself before him, and with her left hand clasped his knees, and with her right took him by the chin, and appealing to him she addressed the king, Zeus, son of Cronos. Father Zeus, if ever I pleased you among the immortals, whether by word or deed, fulfill my desire. Honor my son for me, he who is doomed to earliest death of all men. Now Agamemnon, king of men, has dishonored him, for he has taken away his reward and keeps her himself. But honor him, Olympian, Zeus who provides. Give power to the Trojans until the Achaeans honor my son and repay him with greater honor. So she spoke. But Zeus the cloud-gatherer said no word to her and sat long in silence. But as Thetis had clasped his knees, so she held him clinging and questioned him a second time. Promise me now this thing truly and bow your head in assent, or else deny me, since there is nothing else for you to fear, that I may know how dishonored I am among all. Then Zeus the cloud-gatherer, groaning heavily, addressed her. Indeed, there will be ruinous results if you set me at odds with Hera, for she may provoke me with reproachful words. She always chides me, though in vain, amid the immortal gods, and says that I assist the Trojans in battle. But depart now, lest Hera notice anything, and I will take care to fulfill these things. Come now, I will bow my head to you that you may be persuaded, for that, on my part, is the surest sign amid the immortals. For my word is neither revocable nor false nor unfulfilled when I have bowed my head to it. The son of Cronos spoke and nodded his dark brows, and the divine locks waved on the king's immortal head, and he made great Olympus quake. Thus the two parted, having consulted. She leapt then into the deep sea from bright Olympus, and Zeus went to his own home. All the gods together rose from their seats in the presence of their father, nor did anyone dare to await his coming, but all together stood up before him. So he sat himself there upon his throne. But Hera saw, and was not unaware that the daughter of the old man of the sea, Thetis the silver-footed, had taken counsel with him. Immediately she addressed Zeus the son of Cronos with biting words. Now who among the gods, O crafty one, has devised plans with you? It is always dear to you to decide secret things, deliberating apart from me, nor have you ever been willing to tell me the things you propose. Then the father of gods and men answered her, Hera, do not hope to know all my counsels. They would be harmful to you, even though you are my wife. But whatever it may be fitting for you to hear, no one, either of gods or men, will know it before you. But whatever things I may wish to take thought of apart from the gods, do not question or inquire into them. Then Hera, the lovely-eyed queen, answered him, Most dread son of Cronos, what word is this you have spoken? Before now I have not questioned you much, nor inquired, but very privately you plan whatever things you may wish. But now I have feared greatly in my mind, lest silver-footed Thetis, daughter of the old man of the sea, may persuade you. For earlier she sat herself near to you and took hold of your knees. To her indeed I think you nodded assent that you would honor Achilles, and destroy many beside the Achaean ships. Zeus the cloud-gatherer addressed her. O watchful one, always indeed you suspect me, nor do I escape your notice. Yet you will be able to do nothing, but will be further from my heart. That will be the worse for you. But if this thing is so, then such must be my good pleasure. Sit down in silence and obey my words, lest all the gods that are in Olympus be of no help to you against me when I lay my invincible hands on you. He spoke, and Hera, the lovely-eyed queen, was afraid and sat in silence, curbing her heart. But throughout Zeus's palace the gods of heaven were troubled. Then Hephaestus, the famed craftsman, began to address him, to do a kindness to his mother, white-armed Hera. Truly this will be a sorry matter, nor tolerable any longer, if you two thus fight for mortal sakes, and bring wrangling among the gods, nor will there be any more joy in the glorious feast, seeing that evil triumphs. So I counsel my mother, though she herself is wise, to do kindness to our dear father Zeus, so that our father does not rebuke us again and disturb the feast. For if the Olympian of the lightning wishes to dash us from our seats, he can, for he is by far the mightiest. But soothe him with soft words, then the Olympian will be gracious to us. So he spoke, and arose, and placed in his dear mother's hand the two-handled cup, and spoke to her, Endure, my mother, and bear up, though you are grieved, lest I see you, dear as you are, chastised before my eyes. And then I will not be able for all my sorrow to save you, for the Olympian is difficult to oppose. For once before this, when I wished to save you, he caught me by my foot and hurled me from the heavenly threshold. All day I fell, and at the setting of the sun I fell in Lemnos, and little life was in me. There the Sintian people received me after I fell. So he spoke, and the white-armed goddess Hera smiled, and smiling took the cup from her son's hand. Then he poured wine to all the other gods from right to left, ladling the sweet nectar from the bowl. An irresistible laughter arose amid the blessed gods when they saw Hephaestus serving throughout the palace. So they feasted all day till the setting of the sun, nor was anything that their souls desired lacking in the banquet, nor in the beautiful lyre that Apollo held, or the muses singing with sweet antiphonal voices. Now when the bright light of the sun had set, they each, wishing to rest, went to his own house, where the famous Hephaestus, in both hands equally clever, had made a house for each one with his cunning skill, and Zeus the Olympian, lord of the lightning, went to his bed where he always took his rest, whenever sweet sleep came upon him. There he went up and slept, and beside him was Hera of the golden throne.
My name is Christiana Hale, and I'm a teacher and writer for Roman Roads Media. I have taught several classes. I'm teaching a good books literature class for them this coming fall, and they are also going to be publishing a book that I've written on C.S. Lewis's Ransom Trilogy, announcement forthcoming. And I'm going to be reading book 2 from the Iliad using Robert Fagle's translation. I like that his is a slightly more modern take. It has a lot of good rhythms, and he keeps a lot of the rhythm of the original poetry, which is really enjoyable to read. It has a nice sound to it. The Iliad, Book 2. Now the great array of gods and chariot-driving men slept all night long, but the peaceful grip of sleep could not hold Zeus, turning it over in his mind. How to exalt Achilles, how to slaughter hordes of Achaeans pinned against their ships. As his spirit churned, at last one plan seemed best. He would send a murderous dream to Agamemnon. Calling out to the vision, Zeus winged it on. Go, murderous dream, to the fast Achaean ships, and once you reach Agamemnon's shelter, rouse him. Order him, word for word, exactly as I command. Tell Atrides to arm his long-haired Achaeans, to attack at once, full force. Now he can take the broad streets of Troy. The immortal gods who hold Olympus clash no more. Hera's appeals have brought them round, and all agree. Griefs are about to crush the men of Troy. At that command, the dream went winging off, and passing quickly along the fast trim ships, made for the king and found him soon, sound asleep in his tent, with refreshing God-sent slumber drifted round him. Hovering at his head, the vision rose like Nestor, Neleus' son, the chief Agamemnon honored most. Inspired with Nestor's voice and sent by Zeus, the dream cried out, "Still asleep, Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, that skilled breaker of horses? How can you sleep all night, a man weighed down with duties? Your armies turning over their lives to your command, responsibility so heavy. Listen to me quickly. I bring you a message sent by Zeus, a world away, but he has you in his heart. He pities you now. Zeus commands you to arm your long-haired Achaeans, to attack at once, full force. Now you can take the broad streets of Troy. The immortal gods who hold Olympus clash no more. Hera's appeals have brought them round, and all agree. Griefs from Zeus are about to crush the men of Troy. But keep this message firmly in your mind. Remember, let no loss of memory overcome you when the sweet grip of slumber sets you free." With that, the dream departed, leaving him there, his heart racing with hopes that would not come to pass. He thought he would take the city of Priam then, that very day, the fool. How could he know what work the father had in mind? The father, still bent on plaguing the Argives and Trojans both, with wounds and groans in the bloody press of battle. But rousing himself from sleep, the divine voice swirling around him, Atrides sat up, bolt awake, pulled on a soft tunic, linen never worn, and over it threw his flaring battle cape. Under his smooth feet he fastened supple sandals, across his shoulder slung his silver-studded sword. Then he seized the royal scepter of his fathers, its power can never die, and grasping it tightly, off he strode to the ships of Argives armed in bronze. Now the goddess Dawn climbed up to Olympus heights, declaring the light of day to Zeus and the deathless gods, as the king commanded heralds to cry out loud and clear and muster the long-haired Achaeans to full assembly. Their cries rang out, battalions gathered quickly. But first he called his ranking chiefs to council beside the ship of Nestor, the warlord born in Pylos. Summoning them together there, Atrides set forth his cunning, foolproof plan. "Hear me, friends, a dream sent by the gods has come to me in sleep. Down through the bracing God-sent night it came, like good Nestor in features, height and build, the old king himself. And hovering at my head, the dream called me on. Still asleep, Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, that skilled breaker of horses? How can you sleep all night, a man weighed down with duties? Your armies turning over their lives to your command, responsibilities so heavy, listen to me quickly. I bring you a message sent by Zeus, a world away, but he has you in his heart. He pities you now. Zeus commands you to arm your long-haired Achaeans, to attack at once full force. Now you can take the broad streets of Troy. The immortal gods who hold Olympus clash no more. Hera's appeals have brought them round, and all agree. Griefs from Zeus are about to crush the men of Troy, but keep this message firmly in your mind. With that, the dream went winging off, and soothing sleep released me. Come, see if we can arm the Achaeans for assault. But first, according to time-honored custom, I will test the men with a challenge. Tell them all to crowd the oarlocks, cut and run in their ships. But you take up your battle stations at every point. Command them, hold them back." So much for his plan. Agamemnon took his seat, and Nestor rose among them. Noble Nestor, the king of Pylos' sandy harbor, spoke, and urged them on with all goodwill. "Friends, lord of the Argives, O my captains, if any other Achaean had told us of this dream, we'd call it false, and turn our backs upon it. But look, the man who saw it has every claim to be the best, the bravest Achaean we can field. Come, see if we can arm the Achaeans for assault." And out he marched, leading the way from council. The rest sprang to their feet. The sceptred kings obeyed the great field marshal. Rank and file streamed behind and rushed like swarms of bees, pouring out of a rocky hollow, burst on endless burst. Bunched in clusters seething over the first spring blooms, dark hordes swirling into the air, this way, that way. So the many armed platoons from the ships and tents came marching on, close file, along the deep, wide beach to crowd the meeting grounds, and Rumor, Zeus's crier, like wildfire blazing among them, whipped them on. The troops assembled. The meeting grounds shook. The earth groaned and rumbled under the huge weight as soldiers took positions, the whole place in uproar. 9 heralds shouted out, trying to keep some order. "Quiet, battalions! Silence! Hear your royal kings!" The men were forced to their seats, marshaled into ranks. The shouting died away. Silence. King Agamemnon rose to his feet. Raising high in hand the scepter Hephaestus made with all his strength and skill. Hephaestus gave it to Cronus' son, Father Zeus, and Zeus gave it to Hermes, the giant-killing guide, and Hermes gave it to Pelops, that fine charioteer. Pelops gave it to Atreus, marshal of fighting men, who died and passed it on to Thyestes, rich in flocks, and he in turn bestowed it on Agamemnon, to bear on high as he ruled his many islands and lorded mainland Argos. Now, leading his weight upon that kingly scepter, Atrides declared his will to all Achaea's armies. Friends, fighting Danaans, aids in arms of Ares, Cronus' son has trapped me in madness, blinding ruin. Zeus is a harsh, cruel god. He vowed to me long ago, he bowed his head, that I should never embark for home till I had brought the walls of Ilium crashing down. But now, I see, he only plotted brutal treachery. Now he commands me back to Argos in disgrace. Whole regiments of my men destroyed in battle. So it must please his overweening heart, who knows? Father Zeus has lopped the crowns of 1,000 cities, true, and Zeus will lop still more. His power is too great. What humiliation, even for generations still to come, to learn that Achaean armies so strong, so vast, fought a futile war. We are still fighting it, no end in sight, and battling forces we outnumber, by far. Say that Trojans and Argives both agreed to swear a truce, to seal their oaths in blood, and opposing sides were tallied out in full. Count one by one the Trojans who live in Troy, but count our Achaeans out by 10-man squads, and each squad pick a Trojan to pour its wine. Many Achaeans' tens would lack their steward then. That's how far we outnumber them, I'd say, Achaeans to Trojans, the men who hail from Troy at least. But they have allies called from countless cities, fighters brandishing spears who block my way, who throw me far off course, thwarting my will to plunder Ilium's rugged walls. And now 9 years of almighty Zeus have marched by, our ship timbers rot and the cables snap and fray, and across the sea our wives and helpless children wait in the halls, wait for our return. And we? Our work drags on, unfinished as always, hopeless, the labor of war that brought us here to Troy. So come, follow my orders, all obey me now, cut and run, sail home to the fatherland we love, we'll never take the broad streets of Troy. Testing his men, but he only made the spirit race inside their chests, all the rank and file who'd never heard his plan, and the whole assembly surged like big waves at sea, the Icarian sea when east and south winds drive it on, blasting down in force from the clouds of Father Zeus, or when the west wind shakes the deep-standing grain with hurricane gusts that flatten down the stalks. So the massed assembly of troops was shaken now. They cried in alarm and charged toward the ships, and the dust went whirling up from under rushing feet as the men jostled back and forth, shouting orders. Grapple the ships, drag them down to the bright sea, clean out the launching channels. Shrill shouts hitting the heavens, fighters racing for home, knocking the blocks out underneath the hulls. And now they might have won their journey home, the men of Argos fighting the will of fate, yes, if Hera had not alerted Athena. Inconceivable! Child of Zeus, whose battle shield is thunder, tireless one Athena, what, is this the way? All the Argives flying home to their fatherland, sailing over the sea's broad back, leaving Priam and all the men of Troy a trophy to glory over, Helen of Argos, Helen for whom so many Argives lost their lives in Troy, far from native land. Go, range the ranks of Achaeans armed in bronze. With your winning words, hold back each man you find. Don't let them haul their rolling ships to sea. The bright-eyed goddess Pallas lost no time. Down she flashed from the peaks of Mount Olympus, quickly reached the ships and found Odysseus first, a mastermind like Zeus, still standing fast. He had not laid a hand on his black-benched hull, such anguish racked his heart and fighting spirit. Now close beside him the bright-eyed goddess stood and urged him on. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, great tactician, what, is this the way? All you Argives flying home to your fatherland, tumbling into your oar-swept ships, leaving Priam and all the men of Troy a trophy to glory over, Helen of Argos, Helen for whom so many Argives lost their lives in Troy, far from native land. No, don't give up now. Range the Achaean ranks. With your winning words, hold back each man you find. Don't let them haul their rolling ships to sea. He knew the goddess' voice. He went on the run, flinging off his cape as Eurybates picked it up, the herald of Ithaca always at his side. Coming face to face with Atrides, Agamemnon, he relieved him of his father's royal scepter, its power can never die, and grasping it tightly, off he strode to the ships of Argives armed in bronze. Whenever Odysseus met some man of rank, a king, he'd halt and hold him back with winning words. My friend, it is wrong to threaten you like a coward, but you stand fast. You keep your men in check. It's too soon to see Agamemnon's purpose clearly. Now he's only testing us. Soon he'll bear down hard. Didn't we all hear his plan in secret council? God forbid his anger destroy the army he commands. The rage of kings is strong. They're nursed by the gods. Their honor comes from Zeus. They are dear to Zeus, the god who rules the world. When he caught some common soldier shouting out, he'd beat him with the scepter, dress him down. You fool, sit still, obey the commands of others, your superiors. You deserter, rank coward, you count for nothing, neither in war nor council. How can all Achaeans be masters here in Troy? Too many kings can ruin an army, mob rule. Let there be one commander, one master only, endowed by the son of crooked-minded Cronus, with kingly scepter and royal rights of custom, whatever one man needs to lead his people well. So he ranged the ranks, commanding men to order, and back again they surged from ships and shelters, back to the meeting grounds with a deep pounding din, thundering out as battle lines of breakers crash and drag along some endless beach, and the rough sea roars. The armies took their seats, marshaled into ranks. But one man, Thersites, still railed on, non-stop. His head was full of obscenities, teeming with rant, all for no good reason, insubordinate, baiting the kings, anything to provoke some laughter from the troops. Here was the ugliest man who ever came to Troy. Bandy-legged he was, with one foot clubbed, both shoulders humped together, curving over his caved-in chest, and bobbing above them his skull warped to a point, sprouting clumps of scraggly, woolly hair. Achilles despised him most, Odysseus too. He was always abusing both chiefs, but now he went for majestic Agamemnon, hollering out, taunting the king with strings of cutting insults. The Achaeans were furious with him, deeply offended, but he kept shouting at Agamemnon, spewing his abuse. Still moaning and groaning, mighty Atrides, why now? What are you panting after now? Your shelters packed with the lion's share of bronze, plenty of women, too, crowding your lodges. Best of the lot, the beauties we hand you first whenever we take some stronghold, or still more gold you're wanting, more ransom a son of the stallion-breaking Trojans might just fetch from Troy. Though I or another hero drags him back in chains, or a young woman is it, to spread and couple to bed down for yourself apart from all the troops. How shameful for you, the high and mighty commander, to lead the sons of Achaea into bloody slaughter. Sons? No, my soft friends, wretched excuses. Women, not men of Achaea. Home we go in our ships. Abandon him here in Troy to wallow in all his prizes. He'll see if the likes of us have propped him up or not. Look, now it's Achilles. A greater man he disgraces, seizes and keeps his prize, tears her away himself. But no gall in Achilles. Achilles lets it go. If not, Atrides, that outrage would have been your last. Though so Thersites taunted the famous field marshal, but Odysseus stepped in quickly, faced him down with a dark glance, and threats to break his nerve. What a flood of abuse, Thersites, even for you, fluent and flowing as you are. Keep quiet. Who are you to wrangle with kings, you alone? No one, I say, no one alive less soldierly than you, none in the ranks that came to Troy with Agamemnon. So stop your babbling, mouthing the names of kings, flinging indecencies in their teeth, your eyes peeled for a chance to cut and run for home. We can have no clear idea at all how the long campaign will end, whether Achaea's sons will make it home unharmed or slink back in disgrace. But there you sit, hurling abuse at the son of Atreus, Agamemnon, marshal of armies, simply because our fighters give Atrides the lion's share of all our plunder. You and your ranting slander, you're the outrage. I tell you this, so help me, it's the truth. If I catch you again blithering on this way, let Odysseus's head be wrenched off his shoulders. Never again call me the father of Telemachus. If I don't grab you, strip the clothing off you, cloak, tunic, and rags that wrap your private parts, and whip you howling naked back to the fast ships, out of the army's muster, whip you like a cur. And he cracked the scepter across his back and shoulders. The rascal doubled over, tears streaking his face, and a bloody welt bulged up between his blades under the stroke of the golden scepter's studs. He squatted low, cringing, stunned with pain, blinking like some idiot, rubbing his tears off dumbly with a fist. Their morale was low, but the men laughed now, good hearty laughter breaking over Thersites' head. Glancing at neighbors, they would shout, "A terrific stroke! 1,000 terrific strokes he's carried off, Odysseus, taking the lead in tactics, mapping battle plans. But here's the best thing yet he's done for the men. He's put a stop to this babbling, foul-mouthed fool. Never again, I'd say, will our gallant comrade risk his skin to attack the kings with insults." So the soldiers bantered, but not Odysseus. The raider of cities stood there, scepter in hand, and close beside him the great gray-eyed Athena rose like a herald, ordering men to silence. All, from the first to lowest ranks of Achaea's troops, should hear his words and mark his counsel well. For the good of all, he urged them, "Agamemnon, now my king, the Achaeans are bent on making you a disgrace in the eyes of every man alive. Yes, they failed to fulfill their promise sworn that day they sailed here from the stallion land of Argos, that not until you had razed the rugged walls of Troy would they sail home again. But look at them now, like green defenseless boys or widowed women, whimpering to each other, wailing to journey back. True, they've labored long. They're desperate for home. Any fighter cut off from his wife for 1 month would chafe at the benches, moaning in his ship, pinned down by gales and heavy raging seas. A month. But look at us. This is the 9th year come round, the 9th we've hung on here. Who could blame the Achaeans for chafing, bridling beside the beaked ships? Ah, but still, what a humiliation it would be to hold out so long, then sail home empty-handed. Courage, my friends, hold out a little longer, till we see if Calchas divined the truth or not. We all recall that moment. Who could forget it? We were all witnesses then. All, at least, the deadly spirits have not dragged away. Why, it seems like only yesterday or the day before, when our vast armada gathered, moored at Aulis, freighted with slaughter, bound for Priam's Troy. We were all busy then, milling round a spring and offering victims up on the holy altars, full sacrifice to the gods to guarantee success, under a spreading plane tree where the water splashed, glittering in the sun, when a great omen appeared. A snake, and his back streaked red with blood, a thing of terror. Olympian Zeus himself had launched him into the clean light of day. He slid from under the altar, glided up the tree, and there the brood of a sparrow, helpless young ones, teetered high on the topmost branch tips, cowering under the leaves there. 8 they were, all told, and the mother made the 9th. She'd borne them all. Chirping to break the heart, but the snake gulped them down, and the mother cried out for her babies, fluttering over him. He coiled, struck, fanging her wing, a high, thin shriek. But once he'd swallowed down the sparrow with her brood, the son of crooked Cronus who sent the serpent forth, turned him into a sign, a monument clear to see. Zeus struck him to stone, and we stood by, amazed that such a marvel came to light. So then, when those terrible monstrous omens burst in on the victims we were offering to the gods, Calchas swiftly revealed the will of Zeus. Why struck dumb now, my long-haired Achaeans? Zeus, who rules the world, has shown us an awesome sign, an event long in the future, late to come to birth, but the fame of that great work will never die. As the snake devoured the sparrow with her brood, 8 and the mother made the 9th, she'd borne them all, so we will fight in Troy that many years, and then in the 10th we'll take her broad streets. So that day the prophet revealed the future, and now, look, by God, it all comes to pass. Up with you, all you Argives geared for combat. Stand your ground right here until we take the mighty walls of Priam. He fired them so the armies roared and the ships resounded round them, shattering echoes ringing from their shouts as Argives cried assent to King Odysseus's words. And Nestor, the great noble horseman, spurred them more. What disgrace! Look at you, carrying on in the army's muster just like boys. Fools! Not a thought in your heads for works of battle. What becomes of them now, the pacts and oaths we swore? Into the flames with counsels, all the plans of men, the vows sealed with strong, unmixed wine, the firm clasp of the right hand we trusted. We battle on in words, as always, mere words, and what's the cure? We cannot find a thing, no matter how many years we wrangle here. Agamemnon, never swerve, hold to your first plan of action, lead your armies headlong into war. The rest of them? Let them rot, the 1 or 2 who hatch their plans apart from all the troops. What good can they win from that? Nothing at all. Why, they'd scuttled home before they can even learn if the vows of Zeus with his dark, cloudy shield are false or not. Zeus, the son of almighty Cronus, I remind you, bowed his head that day we boarded ship, all the Argives laden with blood and death for Troy. His lightning bolts on the right, good omens blazing forth. So now let no man hurry to sail for home, not yet, not till he beds down with a faithful Trojan wife, payment in full for the groans and shocks of war we have all borne for Helen. But any soldier, wild with desire to reach his home at once, just let him lay a hand on his black-bench ship, and right in front of the rest he'll reach his death. But you, my king, be on your guard yourself. Come, listen well to another man. Here's some advice not to be tossed aside, and I will tell it clearly. Range your men by tribes, even by clans, Agamemnon, so clan fights by the side of clan, tribe by tribe. Fight this way if the Argives still obey you. Then you can see which captain is a coward, which contingent too, and which is loyal, brave, since they will fight in separate formations of their own. Then, what's more, if you fail to sack the city, you will know if the will of God's to blame, or the cowardice of your men inept in battle. And King Agamemnon took his lead, saluting. Again, old man, you outfight the Argives in debate. Father Zeus, Athena, Apollo, if only I had 10 men like Nestor to plan with me among Achaea's armies, then we could topple Priam's citadel in a day, throttle it in our hands, and gut Troy to nothing. But Cronus' son Zeus, with his shield of storm, insists on embroiling me in painful struggles, futile wars of words. Imagine, I and Achilles wrangling over a girl, battling man to man. And I was the first to let my anger flare. Ah, if the two of us could ever think as one, Troy could delay her day of death no longer, not one moment. Go now, take your meal, the sooner to bring on war. Quickly, let each fighter sharpen his spear well, balance his shield well, feed his horses well, with plenty of grain to build their racing speed. Each man look well to his chariot's running order, nerve himself for combat now, so all day long we can last out the grueling duels of Ares. No breathing space, no let-up, not a moment, not till the night comes on to part the fighter's fury. Now sweat will soak the shield strap round your chest, your fist gripping the spear will ache with tensing. Now the lather will drench your war team's flanks, hauling your sturdy chariot. But any man I catch, trying to skulk behind his long-beaked ships, hanging back from battle, he is finished. No way for him to escape the dogs and birds. So he commanded, and the armies gave a deep resounding roar like waves crashing against a cliff when the south wind whips it, bearing down some craggy headland jutting out to sea. The waves will never leave it in peace, thrashed by gales that hit from every quarter, breakers left and right. The troops sprang up, scattered back to the ships, lit fires beside their tents, and took their meal. Each sacrificed to one or another deathless god, each man praying to flee death and the grind of war. But the lord of men, Agamemnon, sacrificed a fat, rich ox, 5 years old, to the son of mighty Cronos, Zeus, and called the chiefs of all the Argive forces. Nestor first and foremost, then King Idomeneus, the great and little Ajax, Tydeus' son Diomedes, and Odysseus' sixth, a mastermind like Zeus. The lord of the war cry Menelaus came uncalled. He knew at heart would weigh his brother down. They stood in a ring around the ox, took up barley, and then, rising among them, King Agamemnon raised his voice in prayer. Zeus, Zeus, God of greatness, God of glory, Lord God of the dark clouds who lives in the bright sky, don't let the sun go down or the night descend on us. Not till I hurl the smoke-black halls of Priam headlong, torch his gates to blazing rubble, rip the tunic of Hector and slash his heroic chest to ribbons with my bronze, and a ruck of comrades around him, groveling face down, gnaw their own earth. And so Agamemnon prayed, but the son of Cronus would not bring his prayer to pass. Not yet. The father accepted the sacrifices, true, but doubled the weight of thankless, ruthless war. Once the men had prayed and flung the barley, first they lifted back the heads of the victims, slit their throats, skinned them and carved away the meat from the thigh bones and wrapped them in fat, a double fold sliced clean and topped with strips of flesh. And they burned these on a cleft stick, peeled and dry, spitted the vitals, held them over Hephaestus' flames. And once they'd charred the thighs and tasted the organs, they cut the rest into pieces, pierced them with spits, roasted them to a turn, and pulled them off the fire. The work done, the feast laid out, they ate well, and no man's hunger lacked a share of the banquet. When they had put aside desire for food and drink, Nestor, the old noble horseman, spoke out first. Martial Atrides, lord of men Agamemnon, no more trading speeches now. No more delay, putting off the work that God puts in our hands. Come, let the heralds cry out to all contingents. Full battle armor, muster the men along the ships. Now down we go, united. Review them as we pass down through the vast encampment of Achaia, the faster to rouse the slashing god of war. Agamemnon, the lord of men, did not resist. He commanded heralds to cry out loud and clear and summon the long-haired Achaean troops to battle. Their cries rang out. The battalions gathered quickly. The warlords dear to the gods and flanking Agamemnon strode on ahead, marshalling men-at-arms in files, and down their ranks the fiery-eyed Athena bore her awesome shield of storm, ageless, deathless, 100 golden tassels, all of them braided tight, and each worth 100 oxen, float along the front. Her shield of lightning dazzling, swirling around her, headlong on, Athena swept through the Argive armies, driving soldiers harder, lashing the fighting fury in each Achaean's heart, no stopping them now, mad for war and struggle. Now suddenly battle thrilled them more than the journey home, than sailing hollow ships to their dear native land. As ravening fire rips through big stands of timber high on a mountain ridge, and the blaze flares miles away, so from the marching troops the blaze of bronze armor, splendid and superhuman, flared across the earth, flashing into the air to hit the skies. Armies gathering now as the huge flocks on flocks of winging birds, geese or cranes or swans with their long lancing necks, circling Asian marshes round the Castor outflow, wheeling in all directions, glorying in their wings, keep on landing, advancing, wave on shrieking wave, and the tidal flats resound. So tribe on tribe, pouring out of the ships and shelters, marched across the Scamander plain, and the earth shook. Tremendous thunder from under trampling men and horses, drawing into position down the Scamander meadow flats, breaking into flower. Men by the thousands, numberless as the leaves and spears that flower forth in spring. The armies massing, crowding thick and fast as the swarms of flies seething over the shepherd's stalls in the first spring days when the buckets flood with milk. So many long-haired Achaeans swarmed across the plain to confront the Trojans, fired to smash their lines. The armies grouping now, as seasoned goat herds split their wide-ranging flocks into packs with ease, when herds have mixed together down the pasture, so the captains form their tight platoons, detaching right and left, moving up for action. And there in the midst strode powerful Agamemnon, eyes and head like Zeus who loves the lightning, great in the girth like Ares, god of battles, broad through the chest like sea lord Poseidon. Like a bull rising head and shoulders over the herds, a royal bull rearing over his flocks of driven cattle. So imposing was Atreus' son, so Zeus made him that day, towering over fighters, looming over armies. Sing to me now, you muses who hold the halls of Olympus. You are goddesses, you are everywhere, you know all things. All we hear is the distant ring of glory, we know nothing. Who were the captains of Achaia? Who were the kings, the mass of troops I could never tally, never name, not even if I had 10 tongues and 10 mouths, a tireless voice and the heart inside me bronze, never unless you muses of Olympus, daughters of Zeus, whose shield is rolling thunder, sing, sing in memory all who gathered under Troy. Now I can only tell the lords of the ships in all their numbers. First came the Boeotian units led by Laetus and Pentelos. Arcesilaus and Prothenor and Clonius shared command of the armed men who lived in Hieria, rocky Aulis, Scenius and Scolus and Etonius spurred with hills, Thespia and Graea, the dancing rings of Mycalessus, men who lived round Harma, Elysion and Erythrae, and those who settled Elion, Hale and Petion, Ocelea, Medion's fortress, walled and strong, Copae, Eutressus, and Thisbe thronged with doves, fighters from Coronea, Haliartus deep in meadows, and the men who held Plataea and lived in Glissus, men who held the rough-hewn gates of lower Thebes, on Kestus the holy, Poseidon's sun-filled grove, men from the town of Arne, green with vineyards, Medea and sacred Nyssa, Anthedon on the marshes, 50 ships came freighted with these contingents, 120 young Boeotians manning each. Then men who lived in Aspledon, or Comenos of the Minions, fighters led by Ascalaphus and Ialmenus, sons of Ares, whom Astyoche bore and Actor son of Asius halls, when the shy young girl climbing into the upper rooms made love with the god of war in secret, shared his strength. In her 2 sons' command sailed 30 long curved ships. Then Schedius and Epistrophus led the men of Phocis, 2 sons of Iphitus, that great heart, now Bolus' son, the men who held Cyparissus and Pythos' high crags, the hallowed earth of Crissa, Daulis, and Panopeus, men who dwelled round Nemoria, round Hyampolis, men who lived along the Cephissus glinting waters, men who held Lilaea close to the river's wellsprings. Laden with all their ranks came 40 long black ships, and Phocian captains ranged them column by column, manning stations along the Boeotians' left flank. Next the Locrians, led by racing Ajax, son of Oileus. Little Ajax, a far cry from the size of Telamonian Ajax, a smaller man but trim in his skin-tight linen corset. He outthrew all Hellenes, all Achaeans with his spear. He led the men who lived in Opus, Sinis, Calliaris, Bessa, and Scarphi, the delightful town of Augae, Tarphi, and Thronian down the Boagrius river. In Oilean Ajax' charge came 40 long black ships, Locrians living across the straits from sacrosanct Euboea. And the men who held Euboea, Abantes' breathing fury, Chalcis and Eretria, Histiaea covered with vineyards, Cerinthus along the shore and Dion's hilltop streets, the men who held Charistus and men who settled Styra. Elaphenor, comrade of Ares, led the whole contingent. Chalcodon's son, a lord of the fierce Abantes. The sprinting Abantes followed hard at his heels, their forelocks cropped, hair grown long at the back, troops nerved to lunge with their tough ashen spears and slash the enemy's breastplates round their chests. In Elaphenor's command sailed 40 long black ships. Next, the men who held the strong-built city of Athens, realm of high-hearted Erechtheus, Zeus's daughter Athena tended him once the grain-giving fields had borne him, long ago, and then she settled the king in Athens, in her own rich shrine, where sons of Athens worship him with bulls and goats, as the years wheel round in season. Athenians all, and Petius' son Menestheus led them on, and no one born on the earth could match that man in arraying teams of horse and shielded fighters. Nestor his only rival, thanks to Nestor's age, and in his command sailed 50 long black ships. Out of Salamis, great Telamonian Ajax led 12 ships, drawn up where Athenian forces formed their line of battle. Then men of Argos and Tiryns with her tremendous walls, and Hermione and Asyne commanding the deep wide gulf, Trozen, Aone, and Epidaurus green with vines, and Achaea's warrior sons who held Aegina and Maces. Diomedes, lord of the war cry, led their crack contingents, flanked by Sthenelus, far-famed Capaneus' favorite son. Third in the vanguard marched Euryalus, strong as a god, son of King Mecistus, son of Talus. But over them all, with cries to martial men, Diomedes led the whole force, and his Argives sailed in 80 long black ships. Next the men who held Mycenae's huge walled citadel, Corinth in all her wealth and sturdy, strong Cleonae, men of Orneae, lovely Erytheria and Sicyon, Adrastus' domain before he ruled Mycenae, men of Hyperesia, Gonessa, perched on hills, men who held Pellene and those who circled Aegion, men of the coastal strip and Helice's broad headland. Then came in 100 ships, and Agamemnon led them on. Atreus' royal son, and marching in his companies came the most and bravest fighting men by far, and there in the midst, armed in gleaming bronze, in all his glory, he towered high over all his fighters. He was the greatest warlord, he led by far the largest army. Next those who held Lacedaemon's hollows deep with gorges, Pharis, Sparta, and Messe, crowded haunt of the wild doves, men who lived in Briseia and Augia's gracious country, men who held Amyclae and Helos, the seaboard fortress, men who settled Las and lived near Otilis. Agamemnon's brother Menelaus, lord of the war cry, led their 60 ships, armed them apart, down shore, and amidst their ranks he marched, ablaze with valor, priming men for attack. and his own heart blazed the most to avenge the groans and shocks of war they'd borne for Helen. Next the men who lived in Pylos and handsome Arene, Thryon, the Alpheus ford, and finely masoned Api, men who lived in Cyparissus and Amphigenia, Telos, Helos, and Dorion, where the muses met the Thracian Thamyris, stopped the minstrel's song. From Oechalia he came, from Oechalia's king Eurytus, boasting to high heaven that he could outsing the very muses, the daughters of Zeus whose shield resounds with thunder. They were enraged. They maimed him. They ripped away his voice, the rousing immortal wonder of his song, and wiped all arts of harping from his mind. Nestor, the noble old horseman, led those troops in 90 sweeping ships lined up along the shore. And those who held Arcadia under Cylene's peak, near Aptus's ancient tomb where men fight hand to hand, men who lived in Phenios and Orchomenos, rife with sheep, Stratia, Rippi, and Encipe, whipped by the sudden winds, men who settled Tegea, Mantinea's inviting country, men who held Stymphalos, men who ruled Parasia. The son of Ancaeus led them, powerful Agapenor, with 60 ships in all, and aboard each vessel crowded full Arcadian companies skilled in war. Agamemnon himself, the lord of men, had given them those well-bent ships to plow the wine-dark sea, since works of the sea meant nothing to those landsmen. Then the men who lived in Buprasian, brilliant Elis, and all the realm as far as Hermine and Mercinus, frontier towns, and Olinian rock, and Elysian bound within their borders. 4 warlords led their ranks, 10 ship flotillas each, and filling the decks came bands of Epian fighters. 2 companies under Thalpius and Amphimachus, sons of the line of Actor, one of Eurytus, one of Teotus. Strong Diores, the son of Amarincus, led the 3rd, and the princely Polyxenus led the 4th, the son of King Agasthenes, Augeas' noble stock. Then ocean men from Dulichion and the Holy Islands, and the Echinides rising over the sea from Elis. Meges, a match for Ares, led their troops to war, a son of the rider Phyleus, dear to Zeus, who once, enraged at his father, fled and settled Dulichion. In his son's command sailed 40 long black ships. Next, Odysseus led his Cephalenian companies, gallant-hearted fighters, the island men of Ithaca, of Mount Neriton's leafy ridges shimmering in the wind, and men who lived in Crocylia and rugged Acalypse, men who held Zacynthus and men who dwelled near Samos, and mainland men who grazed their flocks across the channel. That mastermind like Zeus, Odysseus led those fighters on. In his command sailed 12 ships, prows flashing crimson. And Thoas, son of Andramon, led Aetolia's units, soldiers who lived in Pleuron, Pylene, and Olenus, Calchas along the shore, and Calydon's rocky heights, where the sons of well-born Oeneus were no more, and the king himself was dead, and Meleager with his golden hair was gone. So the rule of all Aetolian men had passed to Thoas, and in Thoas' command sailed 40 long black ships. And the great spearman Idomeneus led his Cretans, the men who held Knossos and Gortyn ringed in walls, Lyctos, Miletus, Lycastus' bright chalk bluffs, Phaestus and Rhytion, cities a joy to live in, the men who peopled Crete, 100 cities strong. The renowned spearman Idomeneus led them all in force, with Meriones, who butchered men like the god of war himself, and in their command sailed 80 long black ships. And Heracles' son Tlepolemus, tall and staunch, led 9 ships for the proud Rhodians out of Rhodes, the men who lived on Rhodes in 3 island divisions, Lindos and Iallosus, Camirus' white escarpment, armies led by the famous spearman Tlepolemus, whom Astyochea bore to Heracles, filled with power. He swept her up from Ephyra, from the Selleis river, after he'd ravaged many towns of brave young warlords bred by the gods. But soon as his son Tlepolemus came of age in Heracles' well-built palace walls, the youngster abruptly killed his father's uncle, the good soldier Lycymnius, already up in years, and quickly fitting ships, gathering partisans, he fled across the sea with threats of the sons and the sons of Heracles breaking at his back. But he reached Rhodes at last, a wanderer rocked by storms, and there they settled in 3 divisions, all by tribes, loved by Zeus himself, the king of gods and mortals, showering wondrous gold on all their heads. Nereus led his 3 trim ships from Syme, Nereus, the son of Aglaea, and King Carapace. Nereus, the handsomest man who ever came to Troy, of all the Achaeans after Peleus' fearless son, and he was a lightweight, trailed by a tiny band. And men who held Niceris, Cassus and Crapathus, Kos, Eurypylus town, and the islands called Callididae, combat troops and Antiphus and Phidippus led them on, the two sons of the warlord Thessalus, Heracles' son. In their command sailed 30 long curved ships. And now, Muse, sing all those fighting men who lived in Pelasgi and Argos, the big contingents out of Alus and Alope and Trachis, men of Thea and Hellas, where the women are a wonder, all the fighters called Achaeans, Hellenes and Myrmidons, ranked in 50 ships, and Achilles was their leader. But they had no lust for the grind of battle now. Where was the man who marched their lines to war? The brilliant runner Achilles lay among his ships, raging over Briseis, the girl with lustrous hair, the prize he seized from Lyrnessus, after he had fought to exhaustion at Lyrnessus, storming the heights and breached the walls of Thebes, and toppled the vaunting spearmen Epistrophus and Mines, sons of King Eunaeus, Celepius' son. All for Briseis, his heart was breaking now. Achilles lay there now, but he would soon rise up in all his power. Then men of Phylace, Parassus banked in flowers, Demeter's closed and holy grove, and Iton, mother of flocks, Antron along the shore, and Telos deep in meadows. The veteran Protesilaus had led those troops while he still lived, but now for many years the arms of the black earth had held him fast, and his wife was left behind, alone in Phylace, both cheeks torn in grief, their house half built. Just as he vaulted off his ship, a Dardan killed him, first by far of the Argives slaughtered on the beaches. But not even then were his men without a captain, yearn as they did for their lost leader. No, Podarces, a fresh campaigner, ranged their units, a son of Iphiclus, son of Phylacus, rich in flocks, Podarces, gallant Protesilaus' brother, younger born, but the older man proved braver too, an iron man of war. Yet not for a moment did his army lack a leader, yearn as they did for the braver dead. Under Podarces sailed their 40 long black ships. And the men who lived in Pherae, fronting Lake Boebius, in Boebi and Glaphyrae and Iolcos sturdy ramparts, their 11 ships were led by Admetus' favorite son, Eumelus, born to Admetus by Alcestis, queen of women, the most radiant daughter Peleus ever fathered. Then men who lived in Methone and Dalmatia, men who held Meliboa and rugged rigid Olazon. Philoctetes, the master archer, led them on, in 7 ships with 50 oarsmen aboard each, superbly skilled with the bow and lethal combat. But their captain lay on an island racked with pain, on Lemnos' holy shores where the armies had marooned him, agonized by his wound, the bite of a deadly water viper. There he writhed in pain, but soon, encamped by the ships, the Argives would recall Philoctetes, their great king. But not even then were his men without a captain, yearn as they did for their lost leader. No, Medon formed them up, Oileus' bastard son, whom Ren bore to Oileus, grim raider of cities. The men who settled Tricca, rocky Ithome, terraced high, and men who held Ocalia, Ocalian Eurytus' city. The 2 sons of Asclepius led their units now, both skilled healers, Podalirius and Machaon. In their command sailed 40 curved black ships. And men who held Ormenion and the Hyperion spring, men who held Asterion, Titanos' chalk-white cliffs. Eurypylus marched them on, Eumon's shining sun. In his command sailed 40 long black ships. And the men who settled Argissa and Girton, Orthe, Alone, the gleaming citadel Aloson. Polypodes, braced for battle, led them on, the son of Pirithous, son of deathless Zeus. Famous Hippodamia bore the warrior to Pirithous. That day he wreaked revenge on the shaggy centaurs, routed them out of Pelion, drove them to the Athaces. Polypodes was not alone. Leonteus shared the helm, companion of Ares, Caenis' grandson, proud Coronis' son, and in his command sailed 40 long black ships. And Gunius out of Siphths led on 22 ships, and in his platoons came Enianes and battle-tried Parabians, who pitched homes in the teeth of Dodono's bitter winters, who held the tilled acres along the lovely Terracis that runs her pure crystal currents into Peneus, never mixed with Peneus' eddies, glistening silt, but gliding over the surface smooth as olive oil, branching, breaking away from the river Styx, the dark and terrible oath stream of the gods. And Prothous, son of Tenthredon, led the Magnesians, men who lived around the Peneus, up along Mount Pelion, sloped in wind-whipped leaves. Raced Prothous led them on, and in his command sailed 40 long black ships. These were the captains of Achaea and the kings. Now tell me, Muse, who were the bravest of them all, of the men and chariot teams that came with Atreus' sons? The best by far of the teams were Eumelus' mares, and Pheres' grandson drove them. Swift as birds, matched in age and their glossy coats, and matched to a builder's level flat across their backs. Phoebus Apollo, lord of the silver bow, had bred them both in Perea, a brace of mares that raced the war god's panic through the lines. But best by far of the men was Telamonian Ajax, while Achilles raged apart. The famed Achilles towered over them all, he and the battle team that bore the peerless son of Peleus into war. But off in his beaked sea-going ships he lay, raging away at Atrides Agamemnon, king of armies, while his men sported along the surf, marking time, hurling the discus, throwing spears, and testing bows. And the horses, each beside its chariot, champing clover and parsley from the marshes, waited, pawing idly. Their master's chariot stood under the blankets now, stored away in the tents, while the rank and file, yearning for their leader, the great man of war, drifting here and there throughout the encampment, hung back from the fighting. But on the armies came as if the whole earth were devoured by wildfire, yes, and the ground thundered under them, deep as it does for Zeus who loves the lightning, Zeus in all his rage when he lashes the ground around Typhoeus and Arima, there where they say the monster makes his bed of pain. So the earth thundered under their feet, armies trampling, sweeping through the plain at blazing speed. Now the Trojans, Iris, the wind-quick messenger, hurried down to Ilium, bearing her painful message sent by storming Zeus. The Trojans, assembled hard by Priam's gates, gathered together there, young men and old, and rushing closer, racing Iris addressed them, keying her voice to that of Priam's son Polites. He had kept a watch for the Trojans, posted atop old Estes' tomb, and poised to sprint for home at the first sign of Argives charging from the ships. Like him to the life, the racing Iris urged. Old Priam, words, endless words, that is your passion always, as once in the days of peace. But ceaseless wars upon us. Time and again I've gone to battle, fought with men, but I've never seen an army as great as this. Too much, like piling leaves or sand, and on they come, advancing across the plain to fight before our gates. Hector, I urge you first of all, do as I tell you. Armies of allies crowd the mighty city of Priam, true, but they speak 1,000 different tongues, fighters gathered here from all ends of the realm. Let each chief give commands to the tribe he leads, move them out, marshal his own contingents, now. Hector missed nothing, that was a goddess call. He broke up the assembly at once, they rushed to arms, and all the gates flung wide and the Trojan mass surged out, horses, chariots, men on foot, a tremendous roar went up. Now a sharp bridge rises out in front of Troy, all on its own and far across the plain with running room around it, all sides clear. Men call it Thicket Ridge, the immortals call it the leaping Amazon Myrine's mounted tomb. And there the Trojans and allies range their troops for battle. First, tall Hector with helmet flashing led the Trojans, Priam's son, and in his command, by far the greatest, bravest army, divisions harnessed in armor, veterans bristling spears. And the noble son of Anchises led the Dardanians, Aeneas, whom the radiant Aphrodite bore Anchises down the folds of Ida, a goddess bedded with a man, not Aeneas alone, but flanked by Antenor's 2 sons, Acamas and Archilochus, trained for every foray. And men who lived in Zelia under the foot of Ida, a wealthy clan that drank the Aesopus' dark waters, Trojans all, and the shining son of Lycaon led them on, Pandarus, with the bow that came from Apollo's own hand. And the men who held the land of Apessus and Adrestia, men who held Patea, Pteria's steep peaks, the units led by Adrestus, joined by Amphius, trim in linen corslet, and the 2 good sons of Meropes out of Percote harbor, Meropes adept beyond all men in the mantic arts. He refused to let his 2 boys march to war, this man-killing war, but the young ones fought him all the way. The forces of Black Death drove them on. And the men who lived around Percote and Practios, men who settled Sestos, Abydos, and gleaming Arisbe. Asius, son of Hyrtacus, led them on, captain of armies. Hyrtacus' offspring Asius, hulking, fiery stallions bore him in from Arisbe, from the Selleis river. Hippothos led the Pelasgian tribes of spearmen, fighters who worked Larissa's dark rich plowland. Hippothos and Peleus, tested soldier, led them on, both sons of Pelasgian Lethus, to Tamaskion. Acamas and the old hero Pyrrhus led the Thracians, all the Hellespont bounds within her riptide straits. Euphemus led the Cacones, fighters armed with spears, son of Trojanus, Cia's son, a warlord bred by the gods. Pyrachemes led the Paeonians, reflex bows in hand, hailing from Amadon far west and the broad river Axius, clearest stream that flows across the earth. That burly heart Pylamenes led his Paphlagonians out of Venetian country, land where the wild mules breed. The men who held Sitoris and lived in a range of Sesamus, building their storied halls across the Parthenius River at Cromna, Aegialus and the highland fortress Erythine. Odius and Epistrophus led the Halizonians out of Alabe, miles east where the mother lode of silver came to birth. Chromis led the Mysian men with an enemies seer of birds, but none of his winged signs could beat off Black Death. Down he went, crushed by racing Achilles' hands, destroyed in the river where he slaughtered other Trojans too. Ascanius, strong as a god, and Phorcys led the Phrygians in from Ascania due east, primed for the clash of combat. Mesthles and Antiphus led Maeonia's proud contingent. Talamenes' 2 sons, sprung from the nymph of Gyge Lake, led on Maeonian units born and bred under Mount Tmolus. Nastes led the Carians, wild with barbarous tongues, men who held Miletus, Theres' ridges thick with timber, Meander's currents, and Mount Mycale's craggy peaks. Amphimachus and Nastes led their formations on. Nastes and Amphimachus, Nomian's flamboyant sons. Nastes strolled to battle decked in gold like a girl, the fool. None of his trappings kept off grisly death. Down he went, crushed by racing Achilles' hands, destroyed at the ford where battle-hard Achilles stripped his gold away. And last Sarpedon and valiant Glaucus marched the Lycians on from Lycia far south, from the Xanthus' swirling rapids.
The Iliad by Homer. Translated by Robert Fagles and read for Roman Roads Media by Brian Daigle. This is Book 3, titled Helen Reviews the Champions. Now, with the squadrons marshaled, captains leading each, the Trojans came with cries and the din of war like a wild fowl, when the long hoarse cries of cranes sweep on against the sky, and the great formations flee from winter's grim, ungodly storms, flying in force, shrieking south to the ocean gulfs, speeding blood and death to the pygmy warriors, launching at daybreak savage battle down upon their heads. But Achaea's armies came on strong in silence, breathing combat fury, hearts ablaze to defend each other to the death. When the south wind showers mist on the mountain tops, no friend to shepherds, better than night to thieves, you can see no farther than you can fling a stone. So dust came clouding, swirling up from the feet of armies, marching at top speed, trampling through the plain. Now closer, closing, front to front, in the onset till Paris sprang from the Trojan forward ranks. A challenger, lithe, magnificent as a god, the skin of a leopard slung across his shoulders, a reflex bow at his back and battle sword at hip, and brandishing 2 sharp spears tipped in bronze, he strode forth, challenging all the Argive best to fight him face to face in mortal combat. Soon as the warrior Menelaus marked him, Paris parading there with his big loping strides, flaunting before the troops, Atrides thrilled like a lion lighting on some handsome carcass, lucky to find an antlered stag or wild goat, just as hunger strikes, he rips it, bolts it down, even with running dogs and lusty hunters rushing him. So Menelaus, thrilled at heart, princely Paris there, right before his eyes. The outlaw, the adulterer. Now for revenge, he thought, and down he leapt from his chariot, fully armed, and hit the ground. But soon as magnificent Paris marked Atrides, shining among the champions, Paris's spirit shook. Backing into his friendly ranks, he cringed from death, as one who trips on a snake in a hilltop hollow recoils suddenly. Trembling grips his knees, and pallor takes his cheeks, and back he shrinks. So he dissolved again in the proud Trojan lines, dreading Atrides, magnificent, brave Paris. At one glance, Hector raked his brother with insults, stinging taunts. Paris! Appalling Paris! Our Prince of Beauty, mad for women, you lure them all to ruin. Would to God you'd never been born, died unwed. That's all I'd ask. Better that way by far than to have you strutting here an outrage, a mockery in the eyes of all our enemies. Why, the long-haired Achaeans must be roaring with laughter. They thought you the bravest champion we could field, and just because of the handsome luster on your limbs. But you have no pith, no fighting strength inside you. What, is this the man who mustered the oarsmen once, who braved the seas in his racing deep-sea ships, trafficked with outlanders, carried off a woman far from her distant shores, a great beauty wed to a land of rugged spearmen? You, curse to your father, your city and all your people, a joy to our enemies, rank disgrace to yourself. So, you can't stand up to the battling Menelaus? You'd soon feel his force, that man you robbed of his sumptuous warm wife. No use to you then, the fine lyre and these gifts of Aphrodite, your long flowing locks and your striking looks, not when you roll and couple with the dust. What cowards, the men of Troy, or years ago, they'd have decked you out in a suit of rocky armor, stoned you to death for all the wrongs you've done. And Paris, magnificent as a god, replied, Ah, Hector, you criticize me fairly, yes. Nothing unfair, beyond what I deserve. The heart inside you is always tempered hard, like an axe that goes through wood when a shipwright cuts out ship timbers with every ounce of skill and the blade's weight drives the man's stroke. So the heart inside your chest is never daunted. Still, don't fling in my face the lovely gifts of golden Aphrodite, not to be tossed aside, the gifts of the gods, those glories. Whatever the gods give of their own free will, how could we ever choose them for ourselves? Now, though, if you really want me to fight to the finish here, have all Trojans and Argives take their seats, and pit me against Menelaus, dear to Ares. Right between the lines. We'll fight it out for Helen and all her wealth, and the one who proves the better man and wins, he'll take those treasures fairly, lead the woman home. The rest will seal in blood their binding pacts of friendship. Our people will live in peace on the rich soil of Troy. Our enemies sail home to the stallion land of Argos, the land of Achaia where the women are a wonder. When Hector heard that challenge, he rejoiced, and right in the no-man's land, along his lines he strode, gripping his spear mid-haft, staving men to a standstill. But the long-haired Argive archers aimed at Hector, trying to cut him down with arrows, hurling rocks till King Agamemnon cried out in a ringing voice, "Hold back, Argives, sons of Achaia, stop your salvos. Look, Hector with that flashing helmet of his, the man is trying to tell us something now." They held their attack. Quickly men fell silent, and Hector pleaded, appealing to both armed camps. "Hear me, Trojans, Achaeans geared for combat. Hear the challenge of Paris, the man who caused our long, hard campaign. He urges all the Trojans, all the Argives too, to lay their fine armor down on the fertile earth, while Paris himself and the warrior Menelaus take the field between you and fight it out for Helen and all her wealth in single combat. And the one who proves the better man and wins, he'll take those treasures fairly. Lead the woman home. The rest will seal in blood their binding pacts of friendship." He stopped. A hushed silence held the ranks. And Menelaus, whose cry could marshal armies, urged both sides, "Now hear me out as well. Such limited vengeance hurts me most of all, but I intend that we will part in peace at last. Trojans and Achaeans, look what heavy casualties you have suffered just for me, my violent quarrel in Paris, who brought it on you all. Now we'll fight, and death to the one marked out for doom and death, but the rest will part in peace, and soon, soon. Bring 2 lambs, a white male and a black ewe for the sun and earth, and we'll bring a third for Zeus. And lead on Priam too, Priam and all his power, so the king himself can seal our truce in blood. His royal sons are reckless, not to be trusted. No one must trample on the oath we swear to Zeus. The minds of the younger men are always flighty, but let an old man stand his ground among them, one who can see the days behind, the days ahead. That is the best hope for peace, for both our armies." The Achaean and Trojan forces both exulted, hoping this would end the agonies of war. They hauled their chariots up in ranks, at rest. The troops dismounted and stripped away their arms and laid them down on the earth, crowded together. Hardly a foot of plowland showed between them. Back to the city, Hector sent 2 heralds now to bring the lambs at once and summon Priam, while King Agamemnon sent Talthybius off, heading down to the ships for 1 more lamb. The herald obeyed his captain's orders quickly. And now a messenger went to white-armed Helen too, Iris, looking for all the world like Hector's sister, wed to Antenor's son, Helicaon's bride Laodice, the loveliest daughter Priam ever bred. And Iris came on Helen in her rooms, weaving a growing web, a dark red folding robe, working into the weft the endless bloody struggles. Stallion-breaking Trojans and Argives, armed in bronze, had suffered all for her at the god of battle's hands. Iris, racing the wind, brushed close and whispered, "Come, dear girl, come quickly, so you can see what wondrous things they're doing. Stallion-breaking Trojans and Argives armed in bronze. A moment ago they longed to kill each other, longed for heartbreaking, inhuman warfare on the plain. Now those very warriors stand at ease, in silence. The fighting's stopped. They lean against their shields, their long lances stuck in the ground beside them. Think of it. Paris and Menelaus, loved by Ares, go to fight it out with their rugged spears, all for you. And the man who wins that duel, you'll be called his wife." And with those words the goddess filled her heart with yearning warm and deep for her husband long ago, her city and her parents. Quickly cloaking herself in shimmering linen, out of her rooms she rushed, live tears welling, and not alone. 2 of her women followed close behind, Aethra, Pythius' daughter, and Clymene, eyes wide, and they soon reached the looming Scaean gates. And there they were, gathered around Priam, Panthus and Thymoetes, Lampus and Clytius, Hiketaon, the grey aid to Ares, then those two with unfailing good sense, Ucalegon and Antenor. The old men of the realm held seats above the gates. Long years had brought their fighting days to a halt, but they were eloquent speakers still, clear as cicadas settled on treetops, lifting their voices through the forest, rising softly, falling, dying away. So they waited, the old chiefs of Troy, as they sat aloft the tower, and catching sight of Helen moving along the ramparts, they murmured one to another gentle, winged words. Who on earth could blame them? Ha! No wonder the men of Troy and Argives under arms have suffered years of agony, all for her, for such a woman. Beauty, terrible beauty. A deathless god, so she strikes our eyes. But still, ravishing as she is, let her go home in the long ships, and not be left behind. For us and our children down the years, an irresistible sorrow. They murmured low, but Priam, raising his voice, called across to Helen. Come over here, dear child, sit in front of me, so you can see your husband of long ago, your kinsmen and your people. I don't blame you. I hold the gods to blame. They are the ones who brought this war upon me, devastating war against the Achaeans. Here, come closer. Tell me the name of that tremendous fighter. Look, who's that Achaean there, so stark and grand? Many others afield are much taller, true, but I have never yet set eyes on one so regal, so majestic. That man must be a king. And Helen, the radiance of women, answered Priam. I revere you so, dear father, dread you too. If only death had pleased me then, grim death, that day I followed your son to Troy, forsaking my marriage bed, my kinsman and my child, my favorite, now full grown, and the lovely comradeship of women my own age. Death never came, so now I can only waste away in tears. But about your question, yes, I have the answer. That man is Atreus' son Agamemnon, lord of empires, both a mighty king and a strong spearman too, and he used to be my kinsman, whore that I am. There was a world, or was it all a dream? Her voice broke, but the old king, lost in wonder, cried out, How lucky you are, son of Atreus, child of fortune, your destiny so blessed. Look at the vast Achaean armies you command. Years ago I visited Phrygia, rife with vineyards, saw the Phrygian men with their swarming horses there, multitudes, the armies of Otreus, Mygdon like a god, encamped that time along the Sangarius river banks, and I took my stand among them, comrade in arms, the day the Amazon struck, a match for men in war. But not even those hordes could match these hordes of yours, your fiery-eyed Achaeans. Inciting Odysseus next, the old king questioned Helen. Come, dear child, tell me of that one too. Now who is he? Shorter than Atreus' son Agamemnon, clearly, but broader across the shoulders, through the chest. There, you see? His armor's heaped on the green field, but the man keeps ranging the ranks of fighters like a ram. Yes, he looks to me like a thick-fleeced bellwether ram, making his way through a big mass of sheep flocks, shining silver gray. Helen, the child of Zeus, replied, That's Laertes' son, the great tactician Odysseus. He was bred in the land of Ithaca, rocky ground, and he's quick at every treachery under the sun, the man of twists and turns. Helen paused, and the shrewd Antenor carried on her story. Straight to the point, my lady, very true. Once in the past he came our way, King Odysseus heading the embassy they sent for your release, together with Menelaus, dear to Ares. I hosted them, treated them warmly in my halls, and learned the ways of both, their strategies, their traits. Now, when they mingled with our Trojans in assembly, standing side by side, Menelaus' shoulders mounted over his friends in height and spread. When both were seated, Odysseus looked more lordly. But when they spun their appeals before us all, Menelaus spoke out quickly, his words racing, few but clear as a bell, nothing long-winded or off the mark, though in fact the man was younger. But when Odysseus sprang up, the famed tactician would just stand there, staring down, hard, his eyes fixed on the ground, never shifting his scepter back and forth, clutching it stiff and still like a mindless man. You'd think him a sullen fellow or just plain fool. But when he let loose that great voice from his chest, and the words came piling on like a driving winter blizzard, then no man alive could rival Odysseus. Odysseus. We no longer gazed in wonder at his looks. Catching sight of a third fighter, Aias, the old king asked her next, "Who's that other Achaean, so powerful, so well built? He towers over the Argives, his head, his massive shoulders." And Helen, in all her radiance, her long robes, replied, "Why, that's the giant, Aias, bulwark of the Achaeans. In Idomeneus over there, standing with the Cretans, like a god you see, and the Cretan captains form a ring around him. How often Menelaus, my good soldier, would host him in our halls in the old days when he'd sail across from Crete. And now I see them all, the fiery-eyed Achaeans. I know them all by heart, and I could tell their names, but two I cannot find. And they're captains of the armies, Castor, breaker of horses, and the hardy boxer Polydeuces. My blood brothers. Mother bore them both. Perhaps they never crossed over from Lacedaemon's lovely hills, or come they did, sailing here in the deep-sea ships. But now they refuse to join the men in battle, dreading the scorn, the curses hurled at me." So she wavered, but the earth already held them fast, long dead in the life-giving earth of Lacedaemon, the dear land of their fathers. Now through Troy the heralds brought the offerings for the gods, sacred victims to bind and seal the oaths. 2 lambs and the wine that warms the heart, the yield of the vine, falling a goat-skin sack, and the herald Idaeus carried a gleaming bowl and golden wine cups. Reaching the old king's side, the crier roused him sharply. "Son of Laomedon, rise up! They are calling for you now, commanders of both armies, stallion-breaking Trojans and Argives armed in bronze. Come down to the plain so you can seal our oaths. Now Paris and Menelaus, Atrides loved by Ares, will fight it out with their rugged spears for Helen, and Helen and all her treasures go to the man who wins. The rest will seal in blood their binding pacts of friendship. Our people will live in peace on the rich soil of Troy. Our enemies sail home to the stallion land of Argos, the land of Achaia where the women are a wonder." A shudder went shooting through the old man, but he told his men to yoke the team at once. They promptly obeyed, and Priam climbed aboard, pulling the reins back taut. Antenor flanked him, mounting the gleaming car, and both men drove the team through the Scaean gates, heading toward the plain. Reaching the front, they climbed down from the chariot, onto the earth that feeds us all, and into the space between Achaean and Trojan lines they marched. Lord Agamemnon rose at once to greet them both, with the great tactician Odysseus by his side. The noble heralds brought on the victims, marked for the gods to seal and bind the oaths. They mixed the contenders' wine in a large bowl and rinsed the warlords' waiting hands with water. Atreus' son drew forth the dagger always slung in his battle-sword's big sheath, cut some tufts from the lamb's head, and heralds passed them round to Achaean and Trojan camps. Then Atreus' son Agamemnon stood in behalf of all, lifted his arms and prayed in his deep, resounding voice. "Father Zeus, ruling over us all from Ida, God of greatness, God of glory, Helios, sun above us, you who see all, hear all things, rivers and earth, and you beneath the ground who punish the dead, whoever broke his oath, be witness here, protect our binding pacts. If Paris brings Menelaus down in blood, he keeps Helen himself and all her wealth, and we sail home in our racing deep-sea ships. But if red-haired Menelaus brings down Paris, the Trojans surrender Helen and all her treasures, and they pay us reparations fair and fitting, a price to inspire generations still to come. But if Priam and Priam's sons refuse to pay, refuse me, Agamemnon, with Paris beaten down, then I myself will fight it out for the ransom. I'll battle here to the end of our long war. On those terms, he dragged his ruthless dagger across the lambs' throats and let them fall to the ground, dying, gasping away their life breath, cut short by the sharp bronze. Then dipping up the wine from the mixing bowls, brimming their cups, pouring them on the earth, men said their prayers to the gods who never die. You could hear some Trojans or Achaean calling, Zeus, God of greatness, God of glory, all you immortals, whichever contenders trample on this treaty first, spill their brains on the ground as this wine spills, theirs, their children's too, their enemies rape their wives. But Zeus would not fulfill their prayers, not yet. Now Priam rose in their midst and took his leave. Hear me, Trojans, Achaeans geared for combat, whom I go to windy Ilium. Straight home now. This is more than I can bear, I tell you, to watch my son do battle with Menelaus, loved by the war god, right before my eyes. Zeus knows, no doubt, and every immortal too, which fighter is doomed to end all this in death. And laying the victims in the chariot, noble Priam climbed aboard, pulling the reins back taut. Antenor flanked him, mounting the gleaming car, and back they drove again, heading home to Troy. But Priam's son, Prince Hector, and royal Odysseus measured off the ground for single combat first, then dropped 2 stones in a helmet, lots for casting. Who would be the first to hurl his bronze-tipped spear? The armies prayed and stretched their hands to the gods. They could hear some Trojan or Achaean pleading, Father Zeus, ruling over us all from Ida, God of greatness, glory, whoever brought this war on both our countries, let him rot and sink to the house of death, but let our pacts of friendship all hold fast. So they prayed, as tall Hector, eyes averted under his flashing helmet, shook the 2 lots hard, and Paris's lot leapt out. The troops sat down by rank, each beside his horses, pawing the ground where blazoned war gear lay. And now, one warrior harnessed burnished armor on his back. Magnificent Paris, fair-haired Helen's consort. First he wrapped his legs with well-made greaves, fastened behind the heels with silver ankle clasps. Next he strapped a breastplate round his chest, his brother Lycaon's, that fitted him so well. Then over his shoulder Paris slung his sword, the fine bronze blade with its silver-studded hilt, and then the shield strap and his sturdy, massive shield, and over his powerful head he set a well-forged helmet, the horsehair crest atop it tossing, bristling terror, and last he grasped a spear that matched his grip. Following step by step, the fighter Menelaus strapped on armor too. Both men armed at opposing sides of the forces. Into the no-man's land between the lines they strode, glances menacing, wild excitement seizing all who watched, the stallion breaking Trojans and Argive men-at-arms. Striking a stand in the dueling ground just cleared, they brandished spears at each other, tense with fury. Suddenly Paris hurled. His spear's long shadow flew, and the shaft hit Menelaus's round shield, full center. Not pounding through, the brazen point bent back in the tough armor. But his turn next. Menelaus reared with a bronze lance and a prayer to Father Zeus. Zeus, king, give me revenge. He wronged me first. Illustrious Paris, crush him under my hand, so even among the men to come a man may shrink from wounding the host who showers him with kindness. Shaking his spear, he hurled, and its long shadow flew, and the shaft hit Paris's round shield, hit full center. Straight through the gleaming hide the heavy weapon drove, ripping down and in through the breastplate finely worked, tearing the war shirt. Close by Paris's flank it jabbed, but the Trojan swerved aside and dodged back death. Shaking his spear, he hurled, and its long shadow flew, and the shaft hit Paris's round shield, hit full center. Straight through the gleaming hide the heavy weapon drove, ripping down and in through the breastplate finely worked, tearing the war shirt. Close by Paris's flank it jabbed, but the Trojan swerved aside and dodged black death. So now Menelaus drew his sword, with silver studs, and hoisting the weapon high, brought it crashing down on the helmet ridge. But the blade smashed where it struck, jagged shadows flying. It dropped from Atrides' hand, and the hero cried out, scanning the blank skies, "Father Zeus, no gods more deadly than you! Here I thought I'd punish Paris for all his outrage. Now my sword is shattered, right in my hands. Look, my spear flew from my grip for nothing. I never hit him." Lunging at Paris, he grabbed his horsehair crest, swung him round, started to drag him into Argive lines, and now the braided chin-strap holding his helmet tight was gouging his soft throat. Paris was choking, strangling. Now he'd have hauled him off and won undying glory. But Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, quick to the mark, snapped the rawhide strap, cut from a bludgeoned ox, and the helmet came off empty in Menelaus's fists. Whirling it round, the fighter sent it flying into his Argives, scrambling fast to retrieve it. Back at his man he sprang, enraged with brazen spear, mad for the kill, but Aphrodite snatched Paris away. Easy work for a god, wrapped him in swirls of mist, and set him down in his bedroom filled with scent. Then off she went herself to summon Helen, and found her there on the steep, jutting tower with a troop of Trojan women clustered round her. The goddess reached and tugged at her fragrant robe, whispering low, for all the world like an old crone, the old weaver who, when they lived in Lacedaemon, wove her fine woolens and Helen held her dear. Like her to the life, immortal love invited. Quickly, Paris is calling for you. Come back home. There he is in his bedroom, the bed with inlaid rings. He is glistening in all his beauty and his robes. You'd never dream he's come from fighting a man. You'd think he's off to a dance or slipped away from the dancing, stretching out at ease. Enticing so that the heart in Helen's breast began to race. She knew the goddess at once, the long lithe neck, the smooth full breasts and the fire in those eyes, and she was amazed. She burst out with her name. "Maddening one, my goddess, oh what now? Lusting to lure me to my ruin yet again? Where will you drive me next? Off and away to other grand, luxurious cities? Out to Phrygia? Out to Maeonia's tempting country? Have you a favorite mortal man there too? But why now? Because Menelaus has beaten your handsome Paris, and hateful as I am, he longs to take me home? Is that why you beckon here beside me now? With all the immortal cunning in your heart? Well, go to him yourself. You hover beside him. Abandon the gods' high road and be immortal. Never set foot again on Mount Olympus. Never. Suffer for Paris, protect Paris for eternity, until he makes you his wedded wife, that or his slave. Not I. I'll never go back again. It would be wrong, disgraceful to share that coward's bed once more. The women of Troy would scorn me down the years. Oh, the torment, never-ending heartbreak. But Aphrodite rounded on her in fury. Don't provoke me, wretched, headstrong girl, or in my immortal rage I may just toss you over, hate you as I adore you now, with a vengeance. I might make you the butt of hard, withering hate from both sides at once, Trojans and Achaeans. Then your fate can tread you down to dust. So she threatened, and Helen, the daughter of mighty Zeus, was terrified. Shrouding herself in her glinting silver robes, she went along in silence. None of her women saw her go. The goddess led the way. And once they arrived at Paris's sumptuous halls, the attendants briskly turned to their own work as Helen in all her radiance climbed the steps to the bedroom under the high vaulting roof. There Aphrodite quickly brought her a chair, the goddess herself with her everlasting smile, and set it down, face to face with Paris. And there Helen sat, Helen, the child of Zeus, whose shield is storm and lightning, glancing away, lashing out at her husband. So, home from the wars! Oh, would to God you'd die there, brought down by that great soldier, my husband, long ago. And how you used to boast, year in, year out, that you were the better man than fighting Menelaus in power, arm and spear. So why not go back now, hurl your challenge at Menelaus dear to Ares, fight it out together, man to man again? Wait, take my advice and call a halt right here. No more battling with fiery-haired Menelaus, pitting strength against strength in single combat. Madness. He just might impale you on his spear. But Paris replied at once to Helen's challenge. No more, dear one. Don't rake me with your taunts, myself and all my courage. This time, true, Menelaus has won the day, thanks to Athena. I'll bring him down tomorrow. Even we have gods who battle on our side. But come, let's go to bed. Let's lose ourselves in love. Never has longing for you overwhelmed me so. No, not even then, I tell you, that first time when I swept you up from the lovely hills of Lacedaemon, sailed you off and away in the racing deep-sea ships, and we went and locked in love on rocky island. That was nothing to how I hunger for you now. Irresistible longing lays me low. He led the way to bed. His wife went with him. And now, while the two made love in the large carved bed, Menelaus stalked like a wild beast, up and down the lines. Where could he catch a glimpse of magnificent Paris? Not a single Trojan, none of their famous allies could point out Paris to battle-hungry Menelaus. Not that they would hide him out of friendship, even if someone saw him. All of them hated him like death, black death. But martial Agamemnon called out to the armies, Hear me now, you Trojans, Dardans, Trojan allies. Clearly victory goes to Menelaus, dear to Ares. You must surrender Helen and all her treasure with her, at once, and pay us reparations fair and fitting, a price to inspire generations still to come. So Atrides demanded. His armies roared assent.
I'm Tim Griffith, and I'm going to be reading Richard Lattimore's translation of Book 4 of Homer's Iliad. I like Lattimore's translation of Homer because it seems to me archaic and rough, which seems fitting for the Trojan War. Book 4 of Homer's Iliad. Now the gods at the side of Zeus were sitting in council over the golden floor, and among them the goddess Hebe poured them nectar as wine, while they in the golden drinking cups drank to each other, gazing down on the city of the Trojans. Presently the son of Cronos was minded to anger Hera, if he could, with words offensive, speaking to cross her. Two among the goddesses stand by Menelaus, Hera of Argos, and Athene, who stands by her people. Yet see, here they are sitting apart, looking on at the fighting, and take their pleasure. Meanwhile, laughing Aphrodite forever stands by her man, and drives the spirits of death away from him. Even now she has rescued him, when he thought he would perish. So the victory now is with warlike Menelaus. Let us consider then how these things shall be accomplished, whether again to stir up grim warfare and the terrible fighting, or cast down love and make them friends with each other. If somehow this way could be sweet and pleasing to all of us, the city of Lord Priam might still be a place men dwell in, and Menelaus could take away with him Helen of Argos. So he spoke, and Athene and Hera muttered, since they were sitting close to each other, devising evil for the Trojans. Still Athene stayed silent and said nothing, but only sulked at Zeus her father, and savage anger took hold of her. But the heart of Hera could not contain her anger, and she spoke forth. Majesty, son of Cronos, what sort of thing have you spoken? How can you wish to make wasted and fruitless all this endeavor, the sweat that I have sweated in toil, and my horses worn out gathering my people, and bringing evil to Priam and his children? Do it then, but not all the rest of us gods will approve you. Deeply troubled, Zeus, who gathers the clouds, answered her, Dear lady, what can be all the great evils done to you by Priam and the sons of Priam, that you are thus furious forever to bring down the strong-founded city of Iliad? If you could walk through the gates and through the towering ramparts and eat Priam and the children of Priam raw and the other Trojans, then only might you glut at last your anger. Do as you please, then. Never let this quarrel hereafter be between you and me a bitterness for both of us. And put away in your thoughts this other thing that I tell you. Whenever I in turn am eager to lay waste some city, as I please, one in which are dwelling men who are dear to you, you shall not stand in the way of my anger, but let me do it, since I was willing to grant you this with my heart unwilling. For all the cities beneath the sun and the starry heaven dwelt in by men who live upon earth, there has never been one honored nearer to my heart than sacred Iliad and Priam, and the people of Priam, of the strong ash spear. Never yet has my altar gone without fair sacrifice, the libation and the savour, since this is our portion of honor. Then the goddess, the ox-eyed Lady Hera, answered, Of all cities there are three that are dearest to mine own heart, Argos and Sparta and Mycenae of the wide ways. All these, whenever they become hateful to your heart, sack utterly. I will not stand up for these against you, nor yet begrudge you. Yet if even so I bear malice and would not have you destroy them, in malice I will accomplish nothing, since you are far stronger. Yet my labor also should not be let go unaccomplished. I am likewise a god, and my race is even what yours is, and I am first of the daughters of devious devising Cronos, both ways, since I am eldest born, and am called your consort. Yours, and you in turn, are lord over all the immortals. Come then, in this thing let us both give way to each other, I to you, you to me, and so the rest of the immortal gods will follow. Now in speed give orders to Athene to visit horrible war again on Achaeans and the Trojans, and try to make it so that the Trojans are first offenders to do injury against the oaths to the far-famed Achaeans. She spoke, nor did the father of gods and men disobey her. But immediately he spoke in winged words to Athene. Go now swiftly to the host of the Achaeans and Trojans, and try to make it so that the Trojans are the first offenders, to do injury against the oaths to the far-famed Achaeans. Speaking so, he stirred up Athene, who was eager before this, and she went in a flash of speed down the pinnacles of Olympus, as when the son of devious devising Cronos cast down a star, portent to sailors, or to widespread armies of peoples glittering, and thickly the sparks of fire break from it. In such likeness Pallas Athene swept flashing earthward, and plunged between the two hosts, and amazement seized the beholders, Trojans, breakers of horses, and strong grieved Achaeans. And thus they would speak to each other, each looking at the man next him. Surely again there will be evil war and terrible fighting, or else now friendship is being set between both sides by Zeus, who is appointed lord of the wars of mortals. Thus would murmur any man, Achaean or Trojan. She is the likeness of a man merged among the Trojans assembled. Laodocus, Antenor's son, a powerful spearman, searching for godlike Pandaros, if she might somewhere come on him. She found the son of Lycaon, a man blameless and powerful, standing still, and about him were the ranks of strong shield-armored people, who had followed him from the streams of Aesopus. Speaking in winged words, she stood beside him and spoke to him. Wise son of Lycaon, would you now let me persuade you, so you might dare send a flying arrow against Menelaus, and win you glory and gratitude in the sight of all Trojans, particularly beyond all else with Prince Alexandros? Beyond all beside, you would carry away glorious gifts from him, were he to see warlike Menelaus, the son of Atreus, struck down by your arrow, and laid on the sorrowful corpse fire. Come then, let go an arrow against haughty Menelaus. Make your prayer to Apollo, the light-born, the glorious archer, that you will accomplish a grand sacrifice of lambs, first-born, when you come home again to the city of sacred Zelea. So spoke Athene, and persuaded the fool's heart in him. Straightway he unwrapped his bow, of the polished horn from a running wild goat he himself had shot in the chest once, lying in wait for the goat in a covert as it stepped down from the rock, and hid it in the chest so it sprawled on the boulders. The horns that grew from the goat's head were 16 palms length. A bowyer working on the horn then bound them together, smoothing them to a fair surface, and put on a golden string hook. Pandarus strung his bow and put it in position, bracing it against the ground, and his brave friends held their shields in front of him for fear the warlike sons of the Achaeans might rise up and rush him before he had struck warlike Menelaus, the son of Atreus. He stripped away the lid of the quiver, and took out an arrow feathered, and never shot before, transmitter of dark pain. Swiftly he arranged the bitter arrow along the bowstring, and made his prayer to Apollo, the light-born, the glorious archer, that he would accomplish a grand sacrifice of lambs, first-born, when he came home again to the city of sacred Zelea. He drew, holding at once, the grooves in the oxhide bowstring, and brought the string against his nipple, iron to the bowstaff. But when he had pulled the great weapon till it made a circle, the bow groaned, and the string sang high, and the arrow sharp-pointed leapt away, furious to fly through the throng before it. Still the blessed gods immortal did not forget you, Menelaus, and first among them Zeus's daughter, the spoiler, who standing in front of you fended aside the tearing arrow. She brushed it away from his skin as lightly as when a mother brushes a fly from her child who is lying in sweet sleep, steering herself the arrow's course straight to where the golden belt buckles joined and the halves of his corslet were fitted together. The bitter arrow was driven against the joining of the war belt, and passed clean through the war belt elaborately woven. Into the elaborately wrought corslet the shaft was driven, and the guard which he wore to protect his skin and keep the spears off, which guarded him best. Yet the arrow plunged even through this also, and with the very tip of its point it grazed the man's skin, and straightway from the cut there gushed a cloud of dark blood. As when some Myonian woman or Carian with purple colors ivory, to make it a cheek piece for horses, it lies away in an inner room, and many a rider longs to have it, but it is laid up to be a king's treasure. 2 things, to be the beauty of the horse, and pride of the horseman. So, Menelaus, your shapely thighs were stained with the color of blood, and your legs also, and the ankles beneath them. Agamemnon, the lord of men, was taken with shuddering fear as he saw how from the cut the dark blood trickled downward. And Menelaus the warlike himself shuddered in terror. But when he saw the binding strings and the hooked barbs outside the wound, his spirit was gathered again back into him. Agamemnon the powerful spoke to them, groaning heavily, and by the hand held Menelaus, while their companions were mourning beside them. Dear brother, it was your death I sealed in the oaths of friendship, sending you alone before the Achaeans to fight with the Trojans. So the Trojans have struck you down and trampled on the oaths sworn. Still the oaths and the blood of the Lamb shall not be called vain. The unmixed wine poured, and the right hands we trusted. If the Olympian at once has not finished this matter, late will he bring it to pass, and they must pay a great penalty, with their own heads, and with their women, and with their children. For I know this thing well in my heart, and my mind knows it. There will come a day when sacred Iliad shall perish, and Priam, and the people of Priam, of the strong ash spear. And Zeus, son of Cronos, who sits on high, the sky-dwelling, himself shall shake the gloom of his aegis over all of them in anger for this deception. All this shall not go unaccomplished, but I shall suffer a terrible grief for you, Menelaus, if you die and fill out the destiny of your lifetime. And I must return a thing of reproach to Argos the thirsty, for now at once the Achaeans will remember the land of their fathers. And thus we would leave to Priam and to the Trojans Helen of Argos to glory over, while the bones of you rot in the plowland as you lie dead in Troy, on a venture that went unaccomplished. And thus shall some Trojan speak in the proud show of his manhood, leaping lightly as he speaks on the tomb of great Menelaus. Might Agamemnon accomplish his anger thus against all his enemies, as now he led there in vain a host of Achaeans, and has gone home again to the beloved land of his fathers, with ships empty, and leaving behind him brave Menelaus. Thus shall a man speak, then let the wide earth open to take me. Then in encouragement fair-haired Menelaus spoke to him. Do not fear, nor yet make afraid the Achaean people. The sharp arrow is not stuck in a mortal place, but the shining war-belt turned it aside from its course, and the flap beneath it with my guard of armor that bronze-smiths wrought carefully for me. Then in answer again spoke powerful Agamemnon. May it only be as you say, O Menelaus, dear brother, but the physician will handle the wound and apply over it healing salves by which he can put an end to the black pains. He spoke and addressed Talthybios, his sacred herald. Talthybios, with all speed, go call hither Machaon, a man who is son of Asclepius, and a blameless physician, so that he may look at Menelaus, the warlike son of Atreus, whom someone skilled in the bow's use shot with an arrow. Trojan or Lycaean, glory to him, but to us a sorrow. He spoke, and the herald heard, and did not disobey him, but went on his way among the host of bronze-armored Achaeans, looking about for the warrior Machaon, and saw him standing still, and about him the strong ranks of shield-bearing people, who had come with him from horse-pasturing Trica. He came and stood close beside him, and addressed him in winged words. Rise up, son of Asclepius. Powerful Agamemnon calls you, so that you may look at warlike Menelaus, the Achaeans' leader, whom someone skilled in the bow's use shot with an arrow. Trojan or Lycaean, glory to him, but to us a sorrow. So he spoke, and stirred up the spirit within Machaon. They went through the crowd along the widespread host of the Achaeans, but when they had come to the place where fair-haired Menelaus had been hit, where all the great men were gathered about him in a circle, and he stood in the midst of them, a man godlike, straightway he pulled the arrow forth from the joining of the war-belt, and as it was pulled out, the sharp barbs were broken backwards. He slipped open the war-belt then, and the flap beneath it, with the guard of armor that bronze-smiths wrought carefully for him. But when he saw the wound where the bitter arrow was driven, he sucked the blood, and in skill laid healing medicines on it, that Charon, in friendship long ago, had given his father. While they were working over Menelaus, of the great war cry, all this time came on the ranks of the armored Trojans. The Achaeans again put on their armor and remembered their warcraft. Then you would not have seen brilliant Agamemnon asleep, nor skulking aside, nor in any way a reluctant fighter, but driving eagerly toward the fighting where men win glory. He left aside his chariot gleaming with bronze and his horses, and these, breathing hard, were held aside by a henchman, Eurymedon, born to Ptolemaeus, the son of Pereios. Agamemnon told him to keep them well in hand till the time came when weariness might take hold of his limbs, through marshalling so many. Then he, on foot as he was, ranged through the ranks of his fighters. Those of the fast-mounted Danaans he found eager. He would stand beside these and urge them harder on with words spoken. Argives, do not let go now of this furious valor. Zeus the Father shall not be one to give aid to liars, but these who were the first to do violence over the oaths sworn, vultures shall feed upon the delicate skin of their bodies, while we lead away their beloved wives and innocent children in our ships, after we have stormed their citadel. Any he might see hanging back from the hateful conflict, these in words of anger he would reproach very bitterly. Argives, you arrow fighters, have you no shame, you abuses? Why do you simply standing there bewildered like young deer who have, after they are tired from running through a great meadow, stand there still, and there is no heart of courage within them? Thus you are standing still bewildered and are not fighting. Or are you waiting for the Trojans to come close, where the strong-sterned ships have been hauled up along the strand of the grey sea, so that you may know if Cronos' son will hold his hand over you? Thus he ranged through the ranks of his men and set them in order. On his way through the thronging men he came to the Cretans, who about valiant Idomeneus were arming for battle. Idomeneus, like a boar in his strength, stood among the champions, while Meriones still urged along the last battalions. Agamemnon, the lord of men, was glad as he looked at them, and in words of graciousness at once spoke to Idomeneus. I honor you, Idomeneus, beyond the fast-mounted Danaans, whether in battle or in any action whatever, whether it be at the feast, when the great men of the Argives blend in the mixing bowl the gleaming wine of the princes. Even though all the rest of the flowing-haired Achaeans drink out their portion, still your cup stands filled forever, even as mine, for you to drink when the pleasure takes you. Rise up then to battle, be such as you claimed in time past. Then in turn, Idomeneus, lord of the Cretans, answered him, Son of Atreus, I will, in truth, be a staunch companion in arms, as first I promised you and bent my head to it. Rouse up rather the rest of the flowing-haired Achaeans, so that we may fight in all speed, since the Trojans have broken their oaths, a thing that shall be death and sorrow hereafter to them, since they were the first to do violence over the oaths sworn. So he spoke, and the Atreides, cheerful at heart, went onward. On this way, through the thronging men, he came to the Aiantes. These were armed, and about them went a cloud of foot soldiers, as from his watching place a goatherd watches a cloud move on its way over the sea before the drive of the west wind. Far away, though he be, he watches it, blacker than pitch is, moving across the sea and piling the storm before it. And as he sees it, he shivers and drives his flocks to a cavern. So about the two Aiantes move the battalions, close compacted of strong and God-supported young fighters, black and jagged with spear and shield, to the terror of battle. Agamemnon, the lord of men, was glad when he looked at them, and he spoke aloud to them and addressed them in winged words. Aiantes, O leaders of the bronze-armored Argives, to you too I give no orders. It would not become me to speed you, now that yourselves drive your people on to fight strongly. Father Zeus and Athene and Apollo, if only such a spirit were in all the hearts of all my people. Then perhaps the city of Lord Priam would be bent underneath our hands, captured and utterly taken. So he spoke, and left them there, and went among others. There he came upon Nestor, the lucid speaker of Pylos, setting in order his own companions and urging them to battle. Tall Pelagon, with those about him, Alastor and Chromios, Haemon the powerful, and Bios, the shepherd of the people. First he ranged the mounted men with their horses and chariots, and stationed the brave and numerous foot soldiers behind them, to be the bastion of battle, and drove the cowards to the center, so that a man might be forced to fight even though unwilling. First he gave orders to the drivers of horses, and warned them to hold their horses in check, and not be fouled in the multitude. Let no man in the pride of his horsemanship and his manhood dare to fight alone with the Trojans in front of the rest of us. Neither let him give ground, since that way you will be weaker. When a man from his own car encounters the enemy chariots, let him stab with his spear, since this is the stronger fighting. So the men before your time sacked tower and city, keeping a spirit like this in their hearts, and like this their purpose. Thus the old man, wise in fighting from of old, encouraged them. Agamemnon, the lord of men, was glad when he looked at him, and he spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words. Aged sir, if only, as the spirit is in your bosom, so might your knees be also, and the strength stay steady within you. But age weakens you, which comes to all, if only some other of the fighters had your age, and you were one of the young men. Nestor the Gerenian horseman spoke and answered him, Son of Atreus, so would I also wish to be that man I was, when I cut down brilliant Eurethalion, but the gods give to mortals not everything at the same time. If I was a young man then, now in turn old age is upon me. Yet even so I shall be among the riders, and command them with word and counsel. Such is the privilege of the old men. The young spearmen shall do the spear fighting, those who are born of a generation later than mine, who trust in their own strength. So he spoke, and Atreides, cheerful at heart, went onward. He came on the son of Petios, Menesthius, driver of horses, standing still, and about him the Athenians urgent for battle. Next to these resourceful Odysseus had taken position, and beside him the Cephallenian ranks, no weak ones, were standing, since the men had not heard the clamor of battle. But even now, fresh set in motion, moved the battalions of Achaeans and Trojans, breakers of horses. So these standing waited until some other mass of Achaeans advancing might crash against the Trojans and the battle be opened. Seeing these, the lord of men Agamemnon scolded them, and spoke aloud to them, and addressed them in winged words, saying, Son of Peteus, the king supported of God, and you too, you, with your mind forever on profit in your ways of treachery, why do you stand here, skulking aside and wait for the others? For you too, it is becoming to stand among the foremost fighters, and endure your share of the blaze of battle, since indeed you too are first to hear of the feasting, whenever we Achaeans make ready a feast of the princes. There it is your pleasure to eat the roast flesh, to drink as much as you please the cups of the wine that is sweet as honey. Now, though you would be pleased to look on, though 10 battalions of Achaeans were to fight with the pitiless bronze before you. Then looking at him darkly, resourceful Odysseus spoke to him. What is this word that broke through the fence of your teeth, Atreides? How can you say that, when we Achaeans waken the bitter war god on Trojans, breakers of horses, I hang back from fighting? Only watch, if you care to, and if it concerns you, the very father of Telemachus locked with the champion Trojans, breakers of horses. Your talk is wind and no meeting. Powerful Agamemnon in turn answered him, laughing, seeing that he was angered and taking back the words spoken. Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, I must not be niggling with you, nor yet give you orders, since I know how the spirit in your secret heart knows ideas of kindness only, for what you think is what I think. Come now, I will make it good hereafter, if anything evil has been said. Let the gods make all this come to nothing. So he spoke, and left him there, and went among others. He came on the son of Tydeus, high-spirited Diomedes, standing among the compacted chariots and by the horses, and Capaneus' son, Sthenelus, was standing beside him. At sight of Diomedes, the lord of men Agamemnon scolded him and spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words, saying, Ah me, son of Tydeus, that daring breaker of horses, why are you skulking and spying out the outworks of battle? Such was never Tydeus's way, to lurk in the background, but to fight the enemy far ahead of his own companions. So they say who had seen him at work, since I never saw nor encountered him ever, but they say he surpassed all others. Once on a time he came, but not in war, to Mycenae with godlike Polyneikes, a guest and a friend, assembling people, since these were attacking the sacred bastions of Thebae, and much they entreated us to grant him renowned companions. And our men wished to give them, and were assenting to what they asked for, but Zeus turned them back, showing forth portents that crossed them. Now as these went forward, and they were well on their way, and came to the river Asopos, and the meadows of grass and the deep rushes, from there the Achaeans sent Tydeus ahead with a message. He went then and came on the Cadmeans in their numbers, feasting all about the house of mighty Eteocles. There, stranger though he was, the driver of horses, Tydeus was not frightened, alone among so many Cadmeans, but dared them to try their strength with him, and bested all of them easily. Such might did Pallas Athene give him. The Cadmeans who lashed their horses in anger compacted an ambuscade of guile on his way home, assembling together 50 fighting men, and for these there were 2 leaders, Maion, Hymen's son, in the likeness of the immortals, with the son of Autophonos, Polyphontes stubborn in battle. On these men Tydeus let loose a fate that was shameful. He killed them all, except that he let one man get home again, letting Maion go in obedience to the gods' signs. This was Tydeus the Aetolian, yet he was the father to a son worse than himself at fighting, better in conclave. So he spoke, and strong Diomedes gave no answer in awe before the majesty of the king's rebuking. But the son of Capaneus the glorious answered him, saying, Son of Atreus, do not lie when you know the plain truth. We too claim we are better men by far than our fathers. We did storm the 7-gated foundation of Thebae, though we led fewer people beneath a wall that was stronger. We obeyed the signs of the gods, and the help Zeus gave us, while those others died of their own headlong stupidity. Therefore never liken our fathers to us in honor." Then looking at him darkly, strong Diomedes spoke to him. "Friend, stay quiet rather, and do as I tell you. I will find no fault with Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, for stirring thus into battle the strong grieved Achaeans. This will be his glory to come, if ever the Achaeans cut down the men of Troy and capture sacred Ilion. If the Achaeans are slain, then his will be the great sorrow. Come, let you and me remember our fighting courage." He spoke and leapt in all his gear to the ground from the chariot, and the bronze armor girt to the chest of the king clashed terribly as he sprang. Fear would have gripped even a man stout-hearted, as when along the thundering beach the surf of the sea strikes beat upon beat, as the west wind drives it onward, far out, cresting first on the open water, it drives thereafter to smash roaring along the dry land, and against the rock jut bending breaks itself into crests, spewing back the salt wash. So thronged beat upon beat the Danaans' close battalions steadily into battle, with each of the lords commanding his own men, and these went silently. You would not think all these people with voices kept in their chest were marching, silently in fear of their commanders, and upon all glittered as they marched the shining armor they carried. But the Trojans, as sheep in a man of possession steading, stand in their myriads, waiting to be drained of their white milk, and bleat interminably as they hear the voice of their lambs. So the crying of the Trojans went up through the wide army, since there was no speech nor language common to all of them, but their talk was mixed, who were called there from many far places. Ares drove these on, and the Achaeans grey-eyed Athene, and terror drove them, and fear and hate whose wrath is relentless. She the sister and companion of murderous Ares, she who is only a little thing at first, but thereafter grows until she strides on the earth with her head striking heaven. She then hurled down bitterness equally between both sides, as she walked through the onslaught, making men's pain heavier. Now as these advancing came to one place and encountered, they dashed their shields together and their spears, and the strength of armored men in bronze, and the shields massive in the middle, clashed against each other, and the sound grew huge of the fighting. There the screaming and the shouts of triumph rose up together of men killing and men killed, and the ground ran blood, as when rivers in winter spate running down from the mountains throw together at the meeting of streams the weight of their water out of the great springs behind in the hollow stream bed. And far away in the mountains the shepherd hears their thunder, such from the coming together of men was the shock and the shouting. Antilochus was the first to kill a chief man of the Trojans, valiant among the champions, Thalesius' son, Echepolus. Throwing first, he struck the horn of the horse-haired helmet, and the bronze spear-point fixed in his forehead and drove inward through the bone. And a mist of darkness clouded both eyes, and he fell as a tower falls in the strong encounter. As he dropped, Elephenor the powerful caught him by the feet, Chalcodon's son and lord of the great-hearted Abantes, and dragged him away from under the missiles, striving in all speed to strip the armor from him. Yet his outrush went short-lived, for as he hauled the corpse, high-hearted Agador, marking the ribs that showed bare under the shield as he bent over, stabbed with the bronze-pointed spear and unstrung his sinews. So the spirit left him, and over his body was fought out weary work by Trojans and Achaeans, who like wolves sprang upon one another, with man against man in the onfall. There Telamonian Aias struck down the son of Anthemion, Simoisios, in his stripling's beauty, whom once his mother, descending from Ida, bore beside the banks of Simois, when she had followed her father and mother to tend the sheep flocks. Therefore they called him Simoisios, but he could not render again the care of his dear parents. He was short-lived, beaten down beneath the spear of high-hearted Aias, who struck him as he first came forward beside the nipple of the right breast, and the bronze spearhead drove clean through the shoulder. He dropped then to the ground in the dust, like some black poplar, which in the land low-lying about a great marsh grows smooth-trimmed, yet with branches growing at the uttermost tree-top. One whom a man, a maker of chariots, fells with a shining iron to bend it into a wheel for a fine wrought chariot, and the tree lies hardening by the banks of a river. Such was Anthemion's son, Simoesius, whom illustrious Aias killed. Now Antiphos of the shining corslet, Priam's son, made a cast at him in the crowd with a sharp spear, but missed Aias and struck Leucos, a brave companion of Odysseus, in the groin, as he dragged a corpse off, so that the body dropped from his hand as he fell above it. For his killing, Odysseus was stirred to terrible anger, and he strode out among the champions, helmed in bright bronze, and stood close to the enemy, hefting the shining javelin, glaring round about him. And the Trojans gave way in the face of the man throwing with the spear. And he made no vain cast, but struck down Democoon, a son of Priam, a bastard, who came over from Abydos, and left his fast-running horses. Odysseus struck him with a spear, in anger for his companion, in the temple. And the bronze spearhead drove through the other temple also, so that a mist of darkness clouded both eyes. He fell thunderously, and his armor clattered upon him. The champions of Troy gave back then, and glorious Hector, and the Argives gave a great cry, and dragged back the bodies, and drove their way far forward. But now Apollo, watching from high Pergamos, was angered, and called aloud to the Trojans, "Rise up, Trojans, breakers of horses, bend not from battle with these Argives. Surely their skin is not stone, not iron to stand up under the tearing edge of the bronze as it strikes them. No, nor is Achilles, the child of lovely-haired Thetis, fighting, but beside the ship moles his heart-sore anger. So called the fearful god from the citadel, while Zeus's daughter, Tritogeneia, goddess most high, drove on the Achaeans. Any of them she saw hanging back as she strode through the battle. Now his doom caught fast Amarynceus' son Diores, who with a jagged boulder was smitten beside the ankle in the right shin, and a lord of the Thracian warriors through it, Peros, son of Imbrasos, who had journeyed from Ainos. The pitiless stone smashed utterly the tendons on both sides with the bones, and he was hurled into the dust backwards, reaching out both hands to his own beloved companions. Gasping life out, the stone's thrower ran up beside him, Peros, and stabbed with his spear next the navel, and all his guts poured out on the ground, and a mist of darkness closed over both eyes. Thoas, the Aetolian, hit Peros as he ran backwards with the spear in the chest above the nipple, and the bronze point fixed in the lung. And Thoas, standing close, dragged out the heavy spear from his chest, and drawing his sharp sword, struck him in the middle of the belly, and so took the life from him. Yet did not strip his armor, for his companions about him stood, Thracians with hair grown at the top, gripping their long spears, and though he was a mighty man and a strong and a proud one, thrust him from them so that he gave ground backward, staggering. So in the dust these two lay sprawled beside one another, lords, the one of the Thracians, the other of the bronze-armored Epeans, and many others beside were killed all about them. There no more could a man who was in that work make light of it, one who still unhit and still unstabbed by the sharp bronze, spun in the midst of that fighting, with Pallas Athene's hold on his hand guiding him, driving back the volleying spears thrown. For on that day many men of the Achaeans and Trojans lay sprawled in the dust face downward beside one another.
My name is George Harrell. I teach economics and American history with Roman Roads. I also write about American history. I am reading the Iliad, translated by Robert Fagles here. I really enjoy Robert Fagles' vivid retelling of the Iliad. Particularly, you could see that come out here in this chapter as he recounts the violence of battle. The Iliad, Book 5. Then Pallas Athena granted Tydeus' son Diomedes strength and daring, so the fighter would shine forth and tower over the Argives and win himself great glory. She set the man ablaze, his shield and helmet flaming with tireless fire like the star that flames at harvest, bathed in the ocean, rising up to outshine all other stars. Such fire Athena blazed from Tydides' head and shoulders, drove him into the center where the masses struggled on. There was a Trojan, Dares, a decent, wealthy man, the god Hephaestus' priest who had bred 2 sons, Phegeus and Idaeus, trained for every foray. Breaking ranks, they rushed ahead in their chariot, charging Diomedes already dismounted, rearing up on foot. They went for each other fast, close range. Phegeus hurled first. His spear's shadow flew and over Tydides' left shoulder, the tip passed and never touched his body. Tydides hurled next. The bronze launched from his hand, and not for nothing. Hitting Phegeus' chest between the nipples, it pitched him out behind his team. Idaeus leaped, abandoned the handsome car, but did not dare to stand and defend his dead brother. And not even so would he have fled his black death, but the god of fire swept him off and saved him, shrouding the man in night so the old priest would not be wholly crushed with 1 son left. But high-hearted Tydides drove away the team and gave them to aids to lash both horses back to the hollow ships. And now, despite their courage, the Trojan fighters, seeing the 2 sons of Dares, one on the run, one dead beside his chariot, all their hearts were stunned. But Athena, eyes bright, taking Ares in hand, called the violent god away with Ares, Ares, destroyer of men, reeking blood, stormer of ramparts. Why not let these mortals fight it out for themselves? Let Zeus give glory to either side he chooses. We'll stay clear and escape the father's rage. And so, luring the headlong Ares off the lines, Athena sat him down on Scamanders' soft, sandy banks, while Argives bent the Trojans back. Each captain killed his man. First Agamemnon, lord of men, spilled the giant Odius' chief of the Halizonians off his car, the first to fall. As he veered away, the spearhead punched his back between the shoulders. Gouging his flesh and jutting out through his ribs, he fell with a crash. His armor rang against him. Idomeneus cut down Phaestus, Meonian Boris' son, who shipped Troy from the good rich earth of Tarni. As he tried to mount behind his team, the famous spearman stabbed a heavy javelin deep in his right shoulder. He dropped from his war car, gripped by the hateful dark. Then as Idomeneus' henchmen stripped the corpse, Menelaus took Scamandrius down with a sharp spear. Strophius' son, a crack marksman skilled at the hunt. Artemis taught the man herself to track and kill wild beasts, whatever breeds in the mountain woods, but the huntress showering arrows could not save him now, nor the archer's long shots, his forte in days gone by. No, now Menelaus, the great spearman, ran him through, square between the blades as he fled and raced ahead, tearing into his flesh, drilling out through his chest. He crashed face down, his armor clanged against him. Meriones killed Pheroclus, son of Tecton, son of the blacksmith Harmon. The fighter's hands had the skill to craft all kinds of complex works, since Pallas, Athena, loved him most. Her protege, who had built Paris, his steady, balanced ships, trim launchers of death, frighted with death for all of Troy, and now for the shipwright too. What could the man know of all the gods' decrees? Meriones caught him quickly, running him down hard, and speared him low in the right buttock, the point pounding under the pelvis, jabbed and pierced the bladder. He dropped to his knees, screaming, death swirling round him. Meges killed Phydeus, Antenor's son, a bastard boy, but lovely Theano nursed him with close, loving care, like her own children, just to please her husband. Closing, Meges gave him some close attention too. The famous spearman struck behind his skull, just at the neck cord, the razor spear slicing straight up through the jaws, cutting away the tongue. He sank in the dust, teeth clenching the cold bronze. Euaemon's son, Eurypylus, cut down brave Hypsenor, son of lofty Dolopion, a man the Trojans made, Scamander's priest, and worshipped like a god. But Euaemon's royal son laid his son Eurypylus, chasing Hypsenor, fleeing on before him. Flailed with a sword, slashed the Trojan's shoulder, and lopped away the mask of bulk of Hypsenor's arm. The bloody arm dropped to the earth, and red death came plunging down his eyes in the strong force of fate. So they worked away in the rough assaults, but Diomedes, which side was the fighter on? You could not tell. Did he rampage now with the Trojans or with the Argives? Down the plain he stormed like a stream in spate, a rough, routing winter torrent sweeping away the dikes. The tight, piled dikes can't hold it back any longer. Banks shoring the blooming vineyards cannot curb its course. A flash flood bursts as the rains from Zeus pour down their power. Acre on acre, the well-dug work of farmers crumbling under it. So under Tydides' force, the Trojan columns panicked now, no standing their ground, massed, packed as they were. But the shining archer, Pandarus, marked him storming down the plain, smashing the Trojan lines before him. Quickly, he trained his reflex blow on Diomedes, charged straight ahead. He shot. He struck him full in the right shoulder. Under the breastplate's hollow, the ripping point tore deep, shearing its way through armor splattered with blood as Pandarus triumphed, shouting over Tydides wildly, "Move up, attack! My high-hearted Trojans, lash your stallions! Look, the Achaean champion's badly wounded. I shot him down. I swear he won't last long, if the archer really sped me here from Lycia." Bragging so, but the whizzing arrow had not brought him down. Diomedes just drew back beside his car and team, and stood there, calling Sthenelus, Capeneus' son. "Quick, Sthenelus! Down from the car, my friend! Pull this wretched arrow from my shoulder!" Sthenelus sprang from the car, hit the ground, and standing beside him, pulled the tearing arrow clean on through the wound, and blood came shooting out like a red lance through the supple mesh shirt. And Diomedes, lord of the war cry, prayed aloud, "Hear me, daughter of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, tireless one, Athena. If you ever stood by father with all your love amidst the blaze of battle, stand by me. Do me a favor now, Athena. Bring that man into range and let me spear him. He's wounded me off guard, and now he triumphs. He boasts, I won't look long on the light of day." So Tydides prayed, and Athena heard his prayer, put spring in his limbs, his feet, his fighting hands, and close beside him winged him on with a flight of orders. "Now take heart, Diomedes. Fight it out with the Trojans. Deep in your chest I've put your father's strength." He never quaked, that Tydeus, that great horseman. What force the famous shieldsman used to wield. "Look, I've lifted the mist from off your eyes. That's blurred them up to now. So you can tell a god from man on sight. So now if a god comes up to test your mettle, you must not fight the immortal powers head on, all but one of the deathless gods, that is. If Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus, slips into battle, she's the one to stab with your sharp bronze spear." Her eyes bright, Athena soared away, and Tydeus' son went charging back to the front line of champions. Now long ablaze as he went to fight the Trojans, triple the fury seized him, claw mad as a lion, some shepherd tending woolly flocks in the field he has just grazed, a lion leaping into the fold. But he hasn't killed him, only spurred his strength, and helpless to beat him off, the man scurries for shelter, leaving his flocks panicked, lost as the ramping beast mauls them thick and fast, piling corpse on corpse, and in one furious bound clears the fenced yard. So raging Diomedes mauled the Trojans. There he killed Astynous, then Hippiron, a frontline captain. One he stabbed with a bronze lance above the nipple. The other his heavy sword hacked at the collarbone, right on the shoulder, cleaving the whole shoulder clear of neck and back. And he left them there, dead. And he made a rush at Abas and Polyidus, son of Eurydamas, an aged reader of dreams. But the old prophet read no dreams for them when they set out for Troy. Diomedes laid them low, then swung to attack the two sons of Phaenops, hardy Xanthus and Thon, both men grown tall as their father shrank away with wasting age. He'd never breed more sons to leave his riches to. The son of Tydeus killed the two of them on the spot. He ripped the dear life out of both and left their father tears and wrenching grief. Now he'd never welcome his two sons home from war, alive in the flesh, and distant kin would carve apart their birthright. Next Diomedes killed two sons of Dardan Priam, careening on in a single car, Echemon and Chromius, as a lion charges cattle, calves, and heifers browsing the deep glades and snaps their necks, so Tydides pitched them both from the chariot, gave them a mauling, gave them little choice, quickly stripped their gear and passed their team to his men to lash back to the ships, smashing the lines of fighters now. But Aeneas marked it all, and oblivious to the rain of spears, he waded in, hunting for Pandarus, hoping to find the archer. Find him he did. Lycaon's skilled, fearless son, and went right up and challenged him to his face. Pandarus, where's your bow, your winged arrows, your archer's glory? No Trojan your rival here. No Lycian can claim to be your better. No. So up with you now. Lift your hands to Zeus. You whip an arrow against that man, whoever he is, who routs us, wreaking havoc against us, cutting the legs from under squads of good brave men. Unless it's a god who smolders at our troops, enraged at a right we failed, when a god's enraged there's thunder at our heads. And Lycaon's shining son took up the challenge. Aeneas, counselor of the Trojans, armed in bronze, he looks like Tydeus' son to me in every way. I know his shield, the hollow eye of his visor, his team. I've watched them closely, and still I could never swear he's not a god. But if he's the man I think he is, Tydeus' gallant son, he rages so with a god beside him. Not alone, no, a god with his shoulders shrouded round in cloud, who deflects my shaft to a less mortal spot. I'd already whipped an arrow into him, caught him square in the right shoulder too, just where the breastplate leaves the armpit bare. And I thought I'd send him down to the house of death, but I've still not laid him low. So it is some god rampaging, and here I am, no chariot, no team to speed me on, but back in Lycaon's halls are 11 war cars, beauties all, fresh from the smith and fire new, and blankets spread across them. And beside each a brace of stallions standing poised and pawing, champing their oats and barley glistening white. Over and over, father, the old spearman Lycaon urged me, setting out from his well-built halls. Take those teams and cars, he told me. Mount up, lead the Trojans into the jolting shocks of battle. But would I listen? So much the better if I had. I had to spare my teams. They'd never starve for fodder, crammed with the fighters, bred to eat their fill. So I left them there. I made it to Troy on foot, trusting my bows and arrows, and a lot of good I was to get from them. Already I've let fly at 2 of their best men, Diomedes and Menelaus. I've hit them both, and the blood gushed from both. Direct hits, but I only aroused their fury. What bad luck! To snatch this curved bow off its peg that day, I marched my Trojans hard to your lovely town of Troy to please Prince Hector. But if I get home again and set my eyes on my native land, my wife and my fine house with the high vaulting roof, let some stranger cut my head off then and there if I don't smash this bow and fling it in the fire. The gear I packed is worthless as the wind. Aeneas, the Trojan captain, checked him sharply. No talk of turning for home, no turning the tide till we wheel and face this man with team and car and fight it out with weapons hand to hand. Come up with you now, climb aboard my chariot, so you can see the breed of Tros' team, their flair for their own terrain as they gallop back and forth, one moment in flight, the next in hot pursuit. They'll sweep us back to the city, back to safety if Zeus hands Tydeus' son the glory once again. Quick, take up the whip and glittering reins. I'll dismount from the car and fight on foot, or you engage the man and leave the team to me. The shining son of Lycaon made the choice. Take up the reins yourself, Aeneas. Do, they're your team. They'll haul your curving chariot so much better under the driver they know best, if we have to beat retreat from Diomedes. God forbid they panic, skittish with fear, buck and never pull us out of the fighting, missing your own voice as Tydeus' son attacks. He'll kill us both and drive them off as prizes. So drive them yourself, your chariot and your team, and let them charge. I'll take him on with a sharp spear. Both men agreed, boarding the blazoned chariot, wildly heading their racers at Diomedes now. Capaneus' good son Sthenelus saw them coming and quickly alerted Diomedes, warnings flying. Tydides, joy of my heart, dear comrade, look, I see 2 men, and they're bearing down to fight you. Their power's enormous. One's a master archer, Pandarus, son of Lycaon, so he boasts. The other, Aeneas, claims Anchises' blood. The noble Anchises, but his mother's Aphrodite. Come, up you go in your chariot. Give ground now. No charging the front ranks. You might lose your life. The powerful Diomedes froze him with a glance. Not a word of retreat. You'll never persuade me. It's not my nature to shrink from battle, cringe in fear with the fighting strength still steady in my chest. I shrink from mounting our chariot. No retreat. On foot as I am, I'll meet them man to man. Athena would never let me flinch. Those 2, their horses will never sweep them clear of us. Not both men, though one or the other may escape. One more thing. Take it to heart, I tell you. If part of Athena's plan gives me the honor to kill them both, You check our racers here. You lash them fast to our rails, then dash for Aeneas' horses. Don't forget, drive them out of the Trojan lines and into ours. They are the very strain far-seeing Zeus gave Tros. Payment in full for stealing Ganymede, Tros' son. The purest, strongest breed of all the stallions under the dawn and light of day. Lord Anchises stole from that fine stock behind Laomedon's back. Tros' grandson and heir to Tros' teams. He put some mares to the lusty stallions once, and they foaled him a run of 6 in his royal house. 4 he kept for himself to rear in his own stalls. But the 2 you see in action he gave Aeneas, both of them driving terror. Would to God we'd take them both, we'd win ourselves great fame. Wavering back and forth as their 2 attackers closed in a rush, whipping that purebred team along, and Pandarus shouted first, "What mad bravado, lofty Tydeus' boy will brave it out! So my arrow failed to bring you down, my tearing shot. Now for a spear, we'll see if this can kill you." Shaft poised, he hurled, and its long shadow flew, and it struck Tydides' shield. The brazen spearhead winging, drilling right on through to his breastplate. Pandarus yelling over him wildly now. "You're hit! Clean through the side! You won't last long, I'd say. Now the glory's mine." But never shaken, staunch Diomedes shot back. "No hit? You missed. But the 2 of you will never quit this fight, I'd say, till one of you drops and dies and gluts with blood, Ares who hacked at men behind his rawhide shield." With that he hurled, and Athena drove the shaft, and it split the archer's nose between the eyes. It cracked his glistening teeth. The tough bronze cut off his tongue at the roots, smashed his jaw, and the point came ripping out beneath his chin. He pitched from his car, armor clanged against him, a glimmering blaze of metal dazzling round his back. The purebreds reared aside, hoofs pawing the air, and his life and power slipped away on the wind. Aeneas sprang down with his shield and heavy spear, fearing the Argives might just drag away the corpse, somehow, somewhere. Aeneas straddled the body, proud in his fighting power like some lion, shielded the corpse with spear and round buckler, burning to kill off any man who met him face to face, and he loosed a blood-curdling cry. Just as Diomedes hefted a boulder in his hands, a tremendous feat, no 2 men could hoist it, weak as men are now, but all on his own he raised it high with ease and flung it and struck Aeneas' thigh where the hip bone turns inside the pelvis, the joint they call the cup. It smashed the socket, snapped both tendons too, and the jagged rock tore back the skin in shreds. The great fighter sank to his knees, bracing himself with one strong forearm planted against the earth, and the world went black as night before his eyes. And now the prince, the captain of men, Aeneas would have died on the spot if Zeus's daughter had not marked him quickly, his mother Aphrodite, who bore him to King Anchises, tending cattle once. Round her beloved son her glistening arms went streaming, flinging her shining robe before him. Only a fold, but it blocked the weapons hurtling toward his body. She feared some Argive fast with chariot team might hurl bronze in his chest and rip his life out. She began to bear her dear son from the fighting, but Capaneus' son did not forget the commands the Lord of War cry put him under. Sthenelus checked his own racers clear of the crash of battle, lashed them tight to his chariot rails with reins, then dashed for Aeneas' glossy full-maned team and drove them out of the Trojan lines and into his. He passed them on to Diepolis, a friend in arms, he prized beyond all comrades his own age. Their minds worked as one, to drive to the ships, as Sthenelus, mounted behind his own chariot now, seized the glittering reins and whipped his team, his strong-hoofed horses ahead at breakneck speed, rearing, plunging to overtake his captain Diomedes. But he, with his ruthless bronze, was hunting Aphrodite. Diomedes, knowing her for the coward goddess she is, none of the mighty gods who marshal men to battle, neither Athena nor Enyo, raider of cities, not at all. But once he caught her, stalking her through the onslaught, gallant Tydeus' offspring rushed her, lunging out, thrusting his sharp spear at her soft, limp wrist, and the brazen point went slashing through her flesh, tearing straight through the fresh immortal robes the Graces themselves had made her with their labor. He gouged her just where the wristbone joins the palm, and immortal blood came flowing quickly from the goddess, the ichor that courses through their veins, the blessed gods. They eat no bread, they drink no shining wine, and so the gods are bloodless, so we call them deathless. A piercing shriek, she reeled and dropped her son. But Phoebus Apollo plucked him up in his hands and swathed him round in a swirling dark mist, for fear some Argive fast with chariot team might hurl bronze in his chest and rip his life out. But Diomedes shouted after her, shattering war cries. "Daughter of Zeus, give up the war, your lust for carnage. So it's not enough that you lure defenseless women to their ruin. Haunting the fighting, are you? Now I think you'll cringe at the hint of war if you get wind of battle far away." So he mocked, and the goddess fled the front, beside herself with pain. But Iris, quick as the wind, took up her hand and led her from the fighting, racked with agony, her glowing flesh blood dark. And off to the left of battle she discovered Ares, violent Ares, sitting there at ease, his long spear braced on a cloud bank, flanked by racing stallions. Aphrodite fell to her knees over and over, begged her dear brother to lend his golden bridled team. "Oh, dear brother, help me. Give me your horses, so I can reach Olympus, the god's steep stronghold. I'm wounded. The pain's too much. A mortal speared me, that daredevil Diomedes. He'd fight Father Zeus." Her brother Ares gave her the golden bridled team. Heart writhing in pain, she climbed aboard the car, and Iris climbed beside her, seized the reins, whipped the team to a run, and on the horses flew, holding nothing back. In a moment they had reached the immortal stronghold, steep Olympus. Wind-quick Iris curbed the team, and loosing them from the chariot, threw ambrosial fodder down before their hoofs. The deathless Aphrodite sank in Dione's lap. And her mother, folding her daughter in her arms, stroked her gently, whispered her name, and asked, "Who has abused you now, dear child? Tell me. Who of the sons of heaven so unfeeling, cruel? Why, it's as if they had caught you in public doing something wrong." And Aphrodite, who loves eternal laughter, sobbed in answer, "The son of Tydeus stabbed me, Diomedes, that overweening, insolent, all because I was bearing off my son from the fighting. Aeneas, dearest to me of all the men alive, look down, it's no longer ghastly war for Troy and Achaea now. I tell you, the Argives fight the gods." Dione, the light and loveliest of immortals, tried to calm her. "Patience, O my child, bear up now, despite your heartsick grief. How many gods who hold the halls of Olympus have had to endure such wounds from mortal men whenever we try to cause each other pain? Ares had to endure it when giant Ephialtes and Otis, son of Oeleus, bound him in chains he could not burst, trussed him up in a brazen cauldron 13 months. And despite the gods' undying lust for battle, Ares might have wasted away there on the spot if the monster's stepmother, beautiful Erebia, had not sent for Hermes, and out for the cauldron Hermes stole him away, the war god breathing his last, all but broken down by the ruthless iron chains. And Hera endured it too, that time Amphitrion's son, mighty Heracles, hit her deep in the right breast with a 3-barbed shaft, and pain seized her. Nothing calmed the pain. Even tremendous Hades had to endure that flying shaft like all the rest, when the same man, the son of thunder-shielded Zeus, shot him in Pylos, there with the troops of battle dead, and surrendered death to pain. But Hades made his way to craggy Olympus, climbed to the house of Zeus, stabbed with agony, grief-struck to the heart, the shaft driven into his massive shoulder, grinding down his spirit. But the healer applied his pain-killing drugs and sealed Hades' wound. He was not born to die. Think of that breakneck Heracles, his violent work, not a care in the world for all the wrongs he'd done. He and his arrows raking the gods who hold Olympus. But the man who attacked you, the great goddess fiery-eyed Athena, set him on, that fool. Doesn't the son of Tydeus know, down deep, the man who fights the gods does not live long? Nor do his children ride his knees with cries of father, home at last from the wars and heat of battle. So now let Diomedes, powerful as he is, be on his guard, for fear a better soldier than you engage him. For fear his wife, Aegialia, Adrastus' daughter, for all her self-control, will wail through the nights and wake her beloved servants out of sleep. The gallant wife in tears, longing for him. Her wedded husband, the best of the Achaeans, Diomedes, breaker of horses. Soothing words, and with both her hand, Dione gently wiped the ichor from Aphrodite's arm, and her wrist healed at once. Her stark pain ebbed away. But Hera and great Athena were looking on, and with mocking words began to provoke the father, Athena leading off with taunts, her eyes bright. "Father Zeus, I wonder if you would fume at me if I ventured a bold guess. Our goddess of love, I'd swear she's just been rousing another Argive, another beauty to pant and lust for Trojans. Those men the goddess loves to such despair. Stroking one of the Argives' women's rippling gowns, she's pricked her limp wrist on a golden pinpoint." So she mocked, and the father of gods and mortals smiled broadly, calling the golden Aphrodite over. "Fighting is not for you, my child, the works of war. See to the works of marriage, the slow fires of longing. Athena and blazing Ares will deal with all the bloodshed." And now as the high gods bantered back and forth, Diomedes, loosing his war cry, charged Aeneas, though what he saw was Lord Apollo himself, guarding, spreading his arms above the fighter. But even before the mighty god he would not flinch. Tydides reared and hurled himself again and again, trying to kill Aeneas, strip his famous armor. 3 times he charged, frenzied to bring him down. 3 times Apollo battered his gleaming shield back. Then at Tydides' 4th assault, like something superhuman, the archer, who strikes from worlds away, shrieked out, a voice of terror. "Think, Diomedes, shrink back now. Enough of this madness, striving with the gods. We are not of the same breed, we will never be, the deathless gods and men who walk the earth." Menacing so that Tydeus' son pulled back just a little, edging clear the distant deadly archer's range. And Apollo swept Aeneas up from the onslaught, and set him down on the sacred heights of Pergamus, the crest where the god's own temple had been built. There in the depths of the dark forbidden chamber, Leto and Artemis, whose showers flights of arrows healed the man and brought him back to glory. But the lord of the silver bow devised a phantom, like Aeneas to the life, wearing his very armor, and round that phantom Trojans and brave Achaeans went at each other, hacking the ox hides round their chests, and the bucklers full and round, skin shields, tassels flying. But Phoebus Apollo called to blazing Ares, "Ares, Ares, destroyer of men, reeking blood, stormer of ramparts, can't you go and drag that man from the fighting? That daredevil Diomedes, he'd fight Father Zeus. He's just assaulted love. He stabbed her wrist like something superhuman. He even charged at me." With that, Apollo settled onto Pergamus heights, while murderous Ares, wading into the fighting, spurred the Trojan columns on to mass attack. Shaped like the runner Acamas, prince of Thrace, Ares challenged the son of Priam with a vengeance. "You royal sons of Priam, monarch dear to the gods, how long will you let Achaeans massacre your army? Until they're battling round your well-built gates? A man is down we prized on a par with noble Hector, Aeneas, proud Anchises' son. Up with you now, rescue him from the crash of battle, save our comrade." As Ares whipped the fighting spirit in each man, Sarpedon taunted Hector. "Hector, where has it gone, that high courage you always carried in your heart? No doubt you bragged that you could hold our city without an army and Trojan allies, all on your own, just with your sisters' husbands and your brothers. But where are they now? I look, I can't find one. They cringe and cower like hounds circling a lion. We, your allies here, we do your fighting for you. And I myself, Hector, your ally to the death, a good long way I came from distant Lycia, far from the Xanthus rapids, where I left my loving wife, my baby son, great riches too, and lasting envy of every needy neighbor. And still I lead our Lycians into battle. Myself, I chafe to face my man, full force, though there's not a scrap of mine for looting here, no cattle or gold the foe could carry off. But you just stand there, don't even command the rest to brace and defend their wives. Beware the toils of war, the mesh of the huge dragnet sweeping up the world. Before you're trapped, your enemies prey and plunder. Soon they'll raze your sturdy citadel to the roots. All this should obsess you, Hector, night and day. You should be begging the men who lead our allies' famous ranks to stand and fight for all they're worth. You'll ward off all the blame they hurl against you." And Sarpedon's charge cut Hector to the core. Down he leaped from his chariot, fully armed, hit the ground, and brandishing 2 sharp spears went striding down his lines, ranging flank to flank, driving his fighters into battle, rousing grisly war, and round the Trojans whirled, bracing to meet the Argives face to face. But the Argives' closed ranks did not cave in. Remember the wind that scatters the dry chaff, sweeping it over the sacred threshing floor. The men winnowing hard, and blond Demeter culling grain from dry husk in the rough and gusting wind, and under it all the heaps of chaff were piling white. So white the Achaeans turned beneath the dust storm now, pelting across their faces, kicked up by the horses' hoofs to the clear bronze sky. The battle joined again. Charioteers swung chariots round, thrust the powerful fist of fury straight ahead, and murderous Ares, keen to help the Trojans, shrouded the carnage over in dense dark night. Lunging at all points, carrying out the commands of Phoebus Apollo, lord of the golden sword, who ordered Ares to whip the Trojans' warlust once he spotted Athena veering off the lines. Great Pallas, who'd rushed to the back, the Argives. Out of his rich guarded chamber, the god himself launched Aeneas now, driving courage into his heart, and the captain took his place amidst his men. And how they thrilled to see him still alive, safe, unharmed, and marching back to their lines, his soul ablaze for war, but his men asking him nothing. The labor of battle would not let them, more labor urged by the god of the silver bow and man-destroying Ares, and strife flaring on, headlong on. The Achaeans, the two Iantes, Tydides, and Odysseus spurred them on to attack. The troops themselves had no fear, no dread of the Trojans' power and breakneck charges. No, they stood their ground like heavy thunderheads stacked up on the towering mountain tops by Cronus' son, stock still in a windless calm when the raging north wind and his gusty, ripping friends that had screamed down to rout dark clouds have fallen dead asleep. So staunch they stood the Trojan onslaught, never shrinking once as Atrides ranged the ranks, shouting out commands. Now be men, my friends. Courage, come, take heart. Dread what comrades say of you here in bloody combat. When men dread that, more men come through alive. When soldiers break and run, goodbye glory, goodbye all defenses. A flash, a sudden hurl, and Atrides speared a champion out in front. It was Prince Aeneas, his comrade in arms, Deichon, Pergus' son, the Trojans prized like Priam's son, quick as he always was to join the forward ranks. Now his shield took powerful Agamemnon's spear, but failed to deflect it. Straight through it smashed, bronze splitting his belt and plunging down his guts. He fell, thundering, armor ringing against him. There Aeneas replied in kind, and killed two Argive captains, Diocles' two sons, Orsilochus, flanking Crethon. Their father lived in the fortress town of Phera, a man of wealth and worth, born of Alpheus' river, running wide through Pilion's hills, the stream that sired Orsilochus to rule their many men. Orsilochus sired Diocles, that proud heart, and Diocles bred Orsilochus, twinned with Crethon, drilled for any fight. And reaching their prime, they joined the Argives sailing the black ships outward bound for the stallion land of Troy, all for the sons of Atreus, to fight to the end and win their honor back. And so death put an end to both, wrapped them both in night. Fresh as two young lions off on the mountain ridges, twins reared by a lioness deep in the dark glades, that ravaged shepherds' steadings, mauling the cattle and fat sheep till it's their turn to die, hacked down by the cleaving bronze blades in the shepherd's hands. So here the twins were laid low at Aeneas' hands. Down they crashed like lofty pine trees axed. Both down, but Menelaus pitied them both. Yes, and out for blood he burst through the front, helmed in fiery bronze, shaking his spear, and Ares' fury drove him, Ares hoping to see him crushed at Aeneas' hands. Antilochus marked him now, great Nestor's son, went racing across the front himself, terrified for the lord of armies. What if he were killed? Their hard campaigning just might come to grief. As Aeneas and Menelaus came within arm's reach, waving whetted spears in each other's face, nerved to fight it out, Antilochus rushed in, tensing shoulder to shoulder by his captain now. And Aeneas shrank from battle, fast as he was in arms, when he saw that pair of fighters side by side, standing their ground against him. Once they dragged the bodies back to their lines, they dropped the luckless twins in companions' open arms, and round they swung again to fight in the first ranks. And next they killed Pylaemenes, tough as Ares, a captain heading the Paphlagonian shieldsmen, hot-blooded men. Menelaus, the famous spearman, stabbed him right where he stood, the spear point pounding his collarbone to splinters. Antilochus killed his charioteer and steady henchman, Mydon, Antimnius' strapping son, just wheeling his racers round as Antilochus winged a rock and smashed his elbow. Out of his grip the reins white with ivory flew and slipped to the ground entangled in the dust. Antilochus sprang. He plunged a sword in his temple, and Mydon, gasping, hurled from his bolted car face first, head and shoulders stuck in a dune, a good long time, for the sand was soft and deep, his lucky day, till his own horses trampled him down flat, as Antilochus lashed them hard and drove them back to Achaea's waiting ranks. But Hector marked them across the lines and rushed them now with a cry, and Trojan shock troops backed him full strength. And Ares led them in with the deadly queen and Io, bringing uproar on the savage chaos of battle. The god of combat wielding his giant shaft in hand, now ranging ahead of Hector, now behind him. Ares there, and for all his war cries Diomedes shrank at the sight, as a man at a loss, helpless, crossing a vast plain, halts short at a river rapid surging out to sea, takes one look at the water roaring up in foam, and springs back with a leap. So he recoiled, shouting out to comrades, "Oh, my friends, what fools we were to marvel at wondrous Hector! What a spearman, we said, and what a daring fighter! But a god goes with him always, beating off disaster. Look, there's Ares beside him now, just like a mortal. Give ground, but faces fronting the Trojans always. No use trying to fight the gods in force." So he warned as the Trojans charged them, harder, and Hector, lunging, leveled a pair of men who knew the joy of battle, riding a single chariot, Menestheus and Anchialus. Down they went, and the great Ajax pitied both. He strode to their side and loomed there, loosed a gleaming spear and struck down Amphius, Selagus' son, who had lived at ease in Pesus, rich in possessions, rich in roiling wheatland. But destiny guided Amphius on, a comrade sworn to the cause of Priam and all of Priam's sons. Now giant Ajax speared him through the belt. Deep in the guts the long shadowy shaft struck, and down he fell with a crash as glorious Ajax rushed to strip his armor. Trojans showering spears against him, points glittering round him, his shield taking repeated hits. He dug his heels in the corpse, yanked his own bronze out, but as for the dead man's burnished gear, no hope. The giant was helpless to rip it off his back. Enemy weapons beating against him worse, he dreaded the Trojans too, swarming round him. A tough ring of them, brave and bristling spears, massing, rearing over their comrade's body now, and rugged, strong and proud as the great Ajax was, they shoved him back. He gave ground, staggering, reeling. So fighters worked away in the grim shocks of war, and Heracles' own son, Tlepolemus, tall and staunch, his strong fate was driving down against Sarpedon, a man like a god. Closing quickly, coming head to head, the son and the son's son of Zeus, whose martial storms, Tlepolemus opened up to taunt his enemy first. "Sarpedon, master strategist of the Lycians, what compels you to cringe and cower here? You raw recruit, green at the skills of battle, they lie when they say you're born of storming Zeus. Look at yourself, how short you fall of the fighters side by Zeus in the generations long before us. Why, think what they say of mighty Heracles. There was a man, my father, that dauntless, furious spirit, that lion heart. He once sailed here for Laomedon's blooded horses, with just 6 ships and smaller crews than yours, true, but he razed the walls of Troy. He widowed all her streets. You with your coward's heart, your men dying around you, you're no bulwark come out of Lycia, I can tell you. No help to Trojans here. For all your power, soldier, crushed at my hands, you'll breach the gates of death." But Sarpedon, the Lycian captain, faced him down. "Right you are, Tlepolemus. Your great father destroyed the sacred heights of Troy, thanks, of course, to man's stupidity, proud Laomedon. That fool, he rewarded all his kindness with abuse, never gave him the mares he'd come so far to win. But the only thing you'll win at my hands here, I promise you, is slaughter and black doom. Gouged by my spear, you'll give me glory now. You'll give your life to the famous horseman Death. In fast reply, Tlepolemus raised his ashen spear, and the same moment shafts flew from their hands, and Sarpedon hit him square across the neck. The spear went ramming through. Pure agony. Black night came swirling down across his eyes. But Tlepolemus' shaft had struck Sarpedon too. The honed tip of the weapon hitting his left thigh, ferocious, razoring into flesh and scraping bone, but his father beat off death a little longer. Heroic Sarpedon, his loyal comrades bore him out of the fighting quickly, weighed down by the heavy spear shaft dragging him on, but hurrying so, no one noticed or even thought to wrench the ashen javelin from his thigh, so the man could hobble upright. On they rushed, bent on the work of tending to his body. Tlepolemus, far across the lines, the armed Achaeans hauled him, out of the fight, and seasoned Odysseus saw it, his brave spirit steady, ablaze for action now. What should he do? He racked his heart and soul. Lunge at Prince Sarpedon, the son of storming Zeus? Or go to the Lycians' mass and kill all of them? But no, it was not the gallant Odysseus' fate to finish Zeus' rugged son with his sharp bronze. So Pallas swung his fury against the Lycian front, whirling, killing Cyrannus, Chromius, and Alastor, killing Alcander and Halius, Prytanis and Noemon, and stalwart Odysseus would have killed still more, but tall Hector, his helmet flashing, marked him quickly, plowing through the front, helmed in fiery bronze, filling the Argives' hearts with sudden terror. And Zeus' son Sarpedon rejoiced to see him, striding past and begged him in his pain, "Son of Priam, don't leave me lying here, such easy prey for the Danaans. Protect me. Later I'll bleed to death inside your walls. Clearly it's not my fate to journey home again to the fatherland I love, to bring some joy to my dear wife, my baby son." But Hector, his helmet flashing, answered nothing. He swept past him. Hector burning to thrust the Argives back at once and tear the life and soul out of whole battalions. But Sarpedon's loyal comrades laid him down, a man like a god beneath a fine spreading oak, sacred to Zeus, whose shield is banked with clouds. The veteran Pelagon, one of his closest aides, pushed the shaft of ashwood out through his wound. His spirit left him. A mist poured down his eyes. But he caught his breath again. A gust of the north wind, blowing round him, carried back the life breath he had gasped away in pain. But the Argive fighters, facing Ares' power and Hector helmed in bronze, they neither turned and ran for their black ships, nor traded blows with enemies man to man. Backing over and over, the Argives gave ground, seeing the lord of battles lead the Trojan onset. Who was the first they slaughtered? Who the last? The brazen god of war and Hector, son of Priam? Teuthras first, Orestes, lasher of stallions next, and Aetolian spearman Trechus, Enomilus, and Helenus, Enops' son, and Arespius, cinched with shining belt, who had lived in Hale, hoarding his great wealth. His estate aslope the shore of Lake Cephisus, and round him Boeotians held the fertile plain. But soon as the white-armed goddess Hera saw them, mauling Argive units caught in the bloody press, she winged her words at Pallas. "What disaster! Daughter of storming Zeus, tireless one Athena, how hollow our vow to Menelaus that he would sack the mighty walls of Troy before he sailed for home, if we let murderous Ares rampage on this way. Up now, set our minds on our own fighting fury." Hera's challenge, and goddess Athena, her eyes afire, could not resist. Hera, queen of the gods, daughter of giant Cronus, launched the work, harnessed the golden bridal team, and Hebe quickly rolled the wheels to the chariot, paired wheels with their 8 spokes all bronze, and bolted them on at both ends of the iron axle. fine wheels with fellies of solid deathless gold, and round them running rims of bronze clamped fast, a marvel to behold. The silver hubs spin round on either side of the chariot's woven body, gold and silver lashings strapping it tight. Double rails sweeping along its deep full curves, and the yoke pole jutting forward, gleaming silver. There at the tip she bound the gorgeous golden yoke. She fastened the gorgeous golden breast straps next, and under the yoke Queen Hera led the horses, racers blazing for war, and the piercing shrieks of battle. Then Athena, child of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, letting fall her supple robe at the father's threshold, rich brocade, stitched with her own hands' labor, donned the battle shirt of the Lord of Lightning, buckled her breastplate geared for wrenching war, and over her shoulders slung her shield, all tassels flaring terror. Panic mounted high in a crown around it, hate and defense across it, assault to freeze the blood and right in their midst the Gorgon's monstrous head, that rippling dragon horror, sign of storming Zeus. Then over her brows Athena placed her golden helmet, fronted with 4 knobs and forked with twin horns, engraved with the fighting men of 100 towns. Then onto the flaming chariot Pallas set her feet, and seized her spear, weighted, heavy, the massive shaft she wields to break the battle lines of heroes, the mighty father's daughter storms again. A crack of the whip. The goddess Hera lashed the team, and all on their own force the gates of heaven thundered open, kept by the seasons, guardians of the vaulting sky and Olympus' heights empowered to spread the massing clouds or close them round once more. Now straight through the great gates she drove the team, whipping them on full tilt until they came to Zeus, the son of Cronus, sitting far from the other gods, throned on the topmost crag of rugged rigid Olympus. And halting her horses near, the white-armed Hera called out at once to the powerful son of Cronus, pressing home her questions. "Father Zeus, look! Aren't you incensed at Ares and all his brutal work, killing so many brave Achaeans for no good reason, not a shred of decency, just to wound my hurt? While there they sit at their royal ease exalting the goddess of love and Apollo, lord of the silver bow. They loosed this maniac Ares. He has no sense of justice. Father Zeus, I wonder if you would fume at me if I hurled a stunning blow at the god of war and drove him from the fighting." Zeus, the father who marshals ranks of storm clouds, gave commands. "Leap to it, then. Launch Athena against him. The queen of plunder, she's the one his match, a marvel at bringing Ares down in pain." So he urged, and the white-armed goddess Hera obeyed at once. And again she lashed her team, and again the stallions flew, holding nothing back, careering between the earth and the starry skies as far as a man's glance can pierce the horizon's misting haze. A scout on a watchtower who scans the wine-dark sea, so far do the soaring, thundering horses of the gods leap at a single stride. And once they reached the plains of Troy, where the 2 rivers flow, where Simois and Scamander rush together, the white-armed goddess Hera reined her team, loosing them from the chariot yoke, and round them poured a dense, shrouding mist, and before their hoofs the Simois sprang ambrosial grass for them to grave. The 2 immortals stepped briskly as wild doves, quivering, keen to defend the fighting men of Argos. Once they gained the spot where the most and bravest stood, flanking strong Diomedes, breaker of wild stallions, masked like a pride of lions tearing raw flesh, or ramping boars whose fury never flags. The white-armed goddess Hera rose and shouted loud as the brazen voice of great-lunched Stentor, who cries out with the blast of 50 other men, "Shame! Disgrace! You Argives, you degraded! Splendid in battle dress, pure sham! As long as brilliant Achilles stalked the front, no Trojan would ever venture beyond the Dardan gates. They were so afraid of the man's tremendous spear. Now they're fighting far away from the city, right by your hollow ships." So Hera trumpeted, lashing the nerve and fighting fury in each man, as Athena, her eyes blazing, made for Diomedes. Hard by his team in car she found the king, cooling the wound that Pandarus's arrow dealt him. Sweat from under the heavy buckler's flat strap had rubbed him raw. He was chafed, and his arm ached from lifting up the strap, wiping off the blood and the dark clots. Laying hold of the yoke that bound his team, the goddess Pallas started. So Tydeus' son is half the size of his father, and he was short and slight, but Tydeus was a fighter. Even then, when I forbade him to go to war or make a show of himself in others' eyes, that time alone, apart from his men, he marched, the message into Thebes, filled with hordes of Thebans. I told him to banquet in their halls and eat in peace. But he always had that power, that courage from the first. And so he challenged the brave young blades of Thebes to tests of strength and beat them all with ease. I urged him on with so much winning force. But you, Tydides, I stand by you as well. I guard you too. And with all goodwill I say, fight it out with the Trojans here. But look at you. Fatigue from too much charging has sapped your limbs. That or some lifeless fear has paralyzed you now. So you're no offspring of Tydeus, the gallant, battle-hardened Oeneus' son. And powerful Diomedes bowed to her at once. Well, I know you, goddess, daughter of storming Zeus, and so I will tell you all gladly. I'll hide nothing. It's not some lifeless fear that paralyzes me now, no flinching from combat either. It's your own command still ringing in my ears, forbidding me to fight the immortals head-on. All but one of the blessed gods, that is. If Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus, slips into battle, she's the one to stab with my sharp bronze spear. So now, you see, I have given ground myself and told my comrades to mass around me here. Too well I know that Ares leads the charge. But the goddess roused him on, her eyes blazing. True son of Tydeus, Diomedes, joy of my heart. Forget the orders, nothing to fear, my friend, neither Ares nor any other god. You too, I'll urge you on with so much winning force. Up now, lash your racing horses at Ares first, strike him at close range, no shrinking away here before that headlong Ares. Just look at the maniac, born for disaster, double-dealing, lying two-faced god. Just now he promised me and Hera, the war god, swore he'd fight the Trojans, stand behind the Argives. But now look, he's leading the Trojan rampage, his pledges thrown to the winds. With that challenge, Athena levered Sthenelus out the back of the car. A twist of her wrist, and the man hit the ground, springing aside as the goddess climbed aboard, blazing to fight beside the shining Diomedes. The big oaken axle groaned beneath the weight, bearing a great man and a terrifying goddess. And Pallas Athena seized the reins and whip, lashing the racing horses straight at Ares. The god was just stripping giant Periphas bare, the Aetolians' best fighter, Ochesius' noble son. The blood-smeared Ares was tearing off his gear, but Athena donned the dark helmet of death, so not even stark Ares could see her now. But the butcher did see Tydeus' rugged son, and he dropped gigantic Periphas on the spot where he just killed him, ripped his life away, and Ares whirled at the stallion breaking Diomedes. The two of them closing fast, charging face to face, and the god thrust first, over to Tydeus' yoke and reins, with bronze spear burning to take the fighter's life. But Athena, her eyes afire, grabbed the flying shaft, flicked it over the car, and off it flew for nothing. And after him Diomedes yelled his war cry, lunging out with his bronze spear, and Pallas rammed it home, deep in Ares' bowels where the belt cinched him tight. There Diomedes aimed and stabbed. He gouged him down his glistening flesh and wrenched the spear back out, and the brazen god of war let loose a shriek, roaring, thundering loud as 10,000 combat soldiers shriek with Ares' fury when massive armies clash. A shudder swept all ranks, Trojans and Argives both, terror struck by the shriek the god let loose, Ares whose lust for slaughter never dies. But now, wild as a black cyclone twisting out of a cloud bank, building up from the day's heat, blasts and towers, so brazen Ares looked at Tydeus' son Diomedes. Soaring up with the clouds to the broad, sweeping sky, he quickly gained the god's stronghold, steep Olympus, and settling down by the side of Cronus' great son Zeus, his spirit racked with pain. Ares displayed the blood, the fresh immortal blood that gushed from his wound, and burst out in a flight of self-pity. Father Zeus, aren't you incensed to see such violent, brutal work? We everlasting gods, what chilling blows we suffer, thanks to our own conflicting wills, whenever we show these mortal men some kindness. And we all must battle you. You brought that senseless daughter into the world, that murderous curse forever bent on crimes, while all the rest of us, every god on Olympus, bows down to you, each of us empowered. But that girl, you never block her way with a word or action. Never. You spur her on, since you gave her birth from your own head, that child of devastation. Just look at this reckless Diomedes now. Athena spurred him on to rave against the gods. First he lunges at Aphrodite, stabs her hand at the wrist, and then charges me, even me, like something superhuman. But I'm so fast on my feet, I saved my life. Else for a good long while I'd have felt the pain writhing among the corpses there, or soldiered on, weak as a breathless ghost beaten down by bronze. But Zeus, who marshals storm clouds, lowered a dark glance and let loose at Ares. No more, you lying two-faced, no more sidling up to me, whining here before me. I hate you most of all the Olympian gods, always dear to your heart, strife, yes, and battles, the bloody grind of war. You have your mother's uncontrollable rage, incorrigible. That Hera, say what I will, I can hardly keep her down. Hera's urgings, I trust I have made you suffer this. But I cannot bear to see you agonize so long. You are my child. To me your mother bore you. If you had sprung from another god, believe me, and grown into such a blinding devastation, long ago you'd have dropped below the Titans deep in the dark pit. So great Zeus declared, and ordered the healing god to treat the god of war. And covering over his wound with pain-killing drugs, the healer cured him. The god was never born to die. Quickly as fig juice, pressed into bubbly, creamy milk, curdles it firm for the man who churns it round, so quickly he healed the violent rushing Ares. And Hebe washed him clean, dressed him in robes to warm his heart, and flanking the son of Cronus, down he sat, Ares exultant in the glory of it all. And now the two returned to the halls of mighty Zeus, Hera of Argos, Boeotian, Athena, guard of armies, both had stopped the murderous Ares cutting men to pieces.
My name is Scott Postma, and I'm a teacher at Poiema and Roman Roads classrooms. I love the humanities and pursued a doctorate in the humanities. I love Homer and the Greek epics, particularly Book 6 of the Iliad, and I'm reading Richmond Lattimore's translation. I love the classic nature of his translation, and it's just a translation that's been around for a while and sort of reminds you of the King James Bible. It's just very poetic and very classic. The Iliad, Book 6. So the grim encounter of the Achaeans and Trojans was left to itself, and the battle veered greatly, now one way, now in another. Over the plain as they guided their bronze spears at each other in the space between the waters of Xanthos and Simois. First Telamonian Aias, that bastion of the Achaeans, broke the Trojan battalions and brought light to his own company, striking down the man who was far the best of the Thracians, Acamas, the huge and mighty, the son of Eusorus. Throwing first, he struck the horn of the horse-haired helmet, and the bronze-speared point fixed in his forehead and drove inward through the bone. A mist of darkness clouded both eyes. Diomedes of the great war cry cut down Axelos, Teuthras' son, who had been a dweller in strong-founded Arespe, a man rich in substance and a friend to all humanity, since in his house by the wayside he entertained all comers. Yet there was none of these now to stand before him and keep off the sad destruction, and Diomedes stripped life from both of them, Axelos and his henchman Calasios, who was the driver guiding his horse. So down to the underworld went both men. Now Euryalus slaughtered Epheltios and Dressos, and went in pursuit of Aesopus and Pedasos, those whom the Naiad nymph, a barbare, had borne into blameless Bucolion. Bucolion himself was the son of haughty Laomedon, eldest born, but his mother conceived him in darkness and secrecy. While shepherding his flocks, he lay with a nymph and loved her, and she, conceiving, bore him twin boys. But now Megistios, his son, unstrung the strength of these and the limbs in their glory. Euryalus, and stripped the armor away from their shoulders. Polypoetes, the stubborn in battle, cut down Astolios, while Odysseus slaughtered one from Percote, Pedites, with the bronze spear, and great Eraton was killed by Teucros. Nestor's son, Antilochus, with the shining shaft, killed Ableros. The lord of men Agamemnon brought death to Alotos, whose home had been on the shore of Satneos' lovely waters, sheer Pedasus. And Leotos, the fighter, caught Phylacus as he ran away, and Eurypylos made an end of the Melithos. Now Menelaus of the great war cry captured Adrestos alive. For his 2 horses bolting over the level land got entangled in a tamarisk growth and shattered the curving chariot at the tip of the pole. So they broke and went free on toward the city, where many besides stampeded in terror. So Adrestos was whirled beside the wheel from the chariot, headlong into the dust on his face. And the son of Atreus, Menelaus, with a far-shadowed spear in his hand, stood over him. But Adrestos, catching him by the knees, supplicated, "Take me alive, son of Atreus, and take appropriate ransom. In my rich father's house the treasures lie piled in abundance. Bronze is there, and gold, and difficultly wrought iron. And my father would make you glad with abundant repayment, were he to hear that I am alive by the ships of the Achaeans." So he spoke and moved the spirit inside Menelaus. And now he was on the point of handing him to a henchman and led back to the fast Achaean ships. But Agamemnon came on the run to join him and spoke his word of argument. "Dear brother, O Menelaus, are you concerned so tenderly with these people? Did you, in your house, get the best treatment from the Trojans? No, let not one of them go free of sudden death at our hands. Not the young man-child that the mother carries still in her body, not even he, but let all of Ilion's people perish, utterly blotted out and unmourned for." The hero spoke like this, and bent the ear of his brother, since he urged justice. Menelaus shoved with his hand Andrestos, the warrior, back from him, and powerful Agamemnon stabbed him in the side, and as he writhed over, Atrides set his heel upon the midriff, wrenched out the ash spear. Nestor, in a great voice, cried out to the men of Argos, "O beloved Danaan fighters, henchmen of Ares, let no man any more hang back with his eye on the plunder, designing to take all the spoil he can gather back to the vessels. Let us kill the men now, and afterward, at your leisure. All along the plain you can plunder the perished corpses." So he spoke, and stirred the spirit and strengthened in each man. Then once more would the Trojans have climbed back into Ilion's wall, subdued by terror before the warlike Achaeans, had not Priam's son, Helenos, best by far of the Augurs, stood beside Aeneas and Hector and spoke a word to them. "Hector and Aeneas, on you beyond others is learning the battle work of the Trojans and Lycaeans, since you are our greatest in every course we take, whether it be in thought or in fighting. Stand your ground here. Visit your people everywhere. Hold them fast by the gates before they tumble into their women's arms, and become to our enemies a thing to take joy in. Afterward, when you have set all the battalions in motion, the rest of us will stand fast here and fight with the Danaans, though we are very hard hit indeed. Necessity forces us. But you, Hector, go back again to the city, and there tell your mother and mine to assemble all the ladies of honor at the temple of gray-haired Athene, high on the citadel. There, opening with a key the door to the sacred chamber, let her take a robe which seems to her the largest and loveliest in the great house, and that which is far her dearest possession, and lay it along the knees of Athene the lovely-haired. Let her promise to dedicate within the shrine 12 heifers, yearlings, never broken, if only she will have pity on the town of Troy, and the Trojan wives and their innocent children. So she might hold back from the sacred Ilion the son of Tydeus, the wild spear fighter, the strong one who drives men to thoughts of terror, who I say now is become the strongest of all the Achaeans. For never did we so fear Achilles even, that leader of men who they say was born of a goddess. This man has gone clean berserk, so that no one can match his warcraft against him. So he spoke, and Hector did not disobey his brother, but at once in all his armor leapt to the ground from his chariot, and shaking 2 sharp spears in his hand, ranged over the whole host, stirring them up to fight and waking the ghastly warfare. So they whirled about and stood their ground against the Achaeans, and the Argives gave way backward and stopped their slaughtering, and thought some one of the immortals must have descended from the starry sky to stand by the Trojans, the way they rallied. But Hector lifted his voice and cried aloud to the Trojans, "You high-hearted Trojans and far-renowned companions, be men now, dear friends, and remember your furious valor, until I can go back again to Iliad, and there tell the elder men who sit as counselors and our own wives to make their prayer to the immortals and promise them hecatombs." So spoke Hector of the shining helm and departed, and against his ankles as against his neck clashed the dark oxhide, the rim running round the edge of the great shield, massive in the middle. Now Glaucus, sprung of Hippolochus, the son of Tydeus, came together in the space between the 2 armies, battle-bent. Now as these advancing came to one place and encountered, first to speak was Diomedes of the great war-cry. "Who among mortal men are you, good friend? Since never before have I seen you in the fighting where men win glory. Yet now you have come striding far out in front of all others in your great heart, who have dared stand up to my spear far shadowing. Yet unhappy are those sons whose match warcraft against me. But if you are some one of the immortals come down from the bright sky, know that I will not fight against any god of the heaven, since even the son of Dryas, Lycurgus the powerful, did not live long. He who tried to fight with the gods of the bright sky, who once drove the foresters of rapturous Dionysus headlong down the sacred Nicean hill, and all of them shed and scattered their wands on the ground, stricken with an ox goad by murderous Lycurgus, while Dionysus in terror dived into the salt turf, and Thetis took him in her bosom, frightened with the strong shivers upon him at the man's blustering. But the gods who live at their ease were angered with Lycurgus. The son of Cronos struck him to blindness, nor did he live long afterward, since he was hated by all the immortals. Therefore, neither would I be willing to fight with the blessed gods. But if you are one of those mortals who eat what the soil yields, come nearer, so that sooner you may reach your appointed destruction." Then in turn the shining son of Hippolochus answered, "High-hearted son of Tydeus, why ask of my generation? As is the generation of leaves, so is that of humanity. The wind scatters the leaves on the ground, but the live timber burgeons with its leaves against the season of spring returning. So one generation of men will grow while another dies. Yet if you wish to learn all this and be certain of my genealogy, there are plenty of men who know it. There is a city, Ephyre, in the corner of the horse-pasturing Argos. There lived Sisyphus, the sharpest of all men, Sisyphus, Aeolus' son, and he had a son named Glaucus. And Glaucus in turn sired Bellerophontes, the blameless. To Bellerophontes the gods granted beauty and desirable manhood. But Proetus, in anger, devised all evil things against him, and drove him out of his own domain, since he was far greater. From the Argive country Zeus had broken to the sway of his scepter. Beautiful Antea, the wife of Proetus, was stricken with passion to lie in love with him, and yet she could not beguile valiant Bellerophontes, whose will was virtuous. So she went to Proetus the king and uttered her falsehood. Would you be killed, O Proetus? Then murder Bellerophontes, who tried to lie with me in love, though I was unwilling. And so she spoke, and anger took hold of the king at her story. He shrank from killing him, since his heart was awed by such action, but sent him away to Lycia, and handed him murderous symbols, which he inscribed in a folding tablet, enough to destroy life, and told him to show it to his wife's father, that he might perish. Bellerophontes went to Lycia in the blameless convoy of the gods, and when he came to the running stream of Xanthos and Lycia, the lord of wide Lycia tendered him full-hearted honor. 9 days he entertained him with the sacrifice of 9 oxen. But afterward, when the rose fingers of the 10th dawn showed, then he began to question him, and asked to be shown the symbols, whatever he might be carrying from his son-in-law Proetus. Then after he had given his son-in-law wicked symbols, first he sent him away with orders to kill the chimera. None might approach, a thing of immortal make, not human, lion-fronted and snake behind, a goat in the middle, and snorting out the breath of the terrible flame of bright fire. He killed the chimera, obeying the portents of the immortals. Next after this he fought against the glorious Solomoi, and this he thought was the strongest battle with men that he entered. The third he slaughtered the Amazons, who fight men in battle. Now as he came back, the king spun another entangling treachery. For choosing the bravest men in wide Lycia, he laid a trap. But these men never came home thereafter, since all of them were killed by blameless Belerphantes. Then when the king knew him for the powerful stock of the god, he detained him there and offered him the hand of his daughter, and gave him half of all the kingly privilege. Thereto the men of Lycia cut out a piece of land surpassing all others, fine plough-land and orchard for him to administer. His bride bore 3 children to valiant Belerphantes, Isandros and Hippolocos and Laodamia. Laodamia lay in love beside Zeus of the councils, and bore him godlike Sarpedon of the brazen helmet. But after Belerphantes was hated by all the immortals, he wandered alone about the plain of Helios, eating his heart out, sulking aside from the trodden track of humanity. As for Isandros' son, Ares, the insatiate of fighting, killed him in close battle against the glorious Solomoi, while Artemeus of the gold reins killed the daughter in anger. But Hippolocus begot me, and I claim that he is my father. He sent me to Troy and urged upon me repeated injunctions to be always amongst the bravest and hold my head above others, not shaming the generation of my fathers, who were the greatest men of Ephyre and again in wide Lycia. Such is my generation, and the blood I claim to be born from. He spoke, and Diomedes of the great war cry was gladdened. He drove his spear deep into the prospering earth, and in a winning words of friendliness he spoke to the shepherd of the people. See now, you are my guest friend from far in the time of our fathers. Brilliant Oeneus was once host of Belerphantes, the blameless. In his halls in 20 days he detained him, and these two gave to each other fine gifts in token of friendship. Oeneus gave his guest a war belt, bright with a red dye, Belerphantes a golden and double-handled drinking cup, a thing I left behind in my house when I came on my journey. Tedious though I cannot remember, since I was little when he left me, and the time the people of the Achaeans perished in Thebe. Therefore I am your friend and host in the heart of Argos. You are mine in Lycia when I come to your country. Let us avoid each other's spears, even in the close fighting. There are plenty of Trojans and famed companions in battle for me to kill, whom the god sends me, or who those I run down with my swift feet. Many Achaeans for you to slaughter, if you can do it. But let us exchange our armor, so that these others may know that we claim to be guests and friends from the days of our fathers. So they spoke, and both springing down from behind their horses, gripped each other's hands and exchanged the promise of friendship. But Zeus, the son of Cronos, stole away the wits of Glaucus, who exchanged with Diomedes, the son of Tydeus, armor of gold for bronze, for 9 oxen worth the worth of 100. Now as Hector had come to the Scaean gates and the oak tree, all the wives of the Trojans and their daughters came running about him to ask after their sons, after their brothers and neighbors, their husbands, and he told them to pray to the immortals, all in turn. But there were sorrows in store for many. Now he entered the wonderfully built palace of Priam. This was fashioned with smooth stone cloister walks, and within it were embodied 50 sleeping chambers of smooth stone, built so as to connect with each other. And within these slept each beside his own wedded wife, the sons of Priam. In the same inner court on the opposite side to face these lay 12 close smooth stone sleeping chambers of his daughters, built so as to connect with each other, and within these slept, each by his own modest wife, the lords of the daughters of Priam. There came to meet Hector his bountiful mother, with Laodike, the loveliest looking of all her daughters. She clung to his hand and called him by name and spoke to him. Why then, child, have you come here and left behind the bold battle? Surely it is these accused sons of the Achaeans who wear you out, as they fight close to the city, and the Spirit stirred and returned. And the Spirit stirred you to return, and from the peak of the citadel lift your hands, praying to Zeus. But stay while I bring you honey-sweet wine to pour out a libation to Father Zeus and the other immortals first, and afterward, if you will drink yourself, be strengthened. In a tired man, wine will bring back life to his strength and to his bigness. In a tired man, wine will bring back his strength to its bigness. In a man tired as you are tired, defending your neighbors. Tall Hector of the shining helm spoke to her, answering, My honored mother, lift not to me the kindly sweet wine, for fear you stagger my strength and make me forget my courage. And with hands unwashed I would take shame to pour the glittering wine to Zeus. There is no means for a man to pray to the dark-misted son of Cronos, with blood and muck all spattered upon him. But go yourself to the temple of the spoiler Athene, assembling the ladies of honor and with things to be sacrificed, and take a robe, which seems to you the largest and loveliest in the great house, and that which is far your dearest possession. Lay this along the knees of Athene, the lovely-haired. Also promise to dedicate within the shrine 12 heifers, yearlings never broken, if only she will have pity on the town of Troy and the Trojans' wives and their innocent children. If she will hold back from the sacred Iliad the son of Tydeus, that wild-speared fighter, the strong one who drives men to thoughts of terror. So go yourself to the temple of the spoiler Athene, while I go in search of Paris to call him if he will listen to anything I tell him. How I wish at this moment the earth might open beneath him. The Olympian let him live, a great sorrow to the Trojans and high-hearted Priam and all of his children. If only I could see him gone down to the house of the death god, then I could say my heart had forgotten its joyless affliction. So he spoke, and she, going into the great house, called out her handmaidens, who assembled throughout the city, the high-born women. And while she descended into the fragrant store chamber, there lay the elaborately wrought robes, the works of Sidonian women, whom Alexandros himself, the godlike, had brought home from the land of Sidon. Crossing the wide sea on that journey, when he brought back also gloriously descended Helen. Hecabe lifted out one and took it as a gift to Athene, that which was the loveliest in design and the largest, and shone like a star. It lay beneath the others. She went on her way, and a throng of noble women hastened about her. When these had come to Athene's temple on the peak of the citadel, Theano of the fair-cheeked opened the door for them, daughter of Chisius, the wife of Antenor, breaker of horses, she whom the Trojans had established to be Athene's priestess. With a wailing cry, all lifted up their hands to Athene, and Theano of the fair cheeks, taking up the robe, laid it along the knees of Athene, the lovely-haired, and praying, she supplicated the daughters of powerful Zeus. O Lady Athene, our city's defender, shining among goddesses, break the spear of Diomedes, and grant that the man be hurled on his face in front of the Scaean gates, that we may instantly dedicate with your shrine 12 heifers, yearlings, never broken, if only you will have pity on the town of Troy, and the Trojan wives and their innocent children. She spoke in prayer, but Pallas Athene turned her head from her. So they made their prayer to the daughter of Zeus the powerful, but Hector went away to the house of Alexandros, a splendid place he had built himself, and with the men who had at the time were the best men for craftsmanship in the generous Troad, who had made him a sleeping room and a hall and a courtyard near the houses of Hector and Priam, on the peak of the citadel. There entered Hector, beloved of Zeus, in his hand holding the 11-cubit long spear, whose shaft was tipped with a shining bronze spearhead, and a ring of gold was hooped to hold it. He found the man in his chamber busy with his splendid armor, the corselet and the shield, turning in his hands the curved bow, while Helen of Argos was sitting among her attendant women, directing the magnificent work done by her handmaidens. But Hector saw him, and in the words of shame he rebuked him. Strange man, It is not fair to keep in your heart this coldness. The people are dying around the city and around the steep wall as they fight hard. And it is for you that this war with its clamor has flared up about our city. You yourself would fight with another whom you saw anywhere hanging back from the hateful encounter. Up then, to keep our town from burning at once in the hot fire. Then in answer to the godlike Alexandros spoke to him. Hector, seeing you have scolded me rightly, not beyond measure, therefore I will tell you, and you in turn understand and listen. It was not so much in coldness and bitter will toward the Trojans that I sat in my room, but I wished to give myself over to sorrow. But just now with soft words my wife was winning me over and urging me into the fight, and that way seems to me also the better one. Victory passes back and forth between men. Come then, wait for me now while I put on my armor of battle, or go and I will follow, and I think I can overtake you. He spoke, but Hector of the shining helm gave him no answer. But Helen spoke to him in words of endearment. Brother by marriage to me, who am a nasty bitch, evil, intriguing, how I wish that on that day when my mother first bore me, the foul whirlwind of the storm had caught me away and swept me to the mountain, or into the wash of the sea deep thundering, where the waves would have swept me away before all these things had happened. Yet since the gods had brought it about that these vile things must be, I wish I had been the wife of a better man than this. I wish I had been the wife of a better man than this is, one who knew modesty and in all things of shame that men say. But this man's heart is no steadfast thing, nor yet will it be so herever after. For after I think he shall take the consequence. But come now, come in and rest on this chair, my brother, since it is on your heart beyond all that the hard work has fallen, for the sake of dishonored me and the blind act of Alexandros, us two, on whom Zeus set a vile destiny, so that hereafter we shall be made into things of song for the men of the future. Then tall Hector of the shining helm answered her, Do not, Helen, make me sit with you, though you love me. You will not persuade me. Already my heart within is hasting me to defend the Trojans, who when I am away long greatly to have me. Rather rouse this man, and let himself also be swift to action, so that he may overtake me while I am still in the city. For I am going first to my own house, so I can visit my own people, my beloved wife and my son who is little, since I do not know if ever again I shall come back this way, or whether the gods will strike me down at the hand of the Achaeans. So speaking, Hector of the shining helm departed, and in speed made his way to his own well-established dwelling, but failed to find in the house Andromache of the white arms, for she, with the child, and followed by one fair-robed attendant, had taken her place in the tower in lamentation and tearful. When he saw no sign of his perfect wife within the house, Hector stopped in his way on the threshold and spoke among the handmaidens. Come then, tell me truthfully as you may, handmaidens, where has Andromache of the white arms gone? Is she with any of the sisters of her lord or the wives of her brothers? Or has she gone to the house of Athene, where all the other lovely-haired women of Troy propitiate the grim goddess? Then, in turn, the hard-working housekeeper gave him an answer. Hector, since you have urged me to tell you the truth, she is not with any of the sisters of her lord or the wives of his brothers. Nor has she gone to the house of Athene, where all the other lovely-haired women of Troy propitiate the grim goddess, but she has gone to the great bastion of Iliad, because she heard that the Trojans were losing, and great grew the strength of the Achaeans. Therefore she has gone in speed to the wall like a woman gone mad, and a nurse attending her carries the baby. So the housekeeper spoke, and Hector hastened from his home backward by the way which he had come through the well-laid streets. So as he had come to the gates on his way through the great city, the Scaean gate, whereby he would issue into the plain, there at last his own generous wife came running to meet him, Andromache, the daughter of high-hearted Aetion, who had dwelt underneath wooded Placos, in Thebe below Pelagos, lord over the Cilician people. It was his daughter who was given to Hector of the bronze helm. She came to him there, and beside her went an attendant, carrying the boy in the fold of her bosom, a little child, only a baby, Hector's son, the admired, beautiful as a star shining, whom Hector called Scamandrios, but all of the others Astyanax, lord of the city, since Hector alone saved Ilion. Hector smiled in silence as he looked on his son, but she, Andromache, stood close beside him, letting her tears fall, and clung to his hand and called him by name and spoke to him. Dearest, your own great strength will be your death, and you have no pity on your little son, nor on me, ill-starred, who soon must be your widow. For presently the Achaeans, gathering together, will set upon you and kill you. And for me it would be far better to sink into the earth when I have lost you, for there is no other consolation for me after you have gone to your destiny, only grief. Since I have no father, no honored mother. It was brilliant Achilles who slew my father Aetion when he had stormed the strong-founded citadel of the Callihians, Thebe of the towering gates. He killed Aetion, but he did not strip his armor, for his heart respected the dead man, but burned the body in all its elaborate war gear, and piled a grave mound over it. And the nymphs of the mountains, daughters of Zeus of the Aegis, planted elm trees about it. And they who were my 7 brothers in the great house all went upon a single day down into the house of the death god, for swift-footed brilliant Achilles slaughtered all of them, as they were tending their white sheep and their lumbering oxen. And when he had led my mother, who is queen under wooded Placos, here, along with all his other possessions, Achilles released her again, accepting ransom beyond count. But Artemis of the showering arrows struck her down in the halls of her father. Hector, thus you are father to me, and honored mother. You are my brother, and you it is who are my young husband. Please take pity upon me then. Stay here in the rampart, that you may not leave your child an orphan, your wife a widow, but draw your people up by the fig tree, there where the city is openest to attack and where the wall may be mounted. 3 times their bravest came that way and fought there to storm it about the 2 Iantes and renowned Idomeneus, about the 2 Atradi and the fighting sons of Tydeus. Either some man well skilled in prophetic arts has spoken, or the very spirit within themselves has stirred them to the onslaught. Then tall Hector of the shining helmet answered her, All these things are in my mind also, lady, yet I would not feel deep shame before the Trojans. Then tall Hector of the shining helm answered her, All these things are in my mind also, lady, yet I would feel deep shame before the Trojans, and the Trojan women with the trailing garments, if like a coward I were to shrink aside from the fighting. And the spirit will not let me, since I have learned to be valiant and to fight always among the foremost ranks of the Trojans, winning for my own self great glory, and for my father. For I know this thing well in my heart, and my mind knows it. There will come a day when sacred Ilion shall perish, and Priam, and the people of Priam of the strong ash spear. But it is not so much the pain to come of the Trojans that troubles me, nor even of Priam the king, nor Hecabe, nor the thought of my brothers, who in their numbers and valor shall drop in the dust under the hands of men who hate them, as troubles me the thought of you, when some bronze-armored Achaeans lead you off, taking away your day of liberty in tears. And in Argos you must work at the loom of another, and carry water from the spring of Messius or Hyperia. All unwilling, but strong will be the necessity upon you. And some day, seeing you shedding tears, a man will say of you, This is the wife of Hector, who was ever the bravest fighter of the Trojans, breaker of horses, in the days when they fought about Ilion. So will one speak of you, and for you it will be yet a fresh grief, to be widowed of such a man who could fight off the day of your slavery. But may I be dead, and the piled earth hide me under, before I hear you crying, and know by this that they drag you captive. So speaking, glorious Hector held out his arms to his baby, who shrank back to his fear-girdled nurse's bosom, screaming, and frightened at the aspect of his own father, terrified as he saw the bronze and the crest with its horsehair, nodding dreadfully, as he thought, from the peak of the helmet. Then his beloved father laughed out, and his honored mother, And at once glorious Hector lifted from his head the helmet and laid it in all its shining upon the ground. Then taking up his dear son, he tossed him about in his arms and kissed him, and lifted his voice in prayer to Zeus and the other immortals. Zeus and you other immortals, grant that this boy who is my son may be, as I am, preeminent among the Trojans, great in strength as I am, and rule strongly over Iliad. And some day let them say of him, he is better by far than his father, as he comes in from the fighting, and let him kill his enemy and bring home the blooded spoils and delight the heart of his mother. So speaking, he set his child again in the arms of his beloved wife, who took him back again to her fragrant bosom, smiling in her tears. And her husband saw and took pity upon her, and stroked her with his hand, and called her by name, and spoke to her. Poor Andromache, why does your heart sorrow so much for me? No man is going to hurl me to Hades unless it is fated. But as for fate, I think that no man yet has escaped it. Once it has taken its first form, neither brave man nor coward. Go therefore back to our house, and take up your own work, the loom and the distaff, and see to it that your handmaidens ply their work also. But the men must see to the fighting, all men who are the people of Iliad, but I beyond others. So glorious Hector spoke, and again took up the helmet with its crest of horsehair, while his beloved wife went homeward, running to look back on the way, letting the live tears fall. So glorious Hector spoke, and again took up the helmet with its crest of horsehair, while his beloved wife went homeward, turning to look back on the way, letting the live tears fall. And as she came in speed into the wall-settled household of Hector the slayer of men, she found numbers of handmaidens within, and her coming stirred all of them into lamentation. And so they mourned in his house over Hector while he was living. So they mourned in his house over Hector while he was living still, for they thought that he would never again come back from the fighting alive, escaping the Achaean hands and their violence. But Paris in turn did not linger long in his high house, but when he had put on his glorious armor with bronze elaborate, he ran in the confidence of his quick feet through the city, as when some stalled horse who has been corn-fed at the manger, breaking free of his rope, gallops over the plain in thunder to his accustomed bathing place in a sweet running river, and in the pride of his strength holds high his head, and the mane floats over his shoulders. Sure of his glorious strength, the quick knees carry him to the loved places and the pasture of horses. So from uttermost Pergamos came Paris, the son of Priam, shining in all of his armor of war as the sun shines, laughing aloud, and his quick feet carried him. Suddenly thereafter he came on brilliant Hector his brother, where he yet lingered, before turning away from the place where he had talked with his lady. It was Alexandros the godlike who first spoke to him. Brother, I fear that I have held back your haste by being slow on the way, not coming in time as you commanded me. Then tall Hector of the shining helm spoke to him in answer. Strange man, there is no way that one giving judgment and fairness could dishonor your work in battle, since you are a strong man. But of your own accord you hang back unwilling, and my heart is grieved in its thought when I hear shameful things spoken about you by the Trojans, who undergo hard fighting for your sake. Let us go now. Some day hereafter we will make all right with the immortal gods in the sky, if Zeus ever grant it, setting up to them in our houses the wine bowl of liberty, after we have driven out of Troy the strong grieved Achaeans.
Hi there, my name is Michael Helvey. I work here at Roman Roads Media, and I'm a software developer. I'm going to be reading Book 7 of the Iliad, translated by Richmond Lattimore. I've loved this translation ever since I first read it with Wes Callihan in high school when I was studying great books with him. Iliad, Book 7. So speaking, Hector the glorious swept on through the gates, and with him went Alexandros his brother. Both of them minded in their hearts to do battle and take their part in the fighting. And as to men of the sea and their supplication, the god sends a fair wind when they are breaking their strength at the smoothed oar sweeps, driving over the sea, and their arms are weak with weariness. So these two appeared to the Trojans, who had longed for them. Each killed his man. Paris, the son of Lord Areithous, Menestheus, who lived in Arni, born to him of the war club Erytheos, and to ox-eyed Philomedusa, while Hector, with the sharp spear, struck Ionius under the circle of the bronze helm in the neck, and broke his limbs' strength. And Glaucus, lord of the Lycian men, the son of Hippocalos, struck down with the spear Iphanoos in the strong encounter, Dexius' son, as he leapt up behind his fast horses, striking him in the shoulder. He dropped from car to ground, and his limbs' strength was broken. Now, as the goddess gray-eyed Athene was aware of these two, destroying the men of Argos in the strong encounter, she went down in a flash of speed from the peaks of Olympus to sacred Ilion, where Apollo stirred forth to meet her from his seat on Pergamos, where he planned that the Trojans should conquer. These two then encountered each other beside the oak tree, and speaking first, the son of Zeus, Lord Apollo, addressed her. What can be your desire this time, O daughter of great Zeus, that you came down from Olympus at the urge of your mighty spirit? To give the Danaans victory in the battle, turning it back? Since you have no pity at all for the Trojans who are dying. But, if you might only do as I say it would be far better. For this day let us put an end to the hatred and the fighting now. They shall fight again hereafter, till we witness the finish they make of Ilion, since it is dear to the heart of you, who are goddesses immortal, that this city shall be made desolate. Then in answer, the goddess gray-eyed Athene spoke to him. Worker from afar, thus let it be. These were my thoughts also, as I came down from Olympus among the Achaeans and the Trojans. Tell me then, how are you minded to stop these men in their fighting? Now in turn the son of Zeus, Lord Apollo, addressed her. Let us rouse up the strong heart in Hector, breaker of horses, if he might call forth some Danaan to do battle against him, single man against single man in bitter combat. And let the strong-grieved Achaeans, stirred into admiration, send forth a single man to do battle with brilliant Hector. He spoke, nor failed to persuade the goddess gray-eyed Athene. Now Helenos, Priam's beloved son, gathered into his heart their deliberation, and all that pleased the musing divinities. He went on his way, and stood beside Hector, and spoke a word to him. Hector, O son of Priam, and equal of Zeus in counsel, would you now be persuaded by me, for I am your brother? Make the rest of the Trojans sit down, and all the Achaeans, and yourself call forth one of the Achaeans, their bravest, to fight man to man against you in bitter combat, since it is not your destiny yet to die and encounter fate, for thus I heard it in the speech of the gods everlasting. So he spoke, and Hector, hearing his word, was happy, and went into the space between, and forced back the Trojan battalions, holding his spear by the middle until they were all seated, while Agamemnon in turn seated the strong-grieved Achaeans, and Athene and the lord of the silver bow, Apollo, assuming the likenesses of birds, of vultures, settled aloft the great oak tree of their father, Zeus of the Argus, taking their ease, and watching these men whose ranks, dense settled, shuddered into a bristle of spears, of shields, and of helmets. As when the shudder of the west wind, suddenly rising, scatters across the water, and the water darkens beneath it, so darkening were settled the ranks of Achaeans and Trojans in the plain. And now Hector spoke forth between them. Listen to me, you Trojans and strong-grieved Achaeans, while I speak forth what the heart within my breast urges. Zeus, son of Cronos, who sits on high, would not bring to fulfillment our oaths, but is found to be of evil intention toward both sides, until that day when you storm Troy of the strong towers, or that day when you yourselves are broken beside your seafaring vessels. Seeing now that among you are the bravest of all the Achaeans, let one of you, whose heart stirs him to combat against me, stand forth before all to fight by himself against brilliant Hector. Behold the terms that I make, let Zeus be witness upon them. If, with the thin edge of bronze, he takes my life, then let him strip my armor, and carry it back to the hollow ships, but give my body to be taken home again, so that the Trojans and the wives of the Trojans may give me in death my right of burning. But if I take his life, and Apollo grants me the glory, I will strip his armor, and carry it to sacred Ilion, and hang it in front of the temple of far-striking Apollo, but his corpse I will give back among the strong benched vessels, so that the flowing-haired Achaeans may give him due burial, and heap up a mound upon him beside the broad passage of Hale. And some day one of the men to come will say, as he sees it, one who in his bent ship sails in the wine-blue water, "This is the mound of a man who died long ago in battle, who was one of the bravest, and glorious Hector killed him. So will he speak some day, and my glory will not be forgotten." So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence, in shame of refusing him, and in fear to take up his challenge. But now at long last Menelaus stood forth and addressed them in scorn and reproach, and stirred within the heart to great sorrow. "Ah me, you brave in words, you women, not men of Achaia! This will be a defilement upon us, shame upon shame piled, if no one of the Danaans goes out to face Hector. No, may all of you turn to water and earth, all of you who sit by yourselves with no life in you, utterly dishonored. I myself will arm against this man, while above us the threads of victory are held in the hands of the immortals." So he spoke, and began to put on his splendid armor. And there, O Menelaus, would have shone forth the end of your life under the hands of Hector, since he was far stronger than you were, had not the kings of the Achaeans leapt up and caught you, and the son of Atreus himself, powerful Agamemnon, caught you by the right hand, and called you by name, and spoke to you. Menelaus, beloved of God, you are mad. You have no need to take leave of your senses thus. Hold fast, though it hurts you, nor long in your pride to fight with a man who is better than you are, with Hector, Priam's son. There are others who shudder before him. Even Achilles, in the fighting where men win glory, trembles to meet this man, and he is far better than you are. Go back now and sit in the throng of your own companions. The Achaeans will set up another to fight against this man, and even though he is without fear, and can never be glutted with rough work, I think he will be glad to leave off, even if he comes off whole from the hateful fighting and bitter combat. The hero spoke like this, and bent the heart of his brother, since he urged wisely. And Menelaus obeyed him. His henchmen joyfully thereupon took off the armor from his shoulders. Nestor, among the Argives, now stood forth and addressed them. "Oh, for shame! Great sorrow settles in the land of Achaia. Surely he would groan aloud, Peleus, the aged horseman, the great man of counsel among the Myrmidons, and their speaker. Once, as he questioned me in his house, he was filled with great joy as he heard the generation and blood of all of the Argives. Now, if he were to hear how all cringe away before Hector, many a time he would lift up his very hands to the immortals, and the life-breath from his limbs would go down into the house of Hades. If only, O Father Zeus, Athene, Apollo, if I were in my youth as when the Pylians assembled and the spear-fighting Arcadians battled by swirling Callihan, by the streams of Yardanos and before the ramparts of Phaea, their champion stood forth, Eurythalion, a man godlike, wearing upon his shoulders the armor of Lord Aretheos the brilliant, given by the men of that time and the fair-girdled women the name club fighter, because he went into battle armed neither with the bow nor the long spear, but with a great bar clubbed of iron, broke the battalions. Lycurgus killed this man by craft, not strength, for he met him in the narrow pass of the way, where the iron club served not to parry destruction. For Lycurgus, too quick with a stab beneath it, pinned him through the middle with the spear. So he went down backward to the ground, and he stripped the armor brazen Ares had given him, and wore the armor thereafter himself through the grind of battle. But when Lycurgus was grown an old man in his halls, he gave it to his beloved henchman, Eurythalion, to carry. Wearing this armor, he called forth all the bravest to fight him, but they were all afraid and trembling. None had the courage. Only I, for my hard-enduring heart in its daring drove me to fight him. I, in age, was the youngest of all of them, and I fought with him, and Pallas Athene gave me the glory. Of all the men I have killed, this was the tallest and strongest, for he sprawled in his great bulk this way and that way. If only I were young now as then, and the strength still steady within me, Hector of the glancing helm would soon find his battle. But you now, who were the bravest of all the Achaeans, are not minded with a good will to go against Hector. So the old man scolded them, and 9 in all stood forth. Far the first to rise up was the lord of men Agamemnon, and rose after him the son of Tydeus, strong Diomedes. And next the 2 Aeantes rose, their fierce strength upon them. And after these, Idomeneus, and Idomeneus' companion, Meronius, a match for the murderous lord of battles. And after these, Eurypylos, the glorious son of Euaeon, and Thoas rose up, Andrimon's son, and brilliant Odysseus. All of these were willing to fight against brilliant Hector. Now before them again spoke the Gurinian horseman Nestor. Let the lot be shaken for all of you to see who wins it. He shall be the one to gladden the strong-grieved Achaeans, and to be glad within his own heart if he can come off whole again from the hateful battle and bitter combat. So he spoke, and each of them marked a lot as his own one lot. They threw them in the helmet of Atreus' son, Agamemnon, and the people, holding up their hands to the gods, prayed to them. Then would murmur any man, gazing into the wide sky, Father Zeus, let Aias win the lot, or else Diomedes, Tydeus' son, or the king himself of golden Mycenae. So they spoke, and Nestor the Gurinian horseman shook the lots, and a lot leapt from the helmet, that one they had all wished for, the lot of Aias. And a herald, carrying it through the great throng, showed it from left to right to the great men of the Achaeans. All of them. Each man knew not the mark, and denied it. But as carrying it all through the great throng, he showed it to that one who had marked it as his, and thrown it in the helmet, glorious Aias. He held forth his hand, and the herald stood by him, and put the lot in it. And he saw his mark on the lot, and knew it, and his heart was gladdened. He threw it down on the ground beside his foot, and spoke to them, See, friends, the lot is mine, and I myself am made happy in my heart, since I think I can win over brilliant Hector. Do this, then. While I put on my armor of fighting, all of you be praying to the Lord Zeus, the son of Cronos, in silence and each to himself. Let none of the Trojans hear you, or openly out loud, since we have nothing to be afraid of at all, since no man by force will beat me backward unwilling, as he wills, nor by craft either, since I think that the man who was born and raised in Salamis myself is not such a novice. So he spoke, and they prayed to the Lord Zeus, the son of Cronos. And then would murmur any man, gazing into the wide sky, Father Zeus, watching over us from Ida, most high, most honored, grant that Aias win the vaunt of renown and the victory. But if truly you love Hector and are careful for him, give to both of them equal strength, make equal their honor. So they spoke, and meanwhile Aias armed him in shining bronze. Then, when he had girt his body in all its armor, he strode on its way, as Ares, the war god, walks gigantic, going into the fighting of men, whom the son of Cronos has given to fight angrily in heart-perishing hatred. Such was Aias, as he strode gigantic, the wall of the Achaeans, smiling under his threatening brows, with his feet beneath him, taking huge strides forward, and shaking the spear far shadowing. And the Argives looking upon him were made glad, while the Trojans were taken every man in the knees with trembling and terror. And for Hector himself the heart beat hard in his breast, but he could not any more find means to take flight and shrink back into the throng of his men, since he in his pride had called him to battle. Now Aias came near him, carrying like a wall his shield of bronze, and 7-fold oxhide with Tychios had wrought him with much toil. Tychios at home in Hale, far the best of all workers in leather, who had made him the great gleaming shield of 7-fold oxhide from strong bulls, and hammered an 8th-fold of bronze upon it. Telamonian Aias, carrying this to cover his chest, came near to Hector, and spoke to him in words of menace. Hector, single man against single man, you will learn now for sure what the bravest men are like among the Danaans, even after Achilles the lion-hearted, who breaks men in battle. He lies now apart among his own beaked seafaring ships, in anger at Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people. But here are we, and we are such men as can stand up against you. There are plenty of us, so now begin your fight and your combat. Tall Hector of the glancing helm answered him, Aias, son of Telamon, seed of Zeus, O lord of the people, Do not be testing me as if I were some ineffectual boy or woman who knows nothing of the works of warfare. I know well myself how to fight and kill men in battle. I know how to turn to the right, how to turn to the left the ox hide tanned into a shield, which is my protection in battle. I know how to storm my way into the struggle of flying horses. I know how to tread my measures on the grim floor of the war god. Yet great as you are, I would not strike you by stealth, watching for my chance, but openly, so, if perhaps, I might hit you. So he spoke, and balanced the spear far-shadowed through it, and struck the sevenfold ox-hide terrible shield of Aias in the utmost bronze, which was the 8th layer upon it, and the unwearying bronze spearhead shore its way through the 6 folds, but was stopped in the 7th ox-hide. Then after him Aias the illustrious in turn cast with his spear far-shadowing, and struck the shield of Priam's son on its perfect circle. All the way through the glittering shield went the heavy spearhead, and crashed its way through the intricately worked corselet. Straight ahead by the flank the spearhead shore through his tunic, yet he bent away to one side and avoided the dark death. Both now gripping in their hands the long spears, pulled them out, and went at each other like lions who live on raw meat, or wild boars whose strength is no light thing. The son of Priam stabbed then with his spear into the shield's center, nor did the bronze point break its way through, but the spearhead bent back. Now Aias, plunging upon him, thrust at the shield, and the spearhead passed clean through, and pounded Hector back in his fury, and tore at his neck, passing so that the dark blood broke. Yet even so Hector of the shining helmet did not stop fighting, but gave back, and in his heavy hand caught up a stone that lay in the plain, black and rugged and huge. With this he struck the sevenfold ox-hide terrible shield of Aias in the knob of the center, so that the bronze clashed loud about it. After him Aias in turn, lifting a stone far greater, whirled it and threw, leaning into the cast, his strength beyond measure, and the shield broke inward under the stroke of the rock like a millstone. And Hector's very knees gave, so that he sprawled backward, shield beaten upon him. But at once Apollo lifted him upright. And now they would have been stabbing with their swords at close quarters, had not the heralds, messengers of Zeus and of mortals, come up, one for the bronze-armored Achaeans, one for the Trojans, Idaeus and Talthybos, both men of good counsel. They held their staves between the 2 men, and the herald Idaeus, out of his knowledge of prudent advices, spoke a word to them. Stop the fight, dear children, nor go on with this battle. To Zeus, who gathers the clouds, both of you are beloved, and both of you are fighters. This thing of all know surely, night darkens now. It is a good thing to give way to the nighttime. Aias, the son of Telamon, spoke to him in answer. Bid Hector answer this, Idaeus, since it was he who in his pride called forth all our bravest to fight him. Let him speak first, and I, for my part, shall do as he urges. Tall Hector of the glancing helm answered him. Aias, seeing the god has given you strength, stature, and wisdom also, and with the spear you surpass the other Achaeans, let us now give over this fighting and hostility for today. We shall fight again until the divinity chooses between us and gives victory to one or the other. Night darkens now. It is a good thing to give way to the nighttime. Thus you may bring joy to all the Achaeans, beside their ships, and above all to those who are your own kindred and company. And I, in the great city of Lord Priam, will gladden the Trojans and the women of Troy with their trailing robes, who will go before the divine assembly in thanksgiving for my sake. Come, then, let us give each other glorious presents, so that any of the Achaeans or Trojans may say of us, These 2 fought each other in heart-consuming hate, then joined with each other in close friendship before they parted. So he spoke, and bringing a sword with nails of silver, gave it him, together with the sheath and the well-cut sword belt. And Aias gave a war belt, colored shining with purple. So, separating, Aias went among the Achaean people, and Hector went back to the thronging Trojans, who were made happy when they saw him coming alive and unwounded out of the combat, escaping the strength and the unconquerable hands of Aias. And they who had not hoped to see him alive escorted him back to the town. On the other side, the strong-grieved Achaeans led Aias, happy in his victory, to great Agamemnon. When these had come to the shelters of the son of Atreus, Agamemnon, the lord of men, dedicated an ox among them, a 5-year-old male, to Zeus, all-powerful son of Cronos. They skinned the victim and put it in order, and butchered the carcass, and cut up the meat expertly into small pieces, and spitted them, and roasted all carefully, and took off the pieces. Then, after they had finished the work and got the feast ready, they feasted, nor was any man's hunger denied a fair portion. And Atreus' son, the hero, wide-ruling Agamemnon, gave to Aias in honor the long cuts of the chines portion. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, the aged man began to weave his counsel before them. First, Nestor, whose advice had been shown best before this. He, in kind intention toward all, stood forth and addressed them. Son of Atreus, and you other great men of all the Achaeans, seeing that many flowing-haired Achaeans have died here, whose dark blood has been scattered beside the fair waters of Scamandros by the fierce war god, while their souls went down into the house of Hades, therefore with the dawn we should set a pause to the fighting of Achaeans, and assembling them, wheel back the bodies with mules and oxen. Then we must burn them a little apart from the ships, so that each whose duty it is may carry the bones back to a man's children when we go home to the land of our fathers. And let us gather and pile one single mound on the corpse pyre indiscriminately from the plain, and build fast upon it towered ramparts to be a defense of ourselves and our vessels. And let us build into these walls gates strongly fitted, that there may be a way through them for the driving of horses. And on the outer side, and close, we must dig a deep ditch circling it so as to keep off their people and horses, that we may not be crushed under the attack of these proud Trojans. So he spoke, and all the kings gave him their approval. Now there was an assembly of Trojans high on the city of Ilion, fiercely shaken to tumult before the doors of Priam, and among these Antenor, the thoughtful, began to address them. Trojans and Dardanians and companions in arms, hear me while I speak forth what the heart within my breast urges. Come then, let us give back Helen of Argos and all her possessions to the son of Atreus to take away, seeing now we fight with our true pledges made into lies, and I see no good thing's accomplishment for us in the end, unless we do this. He spoke thus and sat down, and among them rose up brilliant Alexandros, the lord of lovely-haired Helen, who spoke to him in answer and addressed them in winged words. Antenor, these things that you argue please me no longer. Your mind knows how to contrive a saying better than this one. But if, in all seriousness, this is your true argument, then it is the very gods who ruined the brain within you. I will speak out before the Trojans, breakers of horses. I refuse, straight out. I will not give back the woman. But of the possessions I carried away to our house from Argos, I am willing to give all back, and to add to these from my own goods. He spoke thus, and sat down again, and among them rose up Priam, son of Dardanos, equal of the gods in council, who, in kind intention toward all, stood forth and addressed them. Trojans and Dardanians and companions in arms, hear me while I speak forth what the heart within my breast urges. Take now your supper about the city, as you did before this, and remember your duty of the watch, and be, each man, wakeful. And at dawn, let Idaeus go to the hollow ships, and speak with the sons of Atreus, Menelaus and Agamemnon, giving the word of Alexandros, for whose sake this strife has arisen, and to add this solid message, and ask them if they are willing to stop the sorrowful fighting until we can burn the bodies of our dead. We shall fight again until the divinity chooses between us and gives victory to one or the other. So he spoke, and they listened to him with care, and obeyed him, and so took their supper, watch succeeding watch through the army. Then at dawn Idaeus went down to the hollow ships, where he found the Danaans, henchmen of the war god, in assembly beside the stern of Agamemnon's ship. The herald, with the great voice, took his stand in their midst and spoke to them. Son of Atreus, and all you other great men of all the Achaeans, Priam and the rest of the haughty Trojans have bidden me give you, if this message be found to your pleasure and liking, the word of Alexandros, for whose sake this strife has arisen. All those possessions that Alexandros carried in his hollow ships to Troy, and I wish that he had perished before then, he is willing to give all back, and to add to these from his own goods. But the very wedded wife of glorious Menelaus he says that he will not give, though the Trojans would have him do it. They told me to give you this message also, if you are willing, to stop the sorrowful fighting until we can burn the bodies of our dead. We shall fight again afterwards until the divinity chooses between us and gives victory to one or the other. So he spoke, and all of them stayed quiet in silence. But now at long last Diomedes of the great war cry addressed them. Now let none accept the possessions of Alexandros, nor take back Helen. One who is very simple can see it, that by this time the terms of death hang over the Trojans. So he spoke, and all sons of the Achaeans shouted acclaim for the words of Diomedes, breaker of horses. And now powerful Agamemnon broke to Idaeus. Idaeus, you hear for yourself the words of the Achaeans, how they are answering you, and such is my pleasure also. But about the burning of the dead bodies I do not begrudge you. No, for there is no sparing time for the bodies of the perished, once they have died, to give them swiftly the pity of burning. Let Zeus, high-thundering lord of Hera, witness our pledges. He spoke, and held up the scepter in the sight of all the gods. Then Idaeus made his way back once more to sacred Ilion. The Trojans and Dardanians were in session of assembly, all gathered in one place, awaiting Idaeus when he might come back. And he returned to them and delivered his message, standing there in their midst, and they made their swift preparations for two things. Some to gather the bodies, and the others firewood, while the Argives on the other side from their strong benched vessels went forward, some to gather the bodies, and others firewood. Now the sun of a new day struck on the plowlands, rising out of the quiet water and the deep stream of the ocean to climb the sky. The Trojans assembled together. They found it hard to recognize each individual dead man, but with water they washed away the blood that was on them, and as they wept warm tears they lifted them onto the wagons. But great Priam would not let them cry out, and in silence they piled the bodies upon the pyre, with their hearts in sorrow, and burned them upon the fire and went back to sacred Ilion. In the same way on the other side the strong grieved Achaeans piled their own slain upon the pyre, with their hearts in sorrow, and burned them upon the fire and went back to their hollow vessels. But when the dawn was not yet, but still the pallor of night's edge, a chosen body of the Achaeans formed by the pyre, and they gathered together and piled one single mound all above it, indiscriminately from the plain, and built a fort on it with towered ramparts, to be a defense for themselves and their vessels. And they built within these walls gates strongly fitted, that there might be a way through them for the driving of horses. And on the other side and against it they dug a deep ditch, making it great and wide, and fixed the sharp stakes inside it. So the flowing-haired Achaeans labored. And meanwhile the gods, in session at the side of Zeus, who handles the lightning, watched the huge endeavor of the bronze-armored Achaeans, and the god Poseidon, who shakes the earth, began speaking among them. Father Zeus, is there any mortal left on the wide earth who will still declare to the immortals his mind and his purpose? Do you not see now how these flowing-haired Achaeans have built a wall landward of their ships and driven about it a ditch, and not given to the gods any grand sacrifice? Now the fame of this will last as long as dawnlight is scattered, and men will forget that wall which I and Phoebus Apollo built with our hard work for the hero Laodamon's city. Deeply troubled, Zeus, who gathers the clouds, answered him. What a thing to have said, earth-shaker of the wide strength. Some other one of the gods might fear such a thought, one who is a god far weaker of his hands and in anger than you are. But the fame of you shall last as long as dawnlight is scattered. Come then. After once more the flowing-haired Achaeans are gone back with their ships to the beloved land of the fathers, break their wall to pieces and scatter it into the salt sea, and pile again the beach, deep under the sands, and cover it. So let the great wall of the Achaeans go down to destruction. As these two were talking together, the sun went down, and the work of the Achaeans was finished. They slaughtered oxen then beside their shelters and took their supper. The ships came over to them from Lemnos, bringing them wine, ships sent over to them in numbers by the son of Jason, Ionios, whom Hypsipyle had borne to the shepherd of the people Jason. Apart to the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon, and Menelaus, Jason's son had given wine as a gift, 1,000 measures, And thence the rest of the flowing-haired Achaeans brought wine, some for bronze and others for shining iron, some for skins and some for the whole oxen, while others paid slaves taken in war, and they made their feasting abundant. All night long thereafter the flowing-haired Achaeans feasted, and the Trojans and their companions in arms in the city. But all night long Zeus of the terrible counsels was threatening evil upon them in the terrible thunderstroke. Green fear took hold of them. They spilled the wine on the ground from their cups, and none was so hearty as to drink, till he had poured to the all-powerful son of Cronos. They lay down thereafter, and took the blessing of slumber.
This is Matthew Abraham. I am a trauma surgeon in North Carolina, and you could say I have a special interest in the Iliad because of the edged weapons and trauma. I will be reading from Lattimore's translation because it's one of the classic and best translations out there. The Iliad, Book 8. Now dawn, the yellow-robed, scattered over all the earth. Zeus, who joys in thunder, made an assembly of all the immortals upon the highest peak of rugged Olympus. There he spoke to them himself, and the other divinities listened. Hear me, all you gods and all you goddesses. Hear me while I speak forth what the heart within my breast urges. Now let no female divinity, nor male god either, presume to cut across the way of my word, but consent to it, all of you, so that I can make an end in speed of these matters. And anyone I perceive against the gods' will, attempting to go among the Trojans and help them, or among the Danaans, he shall go whipped against his dignity back to Olympus. Or I shall take him and dash him down to the murk of Tartarus, far below where the utmost depth of the pit lies under earth, where there are gates of iron and a brazen doorstone, as far beneath the house of Hades as from earth the sky lies. Then he will see how far I am strongest of all the immortals. Come, you gods, make this endeavor, that you all may learn this. Let down out of the sky a cord of gold. Lay hold of it, all you who are gods and all who are goddesses. Yet not even so can you drag down Zeus from the sky to the ground. Not Zeus, the high lord of counsel, though you try until you grow weary. Yet whenever I might strongly be minded to pull you, I could drag you up, earth and sea and all with you. Then fetch the golden rope about the horn of Olympus, and make it fast, so that all once more should dangle in mid-air. So much stronger am I than the gods, and stronger than the mortals. So he spoke, and all of them stayed, stricken to silence, stunned at his word, for indeed he had spoken to them very strongly. But now, at long last, the goddess, grey-eyed Athena, answered him, Son of Cronos, our father, O lordliest of the mighty, we know already your strength, and how none can stand up against it. Yet even so we are sorrowful for the Danaan spearmen, who must fill out an unhappy destiny and perish. Still, we shall keep out of the fighting as you command us. Yet we will put good counsel in the Argives, if it may help them, so that not all of them will die because of your anger. Then Zeus, the gatherer of the clouds, smiled at her and answered, Tritogenia, dear daughter, do not lose heart, for I say this not in outright anger, and my meaning towards you is kindly. He spoke, and under the chariot harnessed his bronze-shod horses, flying-footed, with long manes streaming of gold. And he put on clothing of gold about his own body, and took up the golden lash, carefully compacted, and climbed up into his chariot, and whipped them into a run, and they winged their way, unreluctant, through the space between the earth and the starry heaven. He came to Ida with all her springs, the mother of wild beasts, to Gargaron, where was his holy ground and his smoking altar. There the father of gods and of mortals halted his horses, and slipped them from their harness, and drifted close mists about them, and himself, rejoicing in the pride of his strength, sat down on the mountain, looking out over the city of Troy and the ships of the Achaeans. Now the flowing-haired Achaeans had taken their dinner lightly among their shelter, and they put on their armor thereafter, And on the other side in the city the Trojans took up their armor, fewer men, yet minded to stand the encounter, even so, caught in necessity, for their wives and their children, and all the gates were made open, and the fighting men swept through them. Then the foot ranks and the horsemen, and the sound grew huge of their onset. Now as these advancing came to one place and encountered, they dashed their shields together, and their spears, and the strength of armored men in bronze, and the shields, massive in the middle, clashed against each other, and the sound grew huge of the fighting. There the screaming and the shouts of triumph rose up together, of men killing and men killed, and the ground ran blood. So long as it was early morning, and the sacred daylight increasing, so long the thrown weapons of both took hold, and men dropped under them. But when the sun god stood bestriding the middle heaven, then the Father balanced his golden scales, and in them he set two fateful portions of death, which lays men prostrate, for Trojans, breakers of horses, and bronze-armored Achaeans, and balanced it by the middle. The Achaeans' death day was heaviest. There the fates of the Achaeans settled down towards the bountiful earth, while those of the Trojans were lifted into the wide sky, and he himself crashed a great stroke from Ida, and a kindling flash shot over the people of the Achaeans. Seeing it, they were stunned, and pale terror took hold of all of them. Then Idomeneus dared not stand his ground, nor Agamemnon, nor did the two Iantes stand, the henchmen of Ares. Only Gerenian Nestor stayed, the Achaeans' watcher. Not that he would, but his horse was failing, struck by an arrow from brilliant Alexandros, the lord of lovely-haired Helen, struck at the point of the head where the utmost hairs of horses are grown along the skull, and which is a place most mortal. He reared up in agony as the shaft went into the brain, then threw the team into confusion, writhing upon the bronze point. Now, as the old man hewed away the horse's trace harness with a quick sword cut, meanwhile the fast-running horses of Hector came through the flux of the fighting and carried their daring driver, Hector. And now the old man would have lost his life there had not Diomedes of the great war cry sharply perceived him. He cried out in a terrible voice to rally Odysseus, "Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, where are you running, turning your back in battle like a coward? Do not let them strike the spear in your back as you run for it, but stay so that we can beat back this fierce man from the ancient." He spoke, but long-suffering great Odysseus gave no attention, as he swept by on his way to the hollow ships of the Achaeans. The son of Tydeus, alone as he was, went among the champions, and stood before the horses of the old man, the son of Neleus, and uttering his winged words he addressed them. "Old sir, in very truth, these young fighters are too much for you, and all your strength is gone, and hard old age is upon you. Your henchman is a man of no worth, and your horses are heavy. Come then, climb into my chariots, that you may see what the Trojan horses are like, how they understand their plain, and how to traverse it in rapid pursuit and withdrawal. Horses I took away from Aeneas, who strikes men to terror. Let the henchmen look after your horses now, while we two steer these against the Trojans, breakers of horses, so Hector even may know if my spear also rages in my hand's grip." He spoke, and Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, obeyed him. Thereon the two strong henchmen, Sthelenos and the courtly Eurymedon, looked after the horses of Nestor. The others both together mounted the chariot of Diomedes. Nestor in his hands took up the glittering reins, then lashed the horses on, and soon they were close to Hector. And as he raged straight forward, the son of Tydeus threw at him, and missed his man, but struck the charioteer, his henchman, Eniopius, the son of high-hearted Thebaeus, striking him in the chest next to the nipple as he gripped the reins of his horses. He fell out of the chariot, and the fast-footed horses shied away. And there his life and his strength were scattered, and bitter sorrow closed over Hector's heart for his driver. Yet grieving as he did for his friend, he left him to lie there, and went on after another bold charioteer, and it was not long that his horses went lacking a driver, since soon he found one, Archiptolemus, the bold son of Iphitos, and gave into his hands the reins, and mounted him behind the fast-running horses. And now there would have been fighting beyond control and destruction. Now they would have been driven and penned like sheep against Ilion, had not the father of the gods and of men sharply perceived them. He thundered horribly and let loose the shimmering lightning and dashed it to the ground in front of the horse of Diomedes, and a ghastly blaze of flaming sulfur shot up, and the horses, terrified both, cringed away against the chariot. And the glittering reins escaped out of the hand of Nestor, and he was afraid in his heart, and called out to Diomedes, "Son of Tydeus, steer now to flight your single-foot horses. Can you not see that the power of Zeus no longer is with you? For the time Zeus, son of Cronos, gives glory to this man, for today, hereafter, if he will give it to us also. No man can beat back the purpose of Zeus, not even one very strong, since Zeus is by far the greater." Then in turn, Diomedes of the great war cry answered, "Yes, old sir, all this you have said is fair and orderly, but this thought comes as a bitter sorrow to my heart and my spirit. For some day Hector will say openly before the Trojans, 'The son of Tydeus running before me fled to his vessels.' So he will vaunt, and then let the wide earth open beneath me." Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, spoke to him in answer. "Ah me, son of brave Tydeus, what a thing to have spoken! If Hector calls you a coward and a man of no strength, then the Trojans and the Dardanians will never believe him, nor will the wives of the high-hearted Trojan warriors, they whose husbands you hurled in the dust in the pride of their manhood." So he spoke, and turned to flight the single-foot horses, back again into the rout. And now the Trojans and Hector, with unearthly clamor, showered their baneful missiles upon them. And tall Hector of the shining helm called out in a great voice, "Son of Tydeus, beyond others the fast-mounted Danaans honor you with pride of place, the choice meats and the filled wine cups, but now they will disgrace you, who are no better than a woman. Down with you, you poor doll! You shall not storm our battlements with me giving way before you. You shall not carry our woman home in your ships. Before that comes, I will give you your destiny." He spoke, and the son of Tydeus pondered doubtfully whether to turn his horses about and march and match his strength against Hector. 3 times in his heart and spirit he pondered turning, and 3 times from the hills of Ida Zeus of the councils thundered, giving a sign to the Trojans that the battle was turning. But Hector called afar in a great voice to the Trojans, "Trojans, Lycians, and Dardanians who fight at close quarters, be men now, dear friends, remember your furious valor. I see that the son of Cronos has bowed his head and assented to my high glory and success, but granted the Danaans disaster. Fools who designed with care these fortifications, flimsy things not worth a thought, which will not beat my strength back, but lightly my horses will leap the ditch they have dug them. But after I have come beside their hollow ships, let there be some who will remember to bring me ravening fire, so that I can set their ships on fire and cut down the very Argives mazed in the smoke at the side of their vessels." So he spoke, and called aloud to his horses, and spoke to them, "Xanthos, and you, Podagros, Ithon, and Lampos the shining, now repay me for all that loving care and abundance Andromache, the daughter of high-hearted Aetion, gave you, the sweet-hearted wheat before all the others, and mixed wine with it for you to drink, when her heart inclined to it. As for me, who am proud that I am her young husband, follow close now, and be rapid, so we may capture the shield of Nestor, whose high fame goes up to the sky now. How it is all of gold, and the shield itself, and the crossrods, and stripped from the shoulders of Diomedes, breaker of horses, that elaborate corslet that Hephaestus wrought with much toil. Could we capture these 2 things, I might hope the Achaeans might embark this very night in their fast-running vessels." So he spoke, boasting, and the lady Hera was angry, and started upon her throne, and tall Olympus was shaken, and she spoke straight out to the great god Poseidon. "For shame now, far powerful shaker of the earth! In your breast the heart takes no sorrow for the Danaans who are dying, they who at Helice and Aigai bring you offerings, numerous and delightful. Do you then plan that they conquer? For if all of us who stand by the Danaans and only were willing to hurl back the Trojans and hold off Zeus of the broad brows, he would be desperate there where he sits by himself on Ida." Deeply troubled, the powerful shaker of the earth answered her, "Hera, reckless of word, what sort of thing have you spoken? I would not be willing that all the rest of us fight with Zeus, the son of Cronos, since he is so much the greater." Now as these two were talking thus to each other, meanwhile, for those others, all that space with the ditch of the wall held off from the ships was filled with armored men and with horses penned there. And he who penned them was a man like the rapid war god, Hector, Priam's son, since Zeus was giving him glory. And now he might have kindled their balanced ships with the hot flame, had not the lady Hera set it in Agamemnon's heart to rush in with speed himself and stir the Achaeans. He went on his way beside the Achaeans' ships and their shelters, holding up in his heavy hand the great colored mantle, and stood beside the black, huge hollowed ship of Odysseus, which lay in the midmost, so that he could call out to both sides, either towards the shelters of Telamonian Aias or towards Achilles, since these two had drawn their balanced ships up at the utter ends, sure of the strength of their hands and their courage. He lifted his voice and called in a piercing cry to the Danaans. "Shame, you Argives, poor nonentities, splendid to look on! Where are our high words gone, when we said that we were the bravest? Those words you spoke before all in hollow vaunting at Lemnos, when you were filled with the abundant meat of the high-horned oxen, and drank from the great bowls filled to the brim with wine, how each man could stand up against 100 or even 200 Trojans in the fighting. Now we together cannot match one of them. Hector, who must presently kindle our ships with the hot fire. Father Zeus, is it one of our two strong kings you have stricken in this disaster now and stripped him of his high honor? For I say that never did I pass by your fair-wrought altar and my benched ships when I came here on this desperate journey, but on all altars I burned the fat and thighs of oxen in my desire to sack the strong-walled city of the Trojans. Still, Zeus, bring to pass at least this thing that I pray for. Let our men at least get clear and escape, and let not the Achaeans be thus beaten down at the hands of the Trojans." He spoke thus, and as he wept, the father took pity upon him, and bent his head that the people should stay alive and not perish. Straightway he sent down the most lordly of birds, an eagle, with a fawn, the young of the running deer caught in his talons, who cast the fawn beside Zeus's splendid altar, where the Achaeans wrought their devotion to Zeus of the voices. They, when they saw the bird, and knew it was Zeus who sent it, remembered once again their warcraft and turned on the Trojans. Then, many as the Danaans were, there was no man among them could claim he held his fast horses ahead of the son of Tydeus, to drive them once more across the ditch and fight at close quarters. But he was far the first to kill a chief man of the Trojans, Phradmon's son, Agelaus, as he turned his team to escape him, for in his back, even as he was turning, the spear fixed, between the shoulders, and was driven on through the chest beyond it. He fell from the chariot, and his armor clattered upon him. After him came the Atreidii, the Menelaus and Agamemnon, and the two Iantes, gathering their fierce strength about them. And with them Idomeneus and Idomeneus' companion Meriones, a match for the murderous lord of battle. And after these Eurypylus, the glorious son of Euaemon, and ninth came Tychros, bending into position the curved bow, and took his place in the shelter of Telamonian Aias' shield. As Aias lifted the shield to take him, the hero would watch whenever in the throng he had struck some man with an arrow, and as the man dropped and died where he was stricken, the archer would run back again like a child to the arms of his mother, to Aias, who would hide him in the glittering shield's protection. Then, which of the Trojans first did Teucros the blameless strike down? Orsilochus first of all, and Ormenos, and Ophelestes, Ditor, and Chromios, and Lycophontes the godlike, and Amalpaon, Polymaon's son, and Melanippos. All these he felled to the bountiful earth in close succession. Agamemnon, the lord of men, was glad as he watched him, laying waste from the strong bow the Trojan battalions. He went over and stood beside him and spoke a word to him. "Telamonian Teucros, dear heart, O lord of your people, strike so. Thus you may be a light given to the Danaans and to Telamon, your father, who cherished you when you were little, and, bastard as you were, looked after you in his own house. Bring him into glory, though he is far away. And for my part, I will tell you this, and it will be a thing accomplished. If ever Zeus, who holds the Aegis, and Athene grant me to sack outright the strong-founded citadel of Ilion, first, after myself, I will put into your hands some great gift of honor, a tripod, or 2 horses in the chariot with them, or else a woman who will go into the same bed with you. Then in answer to him again spoke Teucros the blameless. Son of Atreus, most lordly, must you then drive me, who am eager myself as it is? Never so far as the strength is in me have I stopped, since we began driving back the Trojans back upon Ilion. Since then I have been lurking here with my bow to strike down fighters, and by this I have shot 8 long-flanged arrows, and all of them were driven into the bodies of young men, fighters. Yet still I am not able to hit this mad dog. He spoke, and let fly another shaft from the bowstring straight for Hector, and all his heart was straining to hit him, but missed his man, and struck down instead a strong son of Priam, Gorgythion the blameless, hit in the chest by an arrow. Gorgythion, whose mother was lovely Castanera, Priam's bride from Icime, with the form of a goddess. He bent, drooping his head to one side, as a garden poppy bends beneath the weight of its yield, and the rains of springtime, so his head bent slack to one side beneath the helm's weight. But Teucros now let fly another shaft from the bowstring, straight for Hector, and all his heart was straining to hit him, yet missed his man once again as Apollo faltered his arrow, and struck Archiptolemus, bold charioteer of Hector, in the chest next to the nipple as he charged into the fighting. He fell out of the chariot, and the fast-footed horses shied away, and there his life and his strength were scattered, and bitter sorrow closed over Hector's heart for his driver. Yet, grieving as he did for his friend, he left him to lie there, and called to his brother Cebriones, who stood near to take up the reins of the horses, nor did he disobey him. But Hector himself vaulted down to the ground from the shining chariot, crying a terrible cry, and in his hand caught up a great stone and went straight for Teucros, heart urgent to hit him. Now Teucros had drawn a bitter arrow out of his quiver, and laid it along the bowstring. But as he drew the shaft by his shoulder, there between neck and chest the collarbone interposes, and this is the spot most mortal. In this place the shining-helmed Hector struck him in all his fury with the jagged boulder, smashing the sinew, and all his arm at the wrist was deadened. He dropped to one knee and stayed, and the bow fell from his hand. Aias was not forgetful of his fallen brother, but running stood bestriding him and covering him under the great shield. Thereon Mextius, son of Icus, and brilliant Alastor, 2 staunch companions, stooping beneath it, caught up Teucros and carried him, groaning heavily, to the hollow vessels. Now, once again, the Olympian filled the Trojans with fury, and they piled the Achaeans straight backwards against the deep ditch, as Hector raged in their foremost ranks, in the pride of his great strength. As when some hunting hound, in the speed of his feet, pursuing a wild boar or a lion, snaps from behind at its quarters or flanks, but watches for the beast to turn upon him, so Hector followed close on the heels of the flowing-haired Achaeans, killing ever the last of the men, and they fled in terror. But after they had crossed back over the ditch and the sharp stakes in flight, and many had gone down under the hands of the Trojans, they reined in and stood fast again beside their ships, calling aloud upon each other, and to all of the gods, uplifting their hands, each man of them, cried out his prayers in a great voice, while Hector, wearing the stark eyes of a Gorgon, or murderous Ares, wheeled about at the edge his bright-maned horses. Now, seeing them, the goddess of the white arms, Hera, took pity, and immediately she spoke to Pallas Athena her winged words. For shame, daughter of Zeus, who wears the Aegis, no longer shall we care for the Danaans in their utmost hour of destruction. These must then fill out an evil destiny and perish in the wind of one man's fury, where none can stand now against him. Hector, Priam's son, who has wrought so much evil already. Then in turn the goddess, grey-eyed Athene, answered her. Yet even this man would have his life and strength taken from him, dying under the hands of the Argives in his own country. But it is my father who is so furious in his heart of evil. He is hard and forever wicked. He crosses my high hopes, nor remembers at all those times, many times, I rescued his own son, Heracles, when the tasks of Eurystheus were too much for his strength. And time again he would cry out aloud to the heavens, and Zeus would send me down in speed from the sky to help him. If in the wiliness of my heart I had thoughts like his, when Heracles was sent down to Hades of the gates, to hail back from the kingdom of the dark, the hound of the grisly death god, never would he have got clear of the steep, dripping Stygian water. Yet now Zeus hates me, and is bent to the wishes of Thetis, who kissed his knees and stroked his chin in her hand, and entreated that he give honor to Achilles, the sacker of cities. Yet time shall be when he calls me again his dear girl of the grey eyes. So then, do you put under their harness our single-foot horses, while I go back into the house of Zeus, the Lord of the Aegis, and arm me in my weapons of war. So shall I discover whether the son of Priam, Hector, of the shining helmet, will feel joy to see us apparent on the outworks of battle, or if some Trojan give the dogs and the birds their desire, with fat and flesh, struck down beside the ships of the Achaeans. She spoke, nor failed to persuade the goddess Hera of the white arms. And she, Hera, exalted goddess, daughter of Cronos, the mighty, went away to harness the gold-bridled horses. Now in turn, Athene, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, beside the threshold of her father, slipped off her elaborate dress, which she herself had wrought with her hands' patience. And now assuming the war tunic of Zeus, who gathers the clouds, she armed herself in her gear for the dismal fighting. She set her feet in the blazing chariot and took up a spear, huge, heavy, thick, wherewith she beats down the battalions of the fighting men, against whom she of the mighty father is angered. Hera laid the lash swiftly on the horses, and moving of themselves groaned the gates of the sky that the hours guarded, those hours to whom charge is given the huge sky and Olympus to open up the dense darkness or again to close it. Through the way between they held the speed of their goaded horses. But Zeus, father, watching from Ida, was angered terribly and stirred Iris of the golden wings to run with his message. Go forth, Iris the swift, turn them back again. Let them not reach me, since we would close in fighting thus that would be unseemly. For I will say this straight out, and it will be a thing accomplished. I will lame beneath the harness their fast-running horses, and hurl the gods from the driver's place, and smash their chariots, and not in the circle of 10 returning years shall they be whole of the wounds where the stroke of the lightning hits them, so that the grey-eyed goddess may know when it is her father she fights with. Yet with Hera I am not so angry, neither indignant, since it is ever her way to cross the commands that I give her. He spoke, and Iris, storm-footed, rose with his message, and took her way from the peaks of Ida to tall Olympus, and at the utmost gates of the many-folded Olympus met and stayed them, and spoke the word that Zeus had given her. Where so furious? How can your hearts so storm within you? The son of Cronos will not let you stand by the Argives, since Zeus has uttered this threat and will make it a thing accomplished, that he will lame beneath the harness your fast-running horses, and hurl yourselves from the driver's place, and smash your chariot, and not in the circle of 10 returning years would you be whole of the wounds where the stroke of the lightning hits you, so that you may know, grey-eyed goddess, when it is your father you fight with. Yes, you bold, brazen wench, you are audacious indeed, if truly you dare to lift up your gigantic spear in the face of your father. Yet with Hera he is not so angry, neither indignant, since it is ever her way to cross the commands he gives her. So Iris, the swift-footed, spoke and went away from them. And now Hera spoke a word to Pallas Athene. Alas, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, I can no longer let us fight in the face of Zeus for the sake of mortals. Let one of them perish then, let another live, as their fortune wills. Let him, as it is his right and as his heart pleases, work out whatever decrees he will on the Danaans and the Trojans. So she spoke, and turned back again her single-foot horses, and the hours set free their flowing-maned horses from the harness, and tethered them at their mangers that were piled with ambrosia, and leaned the chariot against the shining inward wall. Meanwhile the goddesses themselves took their place on the golden couches among the other immortals, their hearts deep grieving within them. Now Father Zeus steered back from Ida his strong-wheeled chariot, and horses to Olympus, and came among the gods' sessions, while for him the famed shaker of the earth set free his horses, and put the chariot on its stand, with a cloth spread over it. Then Zeus himself of the wide brows took his place on the golden throne, as underneath his feet tall Olympus was shaken. These two alone, Hera and Athene, stayed seated apart, aside from Zeus, and would not speak to him, nor ask him a question. But he knew the whole matter within his heart, and spoke to them. Why then are you too sorrowful, Athena and Hera? Surely in the battle where men win glory, you were not wearied out, destroying those Trojans on whom you have set your grim wrath. In the whole account, such is my strength, and my hand so invincible, not all the gods who are on Olympus could turn me backward. But before this, the trembling took hold of your shining bodies, before you could look upon the fighting and war's work of sorrow. For I will say straight out, and it would now be a thing accomplished, once hit in your car by the lightning stroke, you could never have come back to Olympus, where is the place of the immortals. So he spoke, and Athena and Hera muttered, since they were sitting close to each other, devising evil for the Trojans. Still, Athena stayed silent and said nothing, but only sulked at Zeus her father, and savage anger took hold of her. But the heart of Hera could not contain her anger, and she spoke forth. Majesty, son of Kronos, what sort of thing have you spoken? We know well already your strength, how it is no small thing. Yet, even so, we are sorrowful for the Danaan spearmen, who must fill out an unhappy destiny and perish. Still, we shall keep out of the fighting as you command us, yet we will put good counsel in the Argives, if it may help them, so that not all of them will die because of your anger. Zeus, who gathers the clouds, spoke to her again in answer. Tomorrow at the dawning, Lady Hera of the ox-eyes, you will see if you have the heart, a still mightier son of Kronos, perishing the ranged numbers of Argive spearmen. For Hector the huge will not sooner be stayed from his fighting, until there stirs by the ships the swift-footed son of Peleus, on that day when they shall fight by the sterns of the beached ships, in the narrow place of necessity over fallen Patroclus. This is the way it is fated to be, and for you and your anger I care not if you stray apart to the undermost limits of earth and sea, where Iapetus and Kronos seated have no shining of the sun god Hyperion to delight them, nor winds delight, but Tartarus stands deeply about them. Not even if you reach that place in your wandering shall I care for your sulks, since there is nothing more shameless than you are. So he spoke, and Hera of the white arms gave him no answer. And now the shining light of the sun was dipped in the ocean, trailing black night across the grain-giving land. For the Trojans the daylight sank against their will, but for the Achaeans sweet and thrice supplicated was the coming on of the dark night. Now glorious Hector held an assembly of all the Trojans, taking them aside from the ships by a swirling river on clean ground, where there showed a space not encumbered with corpses. They stepped to the ground from behind their horses and listened to Hector, the loved of Zeus, and the words he spoke to them. He in his hand held the 11-cubit-long spear, whose shaft was tipped with a shining bronze spearhead, and a ring of gold was hooped to hold it. Leaning upon this spear, he spoke his words to the Trojans. Trojans and Dardanians and companions in arms, hear me. Now I had thought that destroying the ships and all of the Achaeans, we might take our way back once more to windy Ilion. But the darkness came too soon, and this, beyond all else, rescued the Argives and their vessels along the beach where the sea breaks. But now let us give way to the Black Knight's persuasion. Let us make ready our evening meal. And, as for your flowing-maned horses, set them free from their harness, and cast down fodder before them, and lead forth also out of the city oxen and fat sheep, in all speed, and convey out also the kindly sweet wine with food out of our houses, and heap many piles of firewood, so that all night long, and until the young dawn appears, we may burn many fires, and the glare go up into heaven, so that not in the night time the flowing-haired Achaeans may set out to run for home over seas' wide ridges. No, not thus in their own good time must they take to their vessels, but in such a way that a man of them at home will still nurse his wound, the place where he has been hit with an arrow or sharp spear springing to his ship, so that another may shrink thereafter from bringing down fearful war on the Trojans, breaker of horses. And let the heralds Zeus loves give orders about the city for the boys who are in the first youth and the gray-browed elders to take stations on the God-founded bastions that circle the city. And as for the women, have our wives, each one in her own house, kindle a great fire. Let there be a watch kept steadily, lest a sudden attack get into the town when the fighters have left it. Let it be thus, high-hearted men of Troy, as I tell you. Let that word that has been spoken now be a strong one, with that which I speak at dawn to the Trojans, breakers of horses. For in good hope I pray to Zeus and the other immortals that we may drive from our place these dogs swept into destruction, whom the spirits of death have carried here on their black ships. Now for the night we shall keep watch on ourselves, and tomorrow early, before the dawn shows, shall arm ourselves in our weapons, and beside their hollow vessels, waken the bitter war god. And I shall know if the son of Tydeus, strong Diomedes, will force me back from the ships against the wall, or whether I shall cut him down with the bronze, and take home the blooded war spoils. Tomorrow he will learn his own strength, if he can stand up to my spear's advance. But sooner than this, I think, in the foremost he will go down under the stroke, and many companions about him, as the sun goes up into the tomorrow. Oh, if I only could be as this in all my days, immortal and ageless, and be held in honor as Athene and Apollo are honored, as surely as this oncoming day brings evil to the Argives. So Hector spoke among them, and the Trojans shouted approval, and they set free their sweating horse from under the harness, and tethered them by the reins, each one by his own chariot. They led forth also out of the city oxen and fat sheep in all speed, and conveyed out also the kindly sweet wine, with food out of their houses, and heaped many piles of firewood. They accomplished likewise full sacrifices before the immortals, and the wind wafted the savour aloft from the plain to the heavens in its fragrance, and yet the blessed gods took no part of it. They would not, so hateful to them was sacred Ilion and Priam, and the city of Priam of the strong ash spear. So with hearts made high these sat night long by the outworks of battle, and their watchfires blazed numerous about them, as when in the sky the stars about the moon's shining are seen in all their glory, when the air has fallen to stillness, and all the high places of the hills are clear, and the shoulders outjutting, and the deep ravines as endless bright air spills from the heavens, and all the stars are seen to make glad the heart of the shepherd. Such in their number blazed the watchfires of the Trojans. The watchfires the Trojans were burning, between the waters of Xanthos and the ships before Ilion. 1,000 fires were burning there in the plain, and beside each one sat 50 men in the flare of the blazing firelight. And standing each beside his chariot, champing white barley and oats, the horses waiting for the dawn to mount to her high place.
So my name is Jason Grieser. I teach literature, specifically English literature at New St. Andrews College. Every once in a while I get the opportunity to teach an elective outside of Chaucer and Spenser and Shakespeare. And I once in a while get to teach Homer. I'm going to teach Homer this spring in our CCS online class. I think Homer's probably the best storyteller that we have. Iliad and Odyssey. There's so many things he does that really laid the foundations for all the literature that followed. For instance, in book 9, I chose book 9, where we come back to Achilles. So he introduces his hero in the beginning, and then he's gone off the pages for several books. Then in book 9, we get to see what Achilles is up to. Similarly in the Odyssey, where he introduces Odysseus only by name, and then you don't meet him until book 5. So he's a master of suspense and surprise, and he's got the best poetic images you'll find anywhere. So book 9 is what I'm going to read today, and I'm reading from the Latimer translation. What I like about the Latimer translation is it's more tied to the Greek than, say, Fagles. Fagles has its own virtues, but I think if we're going to do a serious study and we're not reading Greek, Latimer's the best choice. He also lines up his lines with the Greek text, so if you wanted to look up a line number, his line numbers match up exactly with the Greek text. He disciplined himself to make his lines fit with Homer's lines, which is pretty hard to do. So here's Book 9 of the Iliad. So the Trojans held their night watches. Meanwhile, immortal panic, companion of cold terror, gripped the Achaeans, as all their best were stricken with grief that passes endurance. As two winds rise to shake the sea where the fish swarm, Boreas and Zephyrus, north wind and west, that blow from Thrace-ward, suddenly descending, and the darkened water is gathered to crests, and far across the salt sea scatters the seaweed. So the heart in the breast of each Achaean was troubled. And the son of Atreus, stricken at heart with the great sorrow, went among his heralds, the clear spoken, and told them to summon, calling by name, each man into the assembly, but with no outcry, and he himself was at work with the foremost. They took their seats in assembly, dispirited, and Agamemnon stood up before them, shedding tears like a spring dark running, that down the face of a rock impassable drips its dim water. So groaning heavily, Agamemnon spoke to the Argives. Friends, who are leaders of the Argives and keep their counsel, Zeus, son of Cronos, has caught me badly in bitter futility. He is hard. Who before this time promised me consented that I might sack strong-walled Ilion and sail homeward. Now he has devised a vile deception and bids me go back to Argos in dishonor, having lost many of my people. Such is the way it will be pleasing to Zeus, who is too strong, who before now has broken the crests of many cities and will break them again, since his power is beyond all others. Come then, do as I say, let us all be won over. Let us run away with our ships to the beloved land of our fathers, since no longer now shall we capture Troy of the wide ways. So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence. For some time the sons of the Achaeans said nothing in sorrow. But at last Diomedes of the great war cry addressed them, Son of Atreus, I will be first to fight with your folly, as is my right, Lord, in this assembly. Then do not be angered. I was the first of the Danaans, whose valor you slighted, and I said I was unwarlike and without courage. The young men of the Argives know all these things, and the elders know it. The son of devious devising Cronos has given you gifts in two ways. With the scepter he gave you honor beyond all, but he did not give you a heart. And of all power, this is the greatest. Sir, can you really believe the sons of the Achaeans are so unwarlike and so weak of their hearts, as you call them? But if in truth your own heart is so set upon going, go. The way is there, and next to the water are standing your ships that came, so many of them, with you from Mycenae. And yet the rest of the flowing-haired Achaeans will stay here until we have sacked the city of Troy. Let even these also run away with their ships to the beloved land of their fathers. Still we too, Sthenelus and I, will fight till we witness the end of Ilion, for it was with God that we made our way hither. So he spoke, and all the sons of the Achaeans shouted acclaim for the words of Diomedes, breaker of horses. And now Nestor, the horseman, stood forth among them and spoke to them. Son of Tydes, beyond others you are strong in battle, and in council also are noblest among all men of your age. Not one man of all the Achaeans will belittle your words, nor speak against them. Yet you have not made complete your argument, since you are a young man. You are a young man still, and could even be my own son, and my youngest born of all. Yet still you argue in wisdom with the Argive kings, since all you have spoken was spoken fairly. But let me speak, since I can call myself older than you are, and go through the whole matter, since there is none who can dishonor the thing I say, not even powerful Agamemnon. Out of all the brotherhood, outlawed, homeless shall be that man who longs for all the horror of fighting among his own people. But now, let us give way to the darkness of night, and let us make ready our evening meal, and let the guards severally take their stations by the ditch we have dug outside the ramparts. This I would enjoin upon our young men. But thereafter, do you, son of Atreus, take command, since you are our kingliest. Divide a feast among the princes. It befits you. It is not unbecoming. Our shelters are filled with wine.
that the Achaean ships carry day by day from Thrace across the wide water. All hospitality is for you. You are lord over many. When many assemble together, follow him who advises the best counsel. For in truth, there is need for all the Achaeans of good close counsel, since now, close to our ships, the enemy burn their numerous fires. What man could be cheered to see this? Here is the night that will break our army, or else will preserve it. So he spoke, and they listened hard to him and obeyed him. And the sentries went forth rapidly in their armor, gathering about Nestor's son, Thrasymedes, shepherd of the people, and about Ascalaphus and Imeneus, son both of Ares, and Myranes, and Aphareus, and Deirephus, and about the son of Chiron and Lycomedes the brilliant. There were several leaders of the sentinels, and with each one 100 fighting men followed, gripping in their hands their long spears. They took position in the space between the ditch and the rampart, and there they kindled their fires, and each made ready his supper. But the son of Atreus led the assembled lords of the Achaeans to his own shelter, and set before them the feast in abundance. They put their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, the aged man began to weave his counsel before them. First Nestor, whose advice had shown best before this. He in kind intention toward all stood forth and addressed them. Son of Atreus, most lordly and king of men, Agamemnon, with you I will end. With you I will make my beginning, since you are lord over many people, and Zeus has given into your hand the scepter and rights of judgment to be king over the people. It is yours, therefore, to speak a word, yours also to listen, and grant the right to another also, when his spirit stirs him to speak for our good. All shall be yours when you lead the way. Still, I will speak in the way it seems best to my mind, and no one shall have in his mind any thought that is better than this one that I have in my mind, either now or long before now, ever since that day illustrious, when you went from the shelter and angered Achilles, taking by force the girl Briseis, against the will of the rest of us, since I for my part urged you strongly not to, but you, giving way to your proud heart's anger, dishonored a great man, one whom the immortals honor, since you have taken his prize and kept it, and keep it. But let us even now think how we can make this good, and persuade him with words of supplication and with the gifts of friendship. Then, in turn, the Lord of men, Agamemnon, spoke to him. Aged sir, this was no lie when you spoke of my madness. I was mad, I myself will not deny it. Worth many fighters is that man whom Zeus in his heart loves, as now he has honored this man and beaten down the Achaean people. But since I was mad in the persuasion of my heart's evil, I am willing to make all good and give back gifts in abundance. Before you all, I will count off my gifts in their splendor. 7 unfired tripods, 10 talents worth of gold, 20 shining cauldrons, and 12 horses, strong race competitors who have won prizes in the speed of their feet. That man would not be poor in possessions, to whom were given all these That man would not be poor in possession, to whom were given all these have won me, nor be unpossessed of dearly honored gold, were he given all the prizes these single-foot horses have won for me. I will give him 7 women of Lesbos, the work of whose hands is blameless, whom when he himself captured strong-founded Lesbos I chose, and who in their beauty surpass the races of women. I will give him these, and with them shall go the one I took from him, the daughter of Briseis. And to all this I will swear a great oath that I never entered into her bed and never lay with her, as is natural for human people, between men and women. All these gifts shall be his at once. But again, if hereafter the gods grant that we storm and sack the great city of Priam, let him go to his ship and load it deep as he pleases, with gold and bronze, when we Achaeans divide the war spoils, and let him choose for himself 20 of the chosen women, who are the loveliest of all after Helen of Argos. And if we come back to Achaean Argos, pride of the tilled land, he may be my son-in-law. I will honor him with Orestes, my growing son, who is brought up there in abundant luxury. Since, as I have 3 daughters there in my high-built castle, Chrysomathus, Laodice, and Iphianassa, let him lead away the one of these that he likes, with no bride price, to the house of Peleus, and with that girl I will grant him a dowry, many gifts, such as no man ever gave with his daughter. I will grant to him 7 citadels strongly settled, Cardamile, and Enope, and Hire of the grasses, Phirai, the sacrosanct, and Ethia, deep in the meadows, with Aeopie, the lovely, and Pedros of the Pedasos of the vineyards. All these lie near the sea, at the bottom of sandy Pylos. And men live among them, rich in cattle and rich in sheep flocks, who will honor him as if he were a god, with gifts given, and fulfill his prospering decrees underneath his scepter. All this I will bring to pass for him, if he changes from his anger. Let him give way, for Hades gives not way, and is pitiless, and therefore he among all the gods is most hateful to mortals. And let him yield place to me, inasmuch as I am the kinglier, and inasmuch as I can call myself born the elder. Thereupon the Gerenian horseman Nestor answered him, Son of Atreus, most lordly and king of men, Agamemnon, none could scorn any longer the gifts you offer to Achilles, the king. Come, let us choose and send some men who in all speed will go to the shelter of Achilles, the son of Peleus. Or come, the men on whom my eye falls, let these take their duty. First of all, let Phoenix, beloved of Zeus, be their leader, and after him take Ajax, the great and brilliant Odysseus. And of the heralds, let Odius and Eurybates go with them. Bring also water for their hands, and bid them keep words of good omen. So we may pray to Zeus, son of Cronos, if he will have pity. So he spoke, and the word he spoke was pleasing to all of them. And the heralds brought water at once and poured it over their hands, and the young men filled the mixing bowl with pure wine and passed it to all, pouring first a libation in goblets. Then, when they had poured out wine and drunk as much as their hearts wished, they set out for the shelter of Atreus' son, Agamemnon. They set out from the shelter of Atreus' son, Agamemnon. And the Gerenian horseman, Nestor, gave them much instruction, looking eagerly at each, and most of all at Odysseus, to try hard so that they might win over the blameless Pelion. So these two walked along the strand of the sea, deep thundering, with many prayers to the holder and shaker of the earth, that they might readily persuade the great-hearted of Achates. Now they came beside the shelters and ships of the Myrmidons, and they found Achilles delighting his heart in a lyre, clear-sounding, splendid, and carefully wrought, with a bridge of silver upon it, which he won out of the spoils when he ruined Eetion's city. With this he was pleasuring his heart and singing of men's fame, as Patroclus was sitting over against him alone in silence, watching Achates, and the time he would leave off singing. Now these two came forward as brilliant Odysseus led them and stood in his presence. Achilles rose to his feet in amazement, holding the lyre as it was, leaving the place where he was sitting. In the same way, Patroclus, when he saw the men come, stood up, and in greeting Achilles, the swift of foot spoke to them. Welcome, you are my friends who have come, and greatly I need you. Who even to this my anger are dearest of all the Achaeans. So brilliant Achilles spoke, and guided them forward, and caused them to sit down on couches with purple coverlets, and it at once called over to Patroclus, who was not far from them, son of Menoetes, set up a mixing bowl that is bigger, and mix a stronger drink, and make ready a cup for each man, since these who have come beneath my roof are the men that I love best. So he spoke, and Patroclus obeyed his beloved companion, and tossed down a great chopping block in the firelight, and laid upon it the back of a sheep, and one of a fat goat, and the chine of a fatted pig edged thick with lard, and for him Automedon held the meats, and brilliant Achilles carved them, and cut it well in pieces, and spitted them, as meanwhile Menoetes' son, a man like a god, made the fire blaze greatly. But when the fire had burned itself out, and the flames had died down, he scattered the embers apart, and extended the spits across them, lifted them to the androns, and sprinkled the meats with divine salt. When he had roasted all and spread the food on the platters, Patroclus took the bread and set it out on a table in fair baskets, while Achilles served the meats. Thereafter he himself sat over against the godlike Odysseus, against the further wall, and told his companion Patroclus to sacrifice to the gods. And he threw the firstlings in the fire. They put their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. But when they had put aside their desire for eating and drinking, Ajax nodded to Phoenix, and brilliant Odysseus saw it and filled a cup with wine and lifted it to Achilles. Your health, Achilles. You have no lack of your equal portion, either within the shelter of Atreus' son Agamemnon, nor here now in your own. We have good things in abundance to feast on. Here it is not the desirable feast we think of, but a trouble all too great, beloved of Zeus, that we look on and are afraid. There is no doubt if we save our strong benched vessels, or if they be destroyed, unless you put on your war strength. The Trojans, in their pride, with their far-renowned companions, have set up an encampment close by the ships and the rampart, and lit many fires along their army, and think no longer of being held, but rather to drive in upon the black ships. And Zeus, son of Cronos, lightens upon their right hand, showing them portents of good, while Hector, in his huge pride of strength, rages irresistibly, reliant on Zeus, and gives way to no one, neither god nor man, but the strong fury has descended upon him. He prays now that the divine dawn will show most quickly, since he threatens to shear the uttermost horns from the ship sterns, to light the ships themselves with ravening fire, to cut down the Achaeans themselves as they stir from the smoke beside them. All this I fear terribly in my heart, lest immortals accomplish all these threats, and lest for us it be destiny to die here in Troy, far away from the horse-pasturing Argos. Up then, if you are minded, late though it be, to rescue the afflicted sons of the Achaeans from the Trojan onslaught. It will be an affliction to you hereafter. There will be no remedy found to heal the evil thing when it has been done. No, beforehand, take thought to beat the evil day aside from the Danaans. Dear friend, surely thus your father Peleus advised you, that day when he sent you away to Agamemnon from Phthia. My child, for the matter of strength, Athena and Hera will give it, if it be their will. But be it yours to hold fast in your bosom the anger of your proud heart, for consideration is better. Keep from the bad complication of quarrel, and all the more, for this the Argives will honor you, both their younger men and their elders. So the old man advised, but you have forgotten. Yet even now, stop and give away from the anger that hurts your heart. Agamemnon offers you worthy a recompense if you change from your anger. Come then, if you will, listen to me while I count off for you all the gifts in his shelter that Agamemnon has promised. 7 unfired tripods, 10 talents weight of gold, 20 shining cauldrons, and 12 horses, strong race competitors who have won prizes in their speed of feet. That man would not be poor in possession to whom were given all these, have won him, nor be unpossessed of dearly honored gold, were he given all the prizes Agamemnon's horses won in their speed for him. He will give you 7 women of Lesbos, the work of whose hands is blameless, whom when you yourself captured strong-founded Lesbos he chose, and who in their beauty surpass the races of women. He will give you these, and with them shall go the one he took from you, the daughter of Briseis. And to all this he will swear an oath that he never entered into her bed and never lay with her, as is natural for human people between men and women. All these gifts shall be yours at once, but again, if hereafter the gods grant that we storm and sack the great city of Priam, you may go to your ship and load it deep as you please with gold and bronze, when we Achaeans divide the war spoils, and you may choose for yourself 20 of the Trojan women, who are the loveliest of all after Helen of Argos. And if we come back to Achaean Argos, pride of the tilled land, you could be his son-in-law. He would honor you with Orestes, his growing son, who was brought up there in luxury, in abundant luxury. Since, as he has 3 daughters there in his strong-built castle, Chrysomethus, Laodike, and Ephenacia, you will lead away the one of these that you like, with no bride price, to the house of Peleus, and with that girl he will grant you a dowry, many gifts, such as no man ever gave with his daughter. He will grant you 7 citadels strongly settled, Cardimeli, Enope, and Hire of the grasses, Ferrare, the sacrosanct, and Enethia deep in the meadows, with Apaea the lovely, Pedasus of the vineyards. All these lie near the sea, at the bottom of sandy Pylos. And men live among them, rich in cattle and rich in sheep flocks, who will honor you as if you were a god, with gifts given to fulfill your prospering decrees underneath your scepter. All this he will bring to pass for you if you change from your anger. But if the son of Atreus is too much hated in your heart, himself and his gifts, at least take pity on all the other Achaeans who are afflicted along the host, and will honor you as a god. You may win very great glory among them, for now you might kill Hector, since he would come very close to you with a wicked fury upon him, since he thinks there is not his equal among the rest of the Danaans, the ships carried hither. Then in answer to him spoke Achilles of the swift foot, son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, without consideration for you I must make my answer. The way I think and the way it will be accomplished, that you may not come one after another and sit by me and speak softly, for I detest the doorways of death, I detest the man. For as I detest the doorways of death, I detest the man who hides one thing in the depths of his heart and speaks forth another. But I will speak to you the way it seems best to me. Neither do I think the son of Atreus Agamemnon will persuade me, nor the rest of the Danaans, since there was no gratitude given for fighting incessantly forever against your enemies. Fate is the same for the man who holds back, the same if he fights hard. We are all held in a single honor, the brave with the weaklings. A man dies still if he has done nothing, as one who has done much. Nothing is won for me. Now that my heart has gone through its afflictions in forever setting my life on the hazard of battle. For as to her unwinged young ones, the mother bird brings back morsels wherever she can find them, but as for herself, it is suffering. Such was I, as I lay through all the many nights unsleeping, such as I wore through the bloody days of the fighting, striving with warriors for the sake of these men's women. But I say that I have stormed from my ships 12 cities of men, and by land 11 more through the generous Troad. From all these we took forth treasures, goodly and numerous, and we would bring them back and give them to Agamemnon, Atreus' son, while he, waiting back beside the swift ships, would take them and distribute them little by little and keep many. All the other prizes of honor he gave the great men, and the princes are held fast by them. But for me alone of all the Achaeans he has taken and keeps the bride of my heart. Let him lie beside her and be happy. Yet why must the Argives fight with the Trojans? Why was it the son of Atreus assembled and led here these people? Was it not for the sake of lovely-haired Helen? Are the sons of Atreus alone among mortal men the ones who love their wives? Since any who is a good man and careful loves her, who is his own and cares for her, even as I now love this one from my heart, though it was my spear that won her. Now that he has deceived me and taken from my hands my prize of honor, let him try me no more. I know him well, he will not persuade me. Let him take counsel with you, Odysseus, and the rest of the princes, how to fight the ravening fire away from his vessels. Indeed, there has been much hard work done ever without me. He has built himself a wall and driven a ditch about it, making it great and wide and fixing the sharp stakes inside it. Yet even so he cannot hold the strength of manslaughtering Hector. And yet, when I was fighting among the Achaeans, Hector would not drive his attack beyond the wall's shelter, but would come forth only so far as the Scanian's gates and the oak tree. There once he endured me alone, and barely escaped my onslaught. But now I am unwilling to fight against brilliant Hector. Tomorrow I have sacrificed to Zeus, and when I have sacrificed to Zeus and all the gods, and loaded well my ships, and rowed out onto the salt water, you will see, if you have a mind to it, and if it concerns you, my ships in the dawn, at the sea, on the Hellespont, where the fish swarm, and my men manning them with good will to row. If the glorious Shaker of earth should grant us a favorable passage on the third day thereafter, we might raise generous Pythia. I have many possessions there that I have left behind when I came here on this desperate venture, and from here there is more gold and red bronze and fair girdled women, and gray iron I will take back, all that was allotted to me. But my prize, he who gave it, powerful Agamemnon, son of Atreus, has taken it back again outrageously. Go back and proclaim to him all that I tell you openly, so the other Achaeans may turn against him in anger, if he hopes yet one more time to swindle some other Danaan, wrapped as he is forever in shamelessness. Yet he would not bold as a dog though he is, dare look in my face any longer. I will rejoin with him in no counsel, in no action. He cheated me, and he did me hurt. Let him not beguile me with words again. This is enough for him. Let him of his own will be damned, since Zeus of the councils has taken his wits away from him. I hate his gifts. I hold him light as the strip of a splinter. Not if he gave me 10 times as much and 20 times over as he possesses now. Not if he should come to him. Not if more should come to him from elsewhere, or gave all that he brought into Icomenus, all that is brought in to Thebes of Egypt, where the greatest possessions lie up in the houses, Thebes of the 100 gates, where through each of the gates 200 fighting men come forth to war with horses and chariots. Not if he gave me gifts as many as the sand or the dust is. Not even so would Agamemnon have his way with my spirit, until he had made good to me all this heart-rending insolence. Nor will I marry the daughter of Atreus' son Agamemnon, not if she challenged Aphrodite the golden for loveliness, not if she matched the work of her hands with gray-eyed Athena. Not even so will I marry her. Let him pick some other Achaean, one who is to his liking and is kinglier than I am. For if the gods will keep me alive, and I win homeward, Peleus himself will presently arrange a wife for me. There are many Achaean girls in the land of Hellas and Pythia, daughters of great men who hold strong places in guard. And of these, any one that I please, I may make my beloved lady. And the great desire in my heart drives me rather in that place to take a wedded wife in marriage, the bride of my fancy, to enjoy with her the possessions won by aged Peleus. For not worth the value of my life are all the possessions they fable were won for Ilion, the strong-founded citadel, in the old days when there was peace before the coming of the sons of the Achaeans. Not all that the stone door-sill of the archer holds fast within it, of Phoebus Apollo in Pytho of the rocks, of possessions, cattle and fat sheep are things to be had for the lifting, and tripods can be won, and the tawny high heads of horses. But a man's life cannot come back again. It cannot be lifted nor captured again by force, once it has crossed the teeth's barrier. For my mother, Thetis, the goddess of the silver feet, tells me I carry 2 sorts of destiny toward the day of my death. Either if I stay here and fight beside the city of the Trojans, my return home is gone, but my glory shall be everlasting. But if I return home to the beloved land of my fathers, the excellence of my glory is gone, but there will be a long life left for me, and my end in death will not come to me quickly. And this would be my counsel to others also, to sail back home again, since no longer shall you find any term set on the sheer city of Ilion, since Zeus of the wide brows has strongly held his own hand over it, and its people are made bold. Do you go back, therefore, to the great men of the Achaeans, and take them this message, since this is the privilege of the princes, that they think out in their minds some other scheme that is better, which might rescue their ships and the people of the Achaeans, who man the hollow ships, since this plan will not work for them, which they thought of by reason and of my anger. Let Phoenix remain here with us and sleep here, so that tomorrow he may come with us in our ships to the beloved land of our fathers, if he will, but I will never use force to hold him." So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence, in amazement at his words. He had spoken to them very strongly. But at long last, Phoenix, the aged horseman, spoke out in a storm burst of tears, and fearing for the ships of the Achaeans. "If it is going home, glorious Achilles, you ponder in your heart, and are utterly unwilling to drive the obliterating fire from the fast ships, since anger has descended on your spirit, how then shall I, dear child, be left in this place behind you all alone? Peleus, the aged horseman, sent me forth with you on that day when he sent you from Phthia to Agamemnon, a mere child, who knew nothing yet of the joining of battle, nor of debate, where men are made preeminent. Therefore he sent me among you to teach you all these matters, to make you a speaker of words and one who accomplished in action." I'll read that again. "Therefore he sent me along with you to teach you all of these matters, to make you a speaker of words and one who accomplished in action. Therefore, apart from you, dear child, I would not be willing to be left behind, not were the God in person to promise he would scale away my old age and make me a young man, blossoming as I was that time when I first left Hellas, the land of fair women, running from the hatred of Ormenos, son of Amintar, my father, who hated me for the sake of the fair-haired mistress. For he made love to her himself and dishonored his own wife, my mother, who was forever taking my knees and entreating me to lie with his mistress instead, so that she would hate the old man. I was persuaded and did it. And my father, when he heard of it, straightway called down his curses and invoked against me the dreaded Furies, that I might never have any son born of my seed to dandle on my knees. And the divinities, Zeus of the underworld and Persephone, the honored goddess, accomplished his curses. Then I took it into my mind to cut him down with a sharp bronze, but some of the immortals checked my anger, reminding me of rumor among the people and of men's maledictions repeated, that I might not be called a parricide among the Achaeans. But now no more could the heart in my breast be ruled entirely to range still among all the halls where my father was angered. Rather, it was the many kinsmen and cousins about me who held me closed in the house, with supplications repeated, and slaughtered fat sheep in their numbers, and shambling horn-curved cattle, and numerous swine with fat abundant upon them, were singed and stretched out across the flame of Hephaestus, and much wine was drunk that was stored in the jars of the old man. 9 nights they slept night long in their places beside me, and they kept up an interchange of watches, and the fire was never put out, one below the gate of the strong closed courtyard, and one in the antechamber before the doors of the bedroom. But when the 10th night had come to me in its darkness, then I broke the closed compacted doors of the chamber, and got away, and overleapt the fence of the courtyard lightly, unnoticed by the guarding men and the women servants. Then I fled far away through the wide spaces of Hellas, and came as far as generous Phthia, mother of sheep flocks, and to Lord Peleus, who accepted me with a good will, and gave me his love, even as a father loves his own son, who is a single child brought up among many possessions. He made me a rich man, and granted me many people, and I lived lord over Dolopos, in remote Phthia, and godlike Achilles, I made you all that you are now, and loved you out of my own heart, for you would not go with another out to any feast, nor taste any food in your own halls, until I had set you on my knees, and cut little pieces from the meat, and given you all you wished, and held the wine for you. And many times you soaked the shirt that was on my body with wine you would spit up in the troublesomeness of your childhood. So I have suffered much through you, and have made you trouble, So I have suffered much through you, and have had much trouble, thinking always how the gods would not bring to birth any children of my own, so that it was you, godlike Achilles, I made my own child, so that some day you might keep hard affliction from me. Then Achilles beat down your great anger. It is not yours to have a pitiless heart. The very immortals can be moved. Their virtue and honor and strength are greater than yours are, and yet with sacrifices and offerings of endearment, and with libations and with savor, men turn back even the immortals in supplication when any man does wrong and transgresses. For there are also the spirits of prayer, and the daughters of great Zeus, and they are lame on their feet and wrinkled, and cast their eyes sidelong with toil on their way, left far behind by the spirit of ruin. But she, ruin, is strong and sound on her feet, and therefore far outruns all prayers, and wins into every country to force men astray. And the prayers follow as healers before her, as healers after her. If a man venerates these daughters of Zeus as they draw near, such a man they bring great advantage, and hear his entreaty. But if a man shall deny them, and stubbornly with a harsh word refuse, they go to Zeus, son of Cronos, in supplication, that ruin may overtake this man, that he be hurt and punished. So Achilles, grant you also that Zeus's daughters be given their honor, which, lordly though they be, curbs the will of others. Since, were he not bringing gifts and naming still more hereafter, Atreus' son, were he to remain still swollen with rancor, even I would not bid you throw your anger aside, nor defend the Argives, though they needed you sorely. But see now, he offers you much straightway, and has promised you much hereafter. He has sent the best men to you to supplicate you, choosing them out of the Achaean host, those who to yourself are the dearest of all the Argives. Do not you make vain their argument, nor their footsteps, though before this one could not blame your anger. Thus it was in the old days also, the deeds that we hear of from the great men, when the swelling anger descended upon them. The heroes would take gifts, they would listen, and be persuaded. For I remember this action of old. It is not a new thing, and how it went. You are all my friends. I will tell it among you. The Corites and the steadfast Aetolians were fighting and slaughtering one another about the city of Callihan. The Aetolians in lovely Calydon's defense, the Corites furious to storm and sack it in war. For Artemis, she of the golden chair, had driven this evil upon them, angered that Oeneus had not given the pride of the orchards to her, first fruits. The rest of the gods were given due sacrifice, but alone to this daughter of great Zeus he had given nothing. He had forgotten, or had not thought, in his hard delusion, and in wrath at the whole mighty line of the Lady of Arrows, sent upon them the fierce and wild boar with the shining teeth, who after the way of his kind did much evil to the orchards of Oeneus. For he ripped up whole tall trees from the ground and scattered them headlong, roots and all, even to the very flowers of the orchard. The son of Oeneus killed his boar, Meleager, assembling together many hunting men out of the numerous cities with their hounds, since the boar might not have been killed by a few men, so huge was he, and had put many men on the sad fire for burning. But the goddess made a great stir of anger and crying battle over the head of the boar and the bristling boar's hide between Corites and the high-hearted Aetolians. So long as Meleager, lover of battle, stayed in the fighting, it went the worse for the Corites, and they could not even hold their ground outside the wall, though they were many. But when the anger came upon Meleager, such anger as wells in the hearts of others also, though their minds are careful, he, in the wrath of his heart against his own mother, Aletheia, lay apart with his wedded bride, Cleopatra the lovely, daughter of sweet-stepping Marpessa, child of Euenos and Idas, who was the strongest of all the men on earth at the time. For he even took up the bow to face the king's onset, Phoebus Apollo, for the sake of the sweet-stepping maiden, a girl her father and honored mother had named in their palace, Eleone, seabird, as a by-name, since for her sake her mother, with the sorrow-laden cry of a seabird, wept because far-reaching Phoebus Apollo had taken her. With this Cleopatra he lay mulling his heart-sore anger, raging by reason of his mother's curses, which she called down from the gods upon him, in deep grief for the death of her brother, and many times beating with her hands on the earth abundant, she called on Hades and on honored Persephone, lying at length along the ground, and the tears were wet on her bosom. to give death to her son. And Arenas, the mist-walking, she of the heart without pity, heard her out of the dark places. Presently there was thunder about the gates, and the sound rose of towers under assault, and the Aetolian elders supplicated him, sending their noblest priests of the immortals to come forth and defend them. They offered him a great gift, wherever might lie the richest ground in lovely Callihan. There they told him to choose out a piece of land, an entirely good one, of 50 acres, to the half of it to be a vineyard, and the half of it unworked plowland of the plain to be furrowed. And the aged horseman Onius again and again entreated him, and took his place at the threshold of the high vaulted chamber, and shook against the bolted doors, pleading with his own son. And again his honored mother and his sisters entreated him, but he only refused them more. Then his own friends, who were the most honored and dearest of all, entreated him, but even so they could not persuade the heart within him. Until, as the chamber was under close assault, the courtiers were mounting along the towers and set fire to the great city. And then at last, his wife, the fair-girdled bride, supplicated Meleagros in tears, and rehearsed in their numbers before him all the sorrows that come to men when their city is taken. They killed the men, and the fire leaves the city in ashes, and strangers lead the children away, and the deep-girdled women. And the heart, as he listened to all this evil, was stirred within him, and he rose and went and clothed his body in shining armor. So he gave way in his own heart and drove back the day of evil from the Aetolians. Yet these no longer would make good their many and gracious gifts, yet he drove back the evil from them. Listen then, do not have such a thought in your mind. Let not the spirit within you turn you that way, dear friend. It would be worse to defend the ships after they are burning. No, with the gifts promised, go forth. The Achaeans will honor you as they would an immortal. But if without gifts you go into the fighting where men perish, your honor will be no greater. Your honor will no longer be great, though you drive back the battle. Then in answer to him spoke Achilles of the swift foot. Phoenix, my father, aged, illustrious, such honor is a thing I need not. I think I am honored already in Zeus's ordinance, which would hold me here beside my curved ships, as long as life's wind stays in my breast, as long as my knees have their spring beneath me. And put away in your thoughts this other thing I tell you. Stop confusing my heart with lamentation and sorrow for the favor of great Artrides. It will not become you to love this man, for fear you turn hateful to me who love you. It should be your pride with me to hurt whoever shall hurt me. But be king equally with me. Take half of my honor. These men will carry back the message. You stay here and sleep here in a soft bed, and we shall decide tomorrow, as dawn shows, whether we go back home or else remain here. He spoke, and saying nothing, nodded with his brows to Patroclus to make up a bed for Phoenix, so the others might presently think of going home from his shelter. The son of Telamon, Ajax the godlike, saw it, and now spoke his word among them. Son of Laertes, the seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, let us go. I think that nothing will be accomplished by argument on this errand. It is best to go back quickly to tell this story, though it is not good, to the Danaans, who sit there waiting for us to come back, seeing that Achilles has made savage the proud-hearted spirit within his body. He is hard, and does not remember that friend's affection when we honored him by our ships far beyond all others. Pitiless. And yet a man takes from his brother's slayer the blood price, or the price for a child who was killed, and the guilty one, when he has largely repaid, stays still in the country, and the injured man's heart is curbed in his pride and his anger when he has taken the price. But the gods put in your breast a spirit not to be placated, bad, for the sake of one single girl. Yet now we offer you 7, surpassingly lovely, and much besides these. Now make gracious the spirit within you. Respect your own house. See, we are under the same roof with you, from the multitude of the Danaans, who we who desire above all others to have your honor and love out of all the Achaeans. Thus in answer to him spoke Achilles of the swift feet, son of Telamon, seed of Zeus, Ajax, lord of the people. All that you have said seems spoken after my own mind, yet still the heart in me swells up in anger when I remember the disgrace that he wrought upon me before the Argives, the son of Atreus, as if I were some dishonored vagabond. Do you then go back to him and take him this message, that I shall not think again of the bloody fighting until such a time as the son of wise Priam, Hector the brilliant, comes all the way to the ships of the Myrmidons and their shelters, slaughtering the Argives, and shall darken with fire our vessels. But around my own shelter, I think, and beside my black ship, Hector will be held, though he be very hungry for battle. He spoke, and they taking each a two-handled cup, poured out a libation, then went back to their ships, and Odysseus led them. Now Patroclus gave the maids and his followers orders to make up without delay a neat bed for Phoenix. And these obeyed him and made up the bed as he commanded, laying fleeces on it and a blanket and a sheet of fine linen. There the old man lay down and waited for divine dawn. But Achilles slept in the inward corner of the strong-built shelter, and a woman lay beside him, one he had taken from Lesbos, Phorbas' daughter, Diomede, of the fair coloring. And in the other corner, Patroclus went to bed. With him also was a girl, Iphis, the fair-girdled, whom brilliant Achilles gave him, when he took sheer Skyros and Aesius' citadel. Now when these had come back to the shelters of Agamemnon, the sons of the Achaeans greeted them with their golden cups uplifted, one after another, standing and asked them questions. And the first to question them was the lord of men, Agamemnon. Tell me, honored Odysseus, great glory of the Achaeans, is he willing to fight the ravening fire away from our vessels, or did he refuse, and does the anger still hold his proud heart? Then long-suffering great Odysseus spoke to him in answer, son of Atreus, most lordly, king of men, Agamemnon, that man will not quench his anger, but still more than ever is filled with rage, who refuses you and refuses your presence. He tells you yourself to take counsel among the Argives how to save your ships and the people of the Achaeans. And he himself has threatened that tomorrow, as dawn shows, he will drag down his strong benched or swept ships to the water. He said it would be his counsel to the others to sail back home again, since no longer will you find any terms set on the sheer city of Iliad, since Zeus of the wide brows has strongly held his own hand over it, and its people are made bold. So he spoke. There are these to attest it, who went there with me, also Ajax and the two heralds, both men of good counsel. But aged Phoenix stayed there for the night, as Achilles urged him. So he might go home in the ships to the beloved land of his fathers, if Phoenix will, but he will never use force to persuade him. So he spoke, and all the men stayed stricken into silence in amazement at his words. He had spoken to them very strongly. For a long time the sons of the Achaeans said nothing in sorrow, but at long last, Diomedes of the great war cry spoke to them. Son of Atreus, most lordly king of men, Agamemnon, I wish you had not supplicated the blameless son of Peleus with innumerable gifts offered. He is a proud man without this, and now you have driven him deeper into his pride. Rather, we shall pay him no more attention, whether he comes in with us or stays away. He will fight again whenever the time comes that the heart in his body urges him so, and the god drives him. Come then, do as I say, and let us all be won over. Go to sleep, now that the inward heart is made happy with food and drink, for these are the strength and courage within us. But when the lovely dawn shows forth with rose fingers, Atrides rapidly. Let me read that again. But when the lovely dawn shows forth with rose fingers, Atrides rapidly form before our ships both people and horses, stirring them on, and you yourself be ready to fight in the foremost. So he spoke, and all the kings gave him their approval, acclaiming the word of Diomedes, breaker of horses. Then they poured a libation, and each man went to his shelter, where they went to their beds and took the blessing of slumber.
Hello there. I am Cooper White. I work at Roman Roads Media, and I do software, technology, and operations here. And I will be reading from Latimer's translation for the Iliad. This is actually the translation that I've read before, and one that Wes Callihan recommended in his in Old Western Culture. And I enjoyed this translation. And so I brought my book. The Iliad, Book 10. Now beside their ships, the other great men of the Achaeans slept night long with the soft bondage of slumber upon them. But the son of Atreus, Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, was held by no sweet sleep as he pondered deeply within him. As when the lord of Hera, the lovely-haired, flashes his lightning, as he brings on a great rainstorm, or a hail incessant, or a blizzard at such time when the snowfall scatters on the plowlands, or drives on somewhere on earth the huge edge of tearing battle. Such was Agamemnon with the beating turmoil in his bosom from the deep heart, and all his wits were shaken within him. Now he would gaze across the plain of the Trojan camp, wondering at the number of their fires that were burning in front of Ilion, toward the high calls of their flutes and pipes, the murmur of the people. Now as he would look again to the ships of the Achaean people, he would drag the hair by its roots from his head, looking toward Zeus on high, and his proud heart was stricken with lamentation. Now to his mind this thing appeared to be the best counsel, first among men to seek out Nestor, the son of Neleus, to see if Nestor with him could work out a plan that would not fail, and one that might drive the evil away from all the Danaans. He stood upright and slipped the tunic upon his body, and underneath his shining feet he bound the fair sandals, and thereafter slung across him the tawny hide of a lion, glowing and huge, that swung to his feet, and took up a spear. So likewise, trembling seized Menelaus, neither on his eyes had sweet slumber descending settled, for fear that the Argives might suffer some hurt. They who for his sake over much water had come to Troy, bearing their bold attack to the Trojans. First of all, he mantled his broad back in a leopard's spotted hide, then, lifting the circle of a brazen helmet, placed it upon his head, and took up a spear in his big hand, and went on his way to waken his brother, who is the great king of all the Argives, one honored in his own land as a god is. He found him putting the splendid armor upon his shoulders beside the stern of his ship, and was welcomed as he came up to him. It was Menelaus, of the great war cry, who spoke first. Why this arming, my brother? Is it some one of your companions you are stirring to go and spy on the Trojans? Yet I fear sadly that there will not be any man to undertake this endeavor, going against enemy fighters to spy on them alone through the immortal night. Such a man will have to be very bold-hearted. Then in turn, powerful Agamemnon answered him, You and I, illustrious, O Menelaus, have need now of crafty counsel, if any man is to defend and rescue the Argives and their ships, since the heart of Zeus is turned from us. For the sacrifices of Hector have stirred his heart more than ours have. No, for I never saw nor heard from the lips of another of a single man in a day imagining so much evil as Hector, beloved of Zeus, has wrought on the sons of the Achaeans alone, being called true son neither of a god nor a goddess. He has done things I think the Argives will remember with sorrow long into the future. Such harm has he devised the Achaeans. But go now, running lightly beside the ships, and call to us Idomeneus and Aias, while I shall go after Nestor the brilliant and waken him to rise, if he might be willing to approach the sacred duty of the guards or give orders to them. Above all, these would listen to him, seeing that his own son commands the pickets, and with him the follower of Idomeneus, Meriones. To these, above all, we are entrusted the duty. Then in turn, Menelaus of the great war cry answered him, How then do you intend this order that you have given me? Shall I wait where I am with them and watch for your coming, or run after you when I have properly given the order? Then in turn, the lord of men, Agamemnon, spoke to him, Better wait here. There There will be no way we can miss one another as we come and go. There are many paths up and down the encampment. Call out wherever you go, and waken each man to give him your orders, naming him by descent with the name of his father. Give each man due respect. Let not your spirit be haughty, but let it be to you and I ourselves who do the work, seeing that Zeus cast on us as we were born with this burden of evil. So he spoke, and with careful orders sent off his brother, and he himself went in search of Nestor, shepherd of the people, and came on him beside his own shelter, and his own black ship in a soft bed, with bright gear was lying beside him, the shield, the 2 spears, the glittering helmet, and by him lay in all its shining the war belt, in which the old man girt himself when he was armed for the fighting where men die, leading his own people, since he gave no ground to sorrowful old age. He straightened up and raised his head, leaning on one elbow, and spoke to the son of Atreus, and asked him a question. Who are you? Who walk alone through the ships and the army and through the darkness of night where other mortals are sleeping? Are you looking for one of your mules, or looking for some companion? Speak, do not come upon me in silence. What would you of me? Then in turn, the lord of men, Agamemnon, answered him. Nestor, son of Neleus, great glory of the Achaeans, you will know Atreus' son Agamemnon, who beyond or others Zeus has involved in hard work forever, as long as his life's wind stays in my breast. As long as my knees have their spring beneath them, I am driven thus, because the ease of sleep will not settle on my eyes, but fighting and the cares of the Achaeans perplex me. Terribly I am in dread for the Danaans, nor does my pulse beat steadily, but I go distracted, and my heart is pounding through my chest, and my shining limbs are shaken beneath me. But if you are for action, since sleep comes neither upon you, let us both go out to the pickets, so that we may see if they might not have found weariness too much for them, and fallen asleep, and altogether forgotten their duty to keep watch. There are men who hate us sitting nearby, nor do we know that they might not be pondering an attack on us in the darkness. Thereupon the Gerenian horseman Nestor answered him, Son of Atreus, most lordly and king of men Agamemnon, Zeus of the councils, I think, will not accomplish for Hector all his designs and all he hopes for now. I think rather that he will still have more hardships to wrestle, if even Achilles turns again the heart within him from its wearisome anger. Surely I will go with you, and let us also waken others, the son of Tydeus, the spear-famed, and Odysseus, and Aias, the swift-footed, and the powerful son of Phyleus. But if one were to go also, and call these others I speak of, Aias the great, the godlike, and the lord Idomeneus, why their ships lie further from us, and are not at all close. But beloved as he is, and respected, I will still blame Menelaus, even though you may be angry, and I will not hide it, for the way he sleeps, and has given to you alone all the hard work. For now he ought to be hard at work, going to all the great men in supplication. This need that has come is no more endurable. Then in turn, the lord of men, Agamemnon, spoke to him. Aged sir, other times I also would tell you to blame him, since often he hangs back and is not willing to work hard. Not that he shrinks from it and gives way, nor in the mind's dullness, but because he looks to me and waits till I make a beginning. But this time he woke far before me and came to rouse me, and I sent him on to call those you ask after. Therefore let us go. We shall find those others there with the sentries before the gates, where I told them to form and assemble. Thereupon the Gerenian horseman Nestor answered him. Thus no man of the Argives can disobey him nor find fault with him, whenever he stirs up any of them and gives orders. With this speech, he slipped the tunic upon his body, and underneath his shining feet he bound the fair sandals, and pinned about him a great vermilion mantle, sweeping in a double fold, with a thick fleece of wool upon it. Then he caught up a powerful spear, edged with sharp bronze, and went on his way down the ships of the bronze-armored Achaeans. First he came to Odysseus, the equal of Zeus in council, and Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, wakened him from sleep, speaking aloud, and the waves of the voice swept quick through his hearing, and he came forth from his shelter and called out his word to them. Why do you wander thus up and down the ships and the army alone through the immortal night? What need is upon you? Thereupon the Gerenian horseman Nestor answered him, Son of Laertes, the seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, do not be angry. Such grief has fallen upon the Achaeans. Come then with us to waken another, for whom it is becoming to deliberate the question of running away or of fighting. He spoke, and resourceful Odysseus moved back to his shelter, put the bright patterned shield on his shoulders, and went on with them. They went to the son of Tydeus, Diomedes, and found him with his gear outside the shelter, and his companions about him slept with their shields underneath their heads, and their spears beside them stood upright, the heels driven deep in the ground, and the bronze afar off glared like the lightning of Zeus father. The hero slept, with the hide of a field-ranging ox laid beneath him, but underneath his head was laid out a lustrous blanket. Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, stood by to waken him and roused him, stirring him with his heel, and scolded him to his face. Son of Tydeus, wake up! Why do you doze in slumber night long? Do you not hear how the Trojans at the break of the flat land are sitting close up to our ships, and narrow ground holds them from us? So he spoke, and the other rapidly stirred from his sleeping, and spoke winged words to him, and addressed him thus. Aged sir, you are a hard man. You are never finished with working. Now are there not other sons of the Achaeans, younger than you are, who could be going about everywhere to each of the princes and waking them up? But you, aged sir, are too much for us. In turn, Nestor the Gerenian horseman said to him, Yes, dear friend, all this that you have said has been fairly spoken. I myself have sons without blame. I have followers, plenty of them, of whom any could go to summon the princes. But this difficulty is very great, and has come to the Achaeans, since for all of us the derision now stands on the edge of a razor, whether the Achaeans shall have life or sorry destruction. But go now to Aias, the swift, the son of Phyleus, and waken them. You are the younger than I, if truly you have pity. He spoke, and the other wrapped his shoulders in the hide of a lion, glowing and huge, that swung to his feet and took up a spear. The hero went, and waking the others, brought them back with him. Now as these men mingled with the sentries assembling, they found the leaders of the pickets by no means asleep, but all of them were wide awake, and set by their weapons, as dogs about the sheep in a yard are restless and watching as they hear a wild beast boldly moving, who through the timber goes among the mountains, and a clamor rises about him of men and of dogs, and all their sleep has been broken from them. So for these the softness of sleep was broken from their eyes, as they held the bitter mid-watch, since they were turning always toward the plain, where they heard the Trojans coming and going. The aged man was glad when he saw them, and with speech of good cheer spoke winged words to them, and addressed them thus. Continue to keep your watch this way, beloved children, and let not sleep seize any, lest you become a delight to your enemies. So he spoke, and strode on through the ditch, and there followed with him the king of the Argives, all who had been called on into the enclave, and with them went Meriones, and Nestor's glorious son, since the kings themselves call these to take counsel with them. After they had crossed the deep-dug ditch, they settled on clean ground, where they showed a space not cumbered with corpses of the fallen, a place where Hector the Huge had turned back from destroying the Argives, after the night had darkened about him. There they seated themselves, and opened words to each other, and the Gerenian horseman Nestor began speaking among them. O my friends, is there no man who, trusting in the daring of his own heart, would go to the high-hearted Trojans? So he might catch some enemy who straggled behind them, or he might overhear some thing that the Trojans are saying, what they deliberate among themselves, and whether they purpose to stay where they are, close to the ships, or else to draw back into their city, now that they have beaten the Achaeans. Could a man learn this, and then come back again to us unhurt, why huge and heavy high and heaven high would rise up his glory among all the people, and an excellent gift would befall him. For all those who hold by the ship's high power as princes, of all these each one of them will give him a black sheep, female, with a lamb beneath. There shall no gift like this one be. There shall be no gift like this one that will be forever by its feasts and festivals. So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence. But now Diomedes of the great war cry spoke forth among them. Nestor, my own heart and my own proud spirit arouse me to go into the host of the hateful men who lie near us, the Trojans. But if some other man would go along with me, there would be more comfort in it and greater confidence. When two go together, one of them at least looks forward to see what is best. A man by himself, though, he has to be careful. When two go together, one of them at least looks forward to see what is best. A man by himself, though he be careful, still has less mind in him than two, and his wits have less weight. He spoke, and many were willing to go with Diomedes. The two Iantes were willing, henchmen of Ares, and likewise Meriones, and Nestor's son altogether willing, and Atreus' son was willing. Menelaus, the spear-famed, the patient Odysseus too, was willing to enter the multitude of Trojans, since forever the heart in his breast was daring. Now it was the Lord of men, Agamemnon, who spoke to them. Son of Tydeus, you who delight my heart, Diomedes, pick your man to be your companion, whichever you wish, the best of all who have shown, since many are eager to do it. But you must not, for the awe that you feel in your heart, pass over the better man and take the worst, giving way to modesty and looking to his degree, not even if he be kingly. Not even if he be kinglier. So he spoke, and was frightened for Menelaus of the fair hair. But now Diomedes of the great war cry spoke forth. If indeed you tell me, myself, to pick my companion, how then could I forget Odysseus the godlike, whose heart and whose proud spirit are beyond all others forward in all their hard endeavors? And Pallas Athena loves him. Were he to go with me, both of us could come back from the blazing of fire itself, since his mind is best at devices. Then in turn, long-suffering, brilliant Odysseus answered him, Son of Tydeus, do not praise me so, nor yet blame me. These are the Argives, who know well all these matters you speak of. But let us go, for the night draws far along, and the dawn nears. The stars have gone far on their course, and the full of the night has passed through two portions, and the third portion is that which is left us. So they spoke, and armed themselves in their weapons of terror. And Thrasymedes, the stubborn in battle, gave the son of Tydeus a two-edged sword. His own had been left behind by his vessel, and a shield. And he put over his head a helmet of bull's hide, with neither horn nor crest, which is known as the skull cap, and guards the head of strong men in battle, while Meriones gave Odysseus a bow and a quiver and a sword, and he too put on over his head a helmet fashioned of leather. On the inside the cap was cross-strung firmly with thongs of leather, and on the outer side the white teeth of a tusk-shining boar were close sewn one after another with craftsmanship and skill, and a felt was set in the center. Autolycus, breaking into the close-built house, had stolen it from Amniator, the son of Ormenos, out of Ilion, and gave it to Cytherean Amphidamas, at Skydeia. Amphidamas gave it in turn to Maulos, a gift of the guest friendship, and Maulos gave it to his son Meriones to carry. But at this time it was worn to cover the head of Odysseus. When these two had armed themselves in their weapons of terror, they went on their way, and left behind there all the princes, and on the right, near the way they were taking, Pallas Athena sent down a heron to them. Indeed, their eyes could not see it through the darkness of night, but they could hear it crying. And Odysseus was glad at the bird sign, and prayed to Athena, Hear me, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, you who forever stand beside me in all hard tasks, nor am I forgotten as I go my ways. Now give me the best of your love, Athena, and grant that we may come back in glory to the strong-benched vessels when we have done a great thing that will sadden the Trojans. Diomedes, the great war cry, spoke in prayer after him. Hear me also, Atratone, daughter of great Zeus. Come with me now, as you went with my father, brilliant Tydeus, into Thebes, when he went with a message before the Achaeans and left the bronze-armored Achaeans beside Aesop's, while he carried a word of friendship to the Kydomeans in that place. But on his way back he was minded to grim deeds with your aid, divine goddess, since you stood in goodwill beside him. So now again be willing to stand by me and watch over me, and I in turn will dedicate to you a heifer, broad-bowed, 1-year-old, unbroken, that no man ever led under the yoke. I will drench her horns in gold and offer her to you. So they spoke in prayer, and Pallas Athena heard them. Then, after they had made their prayers to the daughter of great Zeus, they went on their way like 2 lions into the black night, through the carnage and through the corpses, war gear and dark blood. Nor did Hector either permit the high-hearted Trojans to sleep, but had called together in a group all their great men, those who were the leaders of Troy and their men of deliberation. Summoning these, he compacted before them his close counsel. Who would take upon him this work and bring it to fulfillment for a huge price? The reward will be one that will suffice him. For I will give a chariot and 2 strong-necked horses, who are the finest of all beside the fast ships of the Achaeans, to him who has the daring, winning honor for himself also, to go close to the swift-running ships and find out for us whether the swift ships are guarded, as they were before this, or whether now the Achaeans who are beaten under our hands are planning flight among themselves and no longer are willing to guard them by night. Now the stark weariness has broken them. So he spoke, and all of them were stricken to silence. But there was one among the Trojans, Dolon, Eumenides' son, the sacred herald's, a man of much gold and much bronze. He was an evil man to look on, but was swift-footed. Moreover, he was a single son among 5 sisters. This man now spoke his word before the Trojans and Hector. Hector, my own heart and my proud spirit arouse me to go close to the swift-running ships and to learn about them. Come then, hold up your scepter before me, and swear upon it that you will give me the horses and the chariot made bright with bronze that carry the blameless son of Peleus. I shall not be a vain spy for you, nor less than your expectation, for I shall go straight through their army until I come to the ship of Agamemnon, where their greatest men must be gathered to deliberate the question of running away or fighting. He spoke, and Hector took the staff in his hand and swore to him, Let Zeus, loud thundering lord of Hera, now be my witness himself, that no other man of the Trojans shall mount these horses, since I say they shall be utterly yours and your glory. He spoke and swore an empty oath, and stirred the man onward. And at once Dolon cast across his shoulders the bent bow. He put on him a pelt, the pelt of a gray wolf, and on his head set a cap of marten's hide, and took up a sharp throwing spear, and went on his way toward the ships from his own camp. Nor was he ever to come back again from the ships and carry his word to Hector. Now when he had left behind the throng of men and of horses, he went on his way eagerly. But illustrious Odysseus was aware of him coming, and spoke to Diomedes. This is some man, Diomedes, on his way from the army. I do not know whether he comes to spy on our vessels, or to strip some one of the perished corpses, but we must let him first go on past us a little way in the open, and afterward we will make a rush and fasten upon him suddenly. But if in the speed of his feet he eludes us, then keep him crowded upon the ships, and away from the army always, feigning with the spear, nor let him escape to the city. So they spoke, and bent aside from their way through the corpses, while he, in the thoughtlessness of his heart, ran swiftly by them. But But when he had gone from them as far as the range of a plow yoke of mules, since these are better beasts than oxen for dragging the wrought plowshare through the depth of harvest land, these two ran after him, and he heard the thudding of their feet and stopped still. He thought in his heart these would be friends from among the Trojans to turn him back, and that Hector had sped them to summon him again. But when they got to a spear's throw from him, or even less, he saw that these were enemy men, and moved his knees rapidly to run away. These set out in rapid chase of him, and as when two ripped-fanged hounds have sighted a wild beast, a young deer or a hare, and go after it eagerly always through the spaces of the woods, and the chase runs crying before them, so the son of Tydeus and Odysseus, sacker of cities, kept always hard on his heels and cut him off from his people. But when he was on the point of reaching the Achaean pickets, as he fled toward the vessels, then Athena put great power in Tydeus' son, so that no other bronzed armored Achaean might win the glory of striking him down, and he come in second. Powerful Diomedes, threatening with his spear, spoke to him, "Either wait, or my spear will catch you. I think that you will not thus get clear from my hands for long and sudden destruction." He spoke, and let fly his spear, but missed on purpose his man at the point of the polished. He spoke and let fly his spear, but missed on purpose his man, as the point of the polished spear went over his right shoulder and stuck fast in the earth. And Dolan stood still in terror, gibbering, as through his mouth came the sound of his teeth chattering in green fear. And these two, breathing hard, came up to him and caught him by the hands, and he broke into tears and spoke to them. "Take me alive, I will pay my ransom. In my house there is bronze and gold and difficultly wrought iron, and my father would make you glad with abundant ransom were he to hear that I am alive by the ships of the Achaeans." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, "Do not fear, and let no thought of death be upon you. But come, tell me this thing, and recite it to me accurately. Where is it that you walk alone in the ships? Where is it that you walk alone to the ships of the army through the darkness of night, when other mortals are sleeping? Is it to strip some one of the perished corpses? Or is it that Hector sent you out to spy with care upon each thing beside our hollow ships? Or did your own spirit drive you?" Then Dolan answered him, but his legs were shaking beneath him. "Hector has led my mind astray with many deceptions. He promised me the single-foot horses of proud Achilles, Peleus' son, and the chariot bright with bronze for my gift, and gave me an order to go through the running black night and get close to the enemy men and find out for him whether the swift ships are guarded, as they were before this, or whether now the Achaeans, who are broken under our hands, are planning flight among themselves, and no longer are willing to guard them by night, now the stark weariness has broken them." Then Odysseus the resourceful smiled and spoke to him, "Surely now these were mighty gifts that your heart longed for, the horses of valiant Achaedes. They are difficult horses for mortal men to manage, or even to ride behind them for all except Achilles, who was born of an immortal mother. But come, tell me this thing, and recite it to me accurately. Where did you leave Hector, the people's shepherd, when you came here? Where is his gear of war lying? Where are his horses? How are the rest of the Trojans disposed, and the guards, and the sleepers? Do they deliberate among themselves? Do they purpose to stay where they are, close to the ships, or else to withdraw back into the city, now that they have beaten the Achaeans?" Then in turn Dolan, the son of Eumenides, spoke to him. "See, I will accurately recite all these things to you. Hector is now among those who are of the men of counsel, and they hold their deliberations by the barrow of godlike Elis, apart from the confusion. But those guards that you ask of, hero, there is no detail that protects the army and guards it. As for the watchfire hearths of the Trojans, they who must do it keep awake by the fires and pass on the picket duty to each other, but their far assembled companions in battle are sleeping. and pass on to the Trojans the duty of watching, since their own children do not lie nearby, nor their women. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn, and answered him, How then are these sleeping? And are they mixed with the Trojans, breakers of horses, or apart? Tell me, so I may be clear. Then in turn Dolon, the son of Eumenides, answered him, See, I will accurately recite all these things to you. Next the sea are the Carians and the Paeonians with their curved bows, the Leleges and the Cauconians and the brilliant Pelagasians. By Thimbre are stationed the Lycians and the proud Mysians, with the Phrygians who fight from horses, and the Memonians, lords of chariots. But why do you question me on all this, each thing in detail? For if you are minded to get among the mass of the Trojans, here are the Thracians, new come, separate, beyond all others in place, and among them Ricios, their king, the son of Aetonius. And his are the finest horses I ever saw, and the biggest. They are whiter than snow, and their speed of foot is the wind's speed. His chariot is fairly ornate with gold and with silver, and the armor is golden and gigantic, a wonder to look on. He brought here with him that his chariot is fairly ornate with gold and with silver, and the armor is golden and gigantic, a wonder to look on that he brought here with him. It is not like the armor for mortal men to carry, but for the immortal gods, and therefore take me with you to some place by the fast-running vessels, or else tie me fast here in a pitiless bond, and leave me until you can make out your venture. And therefore take me with you to some place by the fast-running vessels, or else tie me fast here in a pitiless bond, and leave me until you can make your venture, and try out the truth of my story, whether I have told you this fairly, or whether I have not. But powerful Diomedes looked darkly at him, and spoke then, Do not, Dolon, have in your mind any thought of escape, now that you have got into our hands, though you brought us an excellent message. For if we let you get away now, or set you free, later you will come back again to the fast ships of the Achaeans, either to spy on us once more, or to fight strongly with us. But if, beaten down under my hands, you lose your life now, then you will never more be an affliction upon the Argives. He spoke, and the man was trying to reach his chin with his strong hand and cling and supplicate him, but he struck the middle of his neck with a sweep of the sword, and slashed clean through both tendons, and Dolon's head, still speaking, dropped into the dust. They took off his cap of Martian's hide from his head, and stripped off also the wolf's pelt, and the back-strung bow, and the long spear. Brilliant Odysseus held these up to Athena, the spoiler, high in his hand, and spoke a word and prayed to Athena, Hail, goddess, these are yours. To you first of all the immortals on Olympus will we give your due share. Only guide us once again to where the Thracians sleep and their horses. So he spoke, and lifting the spoils high from him, he placed them upon a tamarisk bush, and piled a clear landmark beside them, putting reeds together, and the long branches of tamarisk that they might not miss them on their way back through the running black night. These two went ahead on their way through war gear and dark blood, and came suddenly to the Thracians, for whom they were looking. These were asleep, worn out with weariness, and their armor lay in splendor and good order on the ground beside them in 3 rows, and beside each man stood his team of horses. Ricios slept in the center with his fast horses about him, tethered by the reins to the outer rail of the chariot. Odysseus was the first to see him, and pointed him out to Diomedes. Here is our man, see, Diomedes. Here are his horses, those that Dolon, the man we killed, pointed out to us. Come then, put forward your great strength. Here is no matter for standing by idle in your weapons. Untie the horses, or else let me look after them, while you kill the people. He spoke, and gray-eyed Athena breathed strength into Diomedes, and he began to kill them one after another. Grim sounds rose from there as they were stricken with the sword, and the ground reddened with blood. As a lion, advancing on the helpless herds unshepherded of sheep or goats, pounces upon them with wicked intention, so the son of Tydeus attacked the Thracian people until he had killed 12. Meanwhile, resourceful Odysseus, as Tydeus' son stood over each man with the sword and struck him, would catch each man by the foot from behind and drag him away, with this thought in his mind, that the bright-maned horses might easily pass through and not be shaken within them as stepping on dead men. These horses were not yet used to them, but when the son of Tydeus came to the king, and this was the 13th man, he stripped the sweetness of life from him as he lay heavily breathing, since a bad dream stood by his head in the night. No dream, but Oeneus his son, by device of Athena. Meanwhile, patient Odysseus was untying the single-foot horses and pulled them together with the reins and drove them from the confusion and whipped them with his bow, since he had not noticed nor taken in his hands the glittering whip that was in the elaborate chariot. He whistled to brilliant Diomedes as a signal to him, but he waited, divided in his mind as to what he would best do, whether to seize the chariot, wherein lay the bright armor, and draw it away by the pole, or lift it and carry it off with him, or strip the life from still more of the Thracians. Meanwhile, he was pondering all this in his heart. Athena came and stood beside him, and spoke to great Diomedes. Think now, son of great-hearted Tydeus, of getting back to the hollow ships, else you might go back with men pursuing if there should be some other god to waken the Trojans. So she spoke, and he knew the voice of the goddess speaking, and lightly mounted behind the horses. Odysseus whipped them with his bow, and they ran for the rapid ships of the Achaeans. Neither did Apollo of the silver bow keep blind watch, since he saw Athena attending the son of Tydeus. Angered with her, he plunged into the great multitude of the Trojans and roused a man of counsel among the Thracians, Hippocoon, the lordly cousin of Resios. And he started out of his sleep when he saw the place left empty where the fast horses had been standing, and his men in the shambles of slaughter gasping their lives out. He groaned and called loudly by name his beloved companion. And a clamor rose up from the Trojans, and a vast turmoil as they swept together in confusion and stared at the ghastly work done by these two men before they went back to their hollow vessels. But when these had come to the place where they killed Hector's scout, Odysseus, beloved of Zeus, reined in his running horses, while Tydeus' son, leaping to the ground, took the bloody war spoils and handed them to Odysseus, and got up behind the horses. Odysseus lashed them on, and they winged their way unreluctant back to the hollow ships, since this was the way he desired it. Nestor was the first to hear their thunder, and spoke forth. Friends, who are leaders of the Argives and keep their counsel, shall I be wrong, or am I speaking the truth? My heart tells me. The thunder is beating against my ears of fast-running horses. Might this only be Odysseus and strong Diomedes driving rapidly away from the Trojans their single-foot horses? Yet terribly I fear in my heart that these bravest Achaeans might have suffered some disaster from the loud host of the Trojans. Yet he had not spoken all his words, and they came. The two men dismounted to the ground, and their companions, rejoicing, congratulated them with clasped hands and with words of welcome. First to question them was the Gerenian horseman Nestor. Come, tell me, honored Odysseus, great glory of the Achaeans, how did you win these horses? Did you go into the great company of the Trojans, or did some god meet you and give them to you? They shine like the rays of the sun, terribly. Yet over and over I encounter the Trojans. I say that I am not at all one to hang back beside the ships, though I am an aged fighter. Yet I have never seen horses like these, nor laid eyes upon them. I think it must be some god who met you and gave them to you, since both of you are beloved to Zeus who gathers the clouds, both to the gray-eyed maiden of Zeus who wears the aegis, Athena. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him. Son of Neleus, Nestor, great glory of the Achaeans, lightly a god, if he wished, could give us horses even better than these, seeing that the gods are far stronger than we are. These horses, aged sir, that you ask about are newcomers from Thrace. And as for their master, brave Diomedes killed him, and at his side killed 12 companions, all of them great men. Our 13th man killed was their scout, here by the vessels, one whom Hector and the rest of the haughty Trojans had sent out between the lines to spy on our army. He spoke, and guided across the ditch the single-foot horses, laughing aloud, and the rest of the Achaeans went with him rejoicing. They came to Diomedes' strong-fashioned shelter. There they tied up the horses by the carefully cut reins by the horse trough, where already the horses of Diomedes were standing, rapid of foot, and eating their welcome provender. And by the stern of the ship Odysseus laid down the bloody battle spoils of Dolon to dedicate to Athena. And the men themselves waded into the sea and washed off the dense sweat from shin and shoulder and thigh. Afterward, when the surf of the sea had rinsed the dense running sweat away from all their skin, and the inward heart had been cooled to refreshment, they stepped into the bathtubs, smooth polished, and bathed there. And after they had bathed and anointed themselves with olive oil, they sat down to dine, and from the full mixing bowl, drawing the sweet-hearted wine, poured out an offering to Athena.
Hi, my name is David Fukushan. I am the co-founder and chief operating officer at Roman Roads Media, and I am pleased to be part of this read aloud audio marathon of Homer's Iliad that we're doing as the wrap up to our 2019 Great Books Challenge for Parents. And just a note on which translation I'm reading from. I'm going to be reading Book 11 of Homer's Iliad. And I was going to read the Latimer translation because Wes Callihan says to, but Daniel told me that everyone else is doing Latimer, so I decided that I would mix things up, and I'm actually going to be reading from Daigle's because that was the edition that I read in college, and so it is nostalgic to me, and it's also just a beautiful translation and easy to read. Homer's Iliad, Book 11. Now Dawn rose up from her bed by her lordly mate Tithonus, bringing light to immortal gods and mortal men. But Zeus flung strife on Achaea's fast ships, the brutal goddess flaring his storm shield, his monstrous sign of war on both her fists. She stood on Odysseus's huge black-bellied hull, moored midline so a shout could reach both wings. Upshore to Telamonian Ajax's camp, or down to Achilles, trusting so to their arms' power and battle strength, they'd hold their trim ships up on either flank. There strife took her hand, raising her high-pitched cry, great and terrible, lashing the fighting fury in each the Achaeans' hearts, no stopping them now, mad for war and struggle. Now, suddenly, battle thrilled them more than the journey home, than sailing hollow ships to their dear native land. Agamemnon cried out too, calling men to arms and harnessed up in gleaming bronze himself. First he wrapped his legs with well-made greaves, fastened behind the heels with silver ankle clasps, and next he strapped the breastplate round his chest. Then Cinyras gave him once a guest gift long ago. The rousing rumor of war had carried far as Cyprus, how the Achaean ships were launching war on Troy. So he gave the king that gear to please his spirit. Magnificent, 10 bands of blue enamel spanned it, spaced by 12 of gold, and 20 of beaten tin, and dark blue serpents writhed towards the throat, 3 each side, shimmering bright as rainbows arched on the clouds by Cronus' son, a sign to mortal men. Then, over his shoulder, Agamemnon slung his sword, golden studs at the hilt, the blade burnished bright, and the scabbard, sheathed in silver, swung on golden straps, and he grasped a well-wrought shield to encase his body, forged for rushing forays, beautiful, blazoned work. Circling the center, 10 strong rings of bronze with 20 discs of glittering tin set in. At the heart, a boss of bulging blue steel, and there, like a crown of the Gorgon's grim mask, the burning eyes, the stark, transfixing horror, and round her strode the shapes of rout and fear. The shield belt glinted silver, and rippling on it ran a dark blue serpent, 2 heads coiling round a third, reared from a single neck, and twisting left and right. Then, over his broad brow, Agamemnon set his helmet, fronted with 4 knobs, and forked with twin horns, and the horsehair crest atop it tossing, bristling terror. And last he picked up 2 tough spears, tipped in bronze, horned sharp, and the glare flashed off their brazen points and pierced the high skies. And awestruck at the sight, Athena and Hera loosed a crack of thunder, exalting the great king of Mycenae, rich in gold. At once each captain shouted out commands to his driver, "Rein the team by the trench, good battle order now," while the men themselves, armed for full assault, leapt down and swarmed to the trench's edge on foot, and a long, undying roar went up in the early dawn. Well ahead of the war cries they reached their brink, close ranks as drivers backed them yards behind. But Zeus drove a swirl of panic deep in their lines, and down from the vaulting skies released a shower raining blood, for Zeus was bent on hurling down to the house of death a rout of sturdy fighters. Trojans, the other side on the plain's high ground, formed around tall Hector, staunch Polydamas, Aeneas, loved by the Trojans like a god, and Antenor's sons, Polybus, Prince Agenor, and Acamas, still unwed. 3 men in their prime like gods who never die. Hector bore his round shield in the forefront, blazing out like the dog star through the clouds, all withering fire, then plunging back in the cloud-rack mast and dark. So Hector ranged on, now flaring along the front, now shouting his orders back towards the rear. All of him armed in bronze, a flash like lightning, flung by Father Zeus with his battle shield of thunder. And the men, like gangs of reapers, slashing down the reaping rows and coming closer, closer across the field of a warlord rich in wheat or barley, swaths by the armfuls filling thick and fast. So Achaeans and Trojans closed and slashed, lunging into each other, and neither side now had a thought of flight that would have meant disaster. No, the pressure of combat locked them head to head, lunging like wolves and strife with wild groans. Exalted to see them, glaring down at the melee, strife alone of immortals hovering over fighters. The other gods kept clear, at their royal ease, reclining off in the halls where the roofs of each were built for the ages, high on rugged, rigid Olympus. And all were blaming Zeus with his storming dark clouds because the Father decreed to hand the Trojans glory. But the Father paid no heed to them. Retiring peaks apart from the other gods, he sat aloof, glorying in his power, gazing out over the city walls of Troy and the warships of Achaia, the flash of bronze, fighting, killing, fighters killed. As long as morning rose and the blessed day grew stronger, the weapons hurtled side to side, and men kept falling. But just when the woodsman makes his morning meal, deep in a mountain forest, arm-weary from chopping the big, heavy trunks, and his heart has had enough, and sudden longing for tempting food overtakes the man and makes his senses swirl. Just at the height of morning, the Argives smashed battalions, their courage breaking through, and they shouted ranks of cohorts on along the lines. And right in the midst sprang Agamemnon first, and killed a fighter, Bienor, veteran captain, then his aide Ulius, lashing on their team. Down from the car he'd leapt, squaring off, charging in full fury, full face, straight into Agamemnon's spearhead, ramming sharp. The rim of the bronze helmet could not hold it. Clean through heavy metal and bone, the point burst and the brains splattered all inside the casque. He battered Oileus down despite the Trojans' rage, and the lord of fighters left them lying there, both dead, and their chests gleamed like bronze as he stripped them bare. Then on he went for Isus and Antiphus, killed and stripped the 2 sons of Priam, one a bastard, one a royal blood, and both riding a single car, the bastard driving, the famous Antiphus standing poised beside him. Achilles had caught them once on the spurs of Ida, bound them with the willow ropes as they watched their flocks, and set them free for ransom. But now it was Agamemnon, lord of the far-flung kingdoms, catching up with Isus. He stabbed his chest with a spear above the nipple. Antiphus he hacked with a sword across the ear and hurled him from his chariot, rushing fast to rip the splendid armor off their bodies. He knew them both. He'd seen them once by the ships, when the swift Achilles dragged them in from Ida. Think how a lion, mauling the soft, weak young of a running deer, clamped in his massive jaws, cracks their backbones with a snap. He stormed in, invading the lair to tear their tender hearts out, and the mother's doe, even she's close by, what can she do to save her fawns? She's helpless. Terrible Trembling racks her body, too, and suddenly off she bounds through the glades and thick woods, drenched in sweat, leaping clear of the big cat's pounce. So not a single Trojan could save these two from death. They fled themselves before the Argive charge. But next Agamemnon killed Pisander and combat hard Hippolochus, two sons of Antimachus, that cunning politic man whom Paris bribed with gold and sumptuous gifts. So he was the first to fight the return of Helen to red-haired Menelaus. Now powerful Agamemnon caught his two sons riding the same chariot, both struggling to curb their high-strung team. The reins slipped their grasp. Both horses panicked as Agamemnon ramped up in their faces like a lion. Both fighters shouting from their chariot, pleading, "Take us alive, Trides, take a ransom worth our lives. Vast treasures are piled up in Antimachus's house, bronze and gold and plenty of well-wrought iron. Father would give you anything, gladly priceless ransom, if only he learns we're still alive in Argive ships." So they cried to the king, cries for mercy, but only heard a merciless voice in answer. "Cunning Antimachus, so you're that man's son. Once in the Trojan council he ordered Menelaus, there on an embassy joined by King Odysseus, murdered right on the spot. No safe conduct back to the land of Argos. You're his sons? Now pay for your father's outrage, blood for blood." And he pitched Pisander off the chariot onto earth and plunged a spear in his chest. The man crashed on his back as Hippolochus leapt away, but him he killed on the ground, slashing off his arms with a sword, lopping off his head, and he sent him rolling through the carnage like a log. He left them there for dead, and just at the point where most battalions scattered, Agamemnon charged. The rest of his troops in armor quick behind him now, infantry killing infantry, fleeing headlong, hard-pressed, drivers killing drivers under the onrush dust and whirlwinds driven up from the plain, hoofs of stallions, rumbling thunder, bronze flashing immense slaughter, and always King Agamemnon whirling to kill, crying his Argives on, breakneck on. Like devouring fire roaring down onto the dry, dead timber, squalls hurling it on, careening left and right, and brush ripped up by the roots goes tumbling under, crushed by the blasting fire rampaging on. So under Atrides' onslaught Trojans dropped in flight. Stampedes of massive stallions dragged their empty chariots clattering down the passageways of battle, stallions yearning to feel their master's hands at the reins, but there they lay, sprawled across the field, craved far more by the vultures than by wives. But Zeus drew Hector out of range of the weapons, out of the dust storm, out of the mounting kills, the blood and rout of war as Atrides followed hard, shouting his Argives on, furious, never stopping. The Trojans streaked in flight past Ilyssus' barrow, an ancient son of Dardanus, past in midfield mark of the plain, and past the wild fig and struggling to reach Troy, and always in hot pursuit and shrieking. Agamemnon splattered with gore, his hands, invincible hands. But once they reached the Scaean gates and the great oak, there the two sides halted, waiting each other's charge. Yet stragglers still stampeded down the plain, like cattle driven wild by a lion, lunging in pitch darkness down on the whole herd. But to one alone a sudden death comes flashing. First he snaps its neck, clamping in his huge jaws. Then down in gulps he bolts its blood and guts. So King Agamemnon coursed his quarry, always cutting the straggler from the mass, and they fled in terror. Squads amok, spilling out their chariots face first, or slammed on their backs beneath Atrides' hands, storming and thrusting his spear and lunging on. But just as he was about to reach the steep city up under the walls, the father of men and gods, descending out of the heavens, took his throne on the high ridge of Ida with all her springs. Holding fast in his grip a lightning bolt, he drove Iris down in a rush of golden wings to bear his message. Away with you now, Iris, quick as the wind, and speed this word to Hector. So long as he sees Lord Marshal Agamemnon storming among the champions, mowing columns down in blood, Hector must hold back, command the rest of his men to fight the enemy, stand their headlong charge. But soon as a spear or bowshot wounds the king and Atrides mounts his chariot once again, then I will hand Hector the power to kill, and kill till he cuts his way to the benched ships, and the sun sinks, and the blessed darkness sweeps across the earth. So he commanded. Wind-quick Iris obeyed at once, and down from Ida's peaks she dove to sacred Troy, found the son of wise King Priam, shining Hector, standing amidst his teams and bolted cars. And swift as a breeze beside him Iris called, "Hector, son of Priam, a mastermind like Zeus, the father has sped me down to tell you this. So long as you see Lord Marshal Agamemnon storming among the champions, moving columns down in blood, you must hold back. Command the rest of your men to fight the enemy. Stand their headlong charge. But soon as a spear or bowshot wounds the king and Atrides mounts his chariot once again, then Zeus will hand you the power to kill, and kill till you cut your way to the benched ships, and the sun sinks, and the blessed darkness sweeps across the earth." And Iris, racing the wind, went veering off. Hector leapt to ground from his chariot, fully armed, and brandishing 2 sharp spears, went striding down his lines, ranging flank to flank, driving his fighters into battle, rousing grisly war, and round the Trojans whirled, bracing to meet the Argives face to face. But against their mass the Argives closed ranks, the fighting about to break, the troops squaring off, and Atrides, tense to outfight them all, charged first. Sing to me now, you muses who hold the halls of Olympus. Who was the first to go up against Agamemnon? Who of the Trojans, or famous Trojan allies? Iphidamus, the rough and rangy son of Antenor, bred in the fertile land of Thrace, mother of flocks. Cisseus reared him at home when he was little, his mother's father, who sired the fine beauty Thanio. But once he hit the stride of his youth and aged and ached for fame, Cisseus tried to hold him back, give him a daughter's hand. But warm from the bridal chamber marched the groom, fired up by word that Achaea's troops had landed. 12 beaked ships sailed out in his command. Trim vessels he left behind in per coat, making his way to Troy to fight on foot. And here he came now, up against Agamemnon. Closing. Atrides hurled and missed, his spear shaft just slanting aside the man's flank. As Iphidamus went for the waist beneath the breastplate, he stabbed home, leaning into the blow full weight, trusting his heavy hand, but failed to pierce the glittering belt, failed flat out to the point, smashing against the silver, bent back like lead. And seizing the spear shaft, powerful Agamemnon dragged it toward him, tussling like some lion, and wrenching it free from Iphidamus's slack grasp. He hacked his neck with a sword and loosed his limbs, and there he dropped and slept the sleep of bronze. Poor soldier, striving to help his fellow Trojans, far from his wedded wife, his new bride. No joy had he known from her for all his gifts, the full 100 oxen he gave her on the spot, then promised 1,000 heads of goat and sheep. From the bounteous herds he'd rounded up himself. Now the son of Atreus stripped him, robbed his corpse, and strode back to his waiting Argive armies, hoisting the gleaming gear. But Coon marked him, Coon, Antenor's eldest son, a distinguished man-at-arms, and stinging grief went misting down his eyes for his fallen brother. In from the blind side he came. Agamemnon never saw him, tensed with a spear, and slashed him under the elbow, down the forearm. A glint of metal, the point ripped through his flesh, and the lord of fighting men, Atrides, shuddered. Now that he quit the foray even then, he sprang at Coon, gripping his big spear shaft, tough from him the gusting wind that whipped its tree. Coon was just dragging his brother's foot first, wild now to retrieve his own father's son, calling for help from all the bravest men. But as Coon hauled his body through the press, Agamemnon lunged up under his bossed shield, thrust home hard with a polished bronze point, unstrung his limbs, and reared and lopped his head, and the head tumbled onto his fallen brother's corpse. So then and there, under royal Agamemnon's hands, the 2 sons of Antenor filled out their fates, and down they plunged to the strong house of death. But the king kept raging, battling ranks on ranks, and thrusting his spear and sword and hurling the heavy rocks, so long as the blood came flowing warm from his wound. But soon as the gas dried and firm clots formed, sharp pain came bursting in on Atrides' strength. Spear sharp as the labor pangs that pierce a woman, agonies brought on by the harsh birthing spirits. Hera's daughters, who held the stabbing power of birth, so sharp that throes So sharp the throws that burst on Atrides' strength, and back he sprang in the car and told his driver to make for the hollow ships. Racked with pain, for he loosed a shrill cry to all his men. Friends, lord of the Argives, O my captains, your turn now. Keep on shielding our fast ships from this latest mass attack. Zeus, who rules the world, forbids me to battle Trojans all day long. A crack of the lash, and his driver whipped the team with streaming manes, straight for the curved ships, and on they flew, holding nothing back, their heaving chests foaming, bellies pelted with dust, rushing the wounded warlord free and clear of battle. There, Hector's signal! Setting Atrides hurt and speeding off the lines, he gave a ringing shout to his troops and allies. Trojans, Lycians, Dardan fighters, hand to hand. Now be men, my friends. Call up your battle fury. Their best man cuts and runs. Zeus is handing me glory. Awesome glory. Drive your horses right at these mighty Argives. Seize the higher triumphs. Seize it now. Hector whipping the fight and fire in each man like a huntsman, crying on his hounds, their white fangs flashing, hurrying savage game, some wild boar or lion. So at Achaea's ranks he drove his fearless Trojans. Hector, son of Priam, a match for murderous Ares, the prince himself went wading into the front lines, his hopes soaring, and down he hurled on the fray like a sudden killer squall that blasts down on the dark blue sea to whip and chop its crests. Who was the first he slaughtered? Who the last? Hector, the son of Priam. Now Zeus gave him glory. Asius first, Autonus next, and then Opides, Dolops, Clytus' son, and Ophelius, Agalus, Asimnus, and Orus. Hipponius, staunch in combat. These were the Argive captains Hector killed. Then went for the main mass, like the west wind battling soft, shining clouds, like south wind wafts along, in deep explosive blasts, in strikes, and the great swelling waves roll on, and the spray goes shooting up from under the wind's hurl, swerving, roaring down the sea. So wildly Hector routed the packed lines of fighters caught in his onslaught. Now there would have been havoc, irreversible chaos, fleeing bands of Achaeans flung back on their ships, if Odysseus had not shouted out to Diomedes, "What's wrong with us? Forgetting our battle fury? Come here, old friend, stand by me. What humiliation if Hector with that flashing helmet takes our ships." Powerful Diomedes took his challenge quickly. "I'll stand and fight, by God, and take the worst, but little joy it will bring our comrades now. Zeus, the king of the clouds, has pitched on victory for the Trojans, not for us." But all the same, he hurled Thrambrius down to the ground from his car, Diomedes spearing his left breast as Odysseus killed the warlord's aide in arms, Molion, tall as a god, and left them there for dead, their fighting finished. Then both went thrashing into the lines to make a slaughter as two wild boars bristling, ramping back for the kill, fling themselves on the yelping packs that hunt them. Back they whirled on attack and laid the Trojans low, while Achaeans, just in flight from Hector's onset, leapt at the chance to gather second wind. At once they took two lords of the realm and seized their car, the two good sons of Morops, son of Procode, harbor, Murots, adept beyond all men in their mantic arts. He refused to let his boys march to war, this man-killing war, but the young ones fought him all the way. The forces of Black Death drove them on, and Diomedes, a marvel with a spear, destroyed them both, stripped them of life, breath, and tore their gear away. And Odysseus, Hippodamus, killed Hyporhocus. And there, gazing down from his ridge on Ida, the son of Cronus stretched the rope of battle tense and taut, as the fighters kept on killing side to side. Diomedes hurled a spear that struck Agastrophus, Paeon's warrior son, and smashed the joint of his hip, but his team was not close by for fast escape. A big mistake, the fool. His driver held them reined off at the side while he advanced through the front ranks on foot, plowing on and on till he lost his own life. But Hector quickly marked them across the lines. He charged them both full force with a savage shout, and Trojan battalions churning in his wake. Diomedes, shuddering to see him coming on, the lord of the war cry, called out to Odysseus, "Quickly, close beside me. We're in for shipwreck. A breaker rolling down on us. Look, this massive Hector. Brace for him. Stand our ground together. Beat him back." He aimed and hurled his spear's long shadow flew, a clean hit, no miss, trained at the head of Hector. his helmet ridge, but bronze glanced off bronze and never grazed firm flesh. His helmet blocked it, triply with the great blink hollow eyes, a gift of Apollo, sprinting a long way back. Downfield and fast, Hector rejoined his men, and sinking down onto one knee, propped himself with a strong hand against the earth, and the world went black as night across his eyes. But soon as Tydes followed up his spear, tracking its flight far down along the front where it stuck in sand, Hector caught his breath, and boarding his car, drove for his own main force as he hurtled clear the dark fates of death. Diomedes shouting after him, shaking his spear, "Now again you've escaped your death, you dog, but a good close brush with death it was, I'd say. Now again your Phoebus Apollo pulls you through, the one you pray to, wading into your storm of spears. We'll fight again. I'll finish you off next time, if one of the gods will only urge me on as well. But now I'll go for the others, anyone I can catch." And he set to stripping his kill, Paeon's spearman's son, but at once Paris, the lord of fair-haired Helen, drew his bow at the rugged captain Diomedes, the archer leaning firmly against a pillar, raised on the man-made tomb of Dardan's son, Ilus, an old lord of the realm in ancient days. As Diomedes was stripping among Agastrophus's bear, tearing the burnished breastplate off his victim's chest, the shield from his shoulders and heavy-crusted helmet, Paris clenched the grip and, drawing back his bow, shot. No wasted shot. It whizzed from his hand and punched the flat top of Tydes' right foot. The shaft dug through and stuck fast on the ground. And losing a heady laugh of triumph, Paris leapt from his hiding place and shouted out in glory, "Now you're hit! No wasted shot, my winging arrow. But would to God I'd hit you deep in the guts and ripped your life away. Then my Trojans could catch their breath again, reprieved from death. They cringed at you like bleeding goats before some lion." But never flinching, staunch Diomedes countered, "So brave with your bow and arrows, big bravado, glistening lovelocks, roving eye for girls. Come try me in combat, weapons hand to hand. Bow and splattering shafts will never help you then. You scratch my foot, and you're vaunting all the same. But who cares? A woman or idiot boy could wound me so. The shaft of a good-for-nothing coward's got no point, but mine's got heft and edge. Let it graze a man. My weapon works in a flash and drops him dead. And his good wife will tear her cheeks in grief. His sons are orphans, and he, soaking the soil red with his own blood, he rots away himself, more birds than women flocking round his body." So he yelled, and the famous spearman Odysseus rushed in close and reared up to shield him. Slipping behind, Tydes dropped to a knee and yanked the winged arrow from his foot as the raw pain went stabbing through his flesh. Back Diomedes jumped on his car and told his driver to make for the hollow ships. Tydides racked with pain. That left the famous spearman Odysseus on his own. Not a single Argive comrade standing by his side, since panic seized them all. Unnerved himself, Odysseus probed his own great fighting heart. Oh, dear God, what becomes of Odysseus now? A disgraceful thing if I should break and run, fearing their main force. But it's far worse if I'm taken all alone. Look, Zeus just drove the rest of my comrades off in a panic flight. But why debate, my friend? Why thrash things out? Cowards, I know, would quit the fighting now, but the man who wants to make his mark in war must stand his ground and brace for all he's worth, suffer his wounds or wound his man to death. Weighing it all, heart and soul, as on they came, waves of Trojan shieldsmen crowding him tighter, closing in on their own sure destruction, like hounds and lusty hunters closing, ringing. A wild boar till out of his thicket lair he crashes, whetting his white tusks sharp in his bent, wrenching jaws, and they rush in to attack, and under the barks and shouts you can hear the gnash of tusks, but the men stand firm. Terrible, murderous as he is, so the Trojans ringed Odysseus dear to Zeus, rushed him straight on, but he lunged first, wounding lordly Diopedes, spear shaft slicing into the Trojan's shoulder, then cut down Theon and Eumus in their blood. Charisdemus next, vaulting down from his car. Odysseus caught him up under the bulging shield with a jabbing spear that split him crotch to navel. The man writhed in the dust, hands clenching the earth. Odysseus left them dead, and skewered Hippasus' son, and Cherops the blood, brother of wealthy Socus. But Socus moved in quick as a god to shield his kin, standing up to his enemy, crying out, Odysseus, wild for fame, glutton for cunning, glutton for war. Today you can triumph over the two sons of Hippasus, killing such good men and stripping off their gear, or beaten down by my spear, you'll breathe your last. With that he stabbed at Odysseus's balanced shield. Straight through the gleaming hide the heavy weapon drove, ripping down and in through the breastplate, finely worked, and it flayed the skin clean off Odysseus's ribs. But Pallas Athena would never let it pierce her hero's vitals. Odysseus knew the end had not yet come. No final fatal wound, and drawing back, he hurled his boast at Socus. Poor man, headlong death is about to overtake you. You've stopped my fighting against the Trojans, true, but I tell you here and now that a dark, bloody doom will take you down today. Gouged by my spear, you'll give me glory now. You'll give your life to the famous horseman Death. And spinning in terror, off he ran, but as he spun, Odysseus plunged a spear in his back. Between the shoulders, straight through his chest, the shaft came jetting out, and down Socus crashed, Odysseus vaunting over him. Socus, son of Hippasus, skilled breaker of horses. So death in its rampage outraced you. No escape. No, poor soldier, now your father and noble mother will never close your eyes in death. Screaming vultures will claw them out of you, wings beating your corpse. But I, if I should die, my comrade in arms will bury me in style. He dragged the heavy spear of hardened Socus squelching out of his own wound and bulging shield. As the fighter tore out, the blood came gushing forth, and his heart sank. And seeing Odysseus bleeding there, the Trojan troops exulted, calling across the melee, charging him in a mass as edging, backing off, he gave ground now, calling his own companions. 3 shattering cries he loosed at full pitch, till Odysseus' head would burst. 3 times Menelaus, tense for combat, heard his cries. And at once he called to Ajax, standing near. Ajax, royal son of Telamon, captain of armies, my ears ring with his cries. Odysseus never daunted. He sounds like a man cut off and overpowered, mauled by Trojan ranks in the rough assault. Quick through the onset, better save him now. I'm afraid he may be hurt, alone with the Trojans. Brave as Odysseus is, a blow to all our troops. And Atrides led the way, and Ajax took his lead, striding on like a god until they found Odysseus, dear to Zeus, but round him Trojans thronged like tawny jackals, up in the mountains swarming, ran a horned stag just wounded. A hunter's hit him with one fast shaft from his bow, and the stags escaped sprinting at top speed so long as blood runs warm and the spring in his knees still lasts. But soon as the swift arrow saps his strength, the ravening carrion packs begin their feasting, off on a ridge in twilight woods until some god, some power drives a lion down against them. The claw-mad and the panicked jackals scatter. The lion rends their prey. So packed around Odysseus, skilled and quick to maneuver, swarmed the brave bulk of Trojans. But still the hero kept on lunging, spearing, keeping death at bay. And in moved Ajax now, planted right beside him, bearing that shield of his like a wall, a tower. Trojans scattered in panic, bolting left and right, while the fighting son of Atreus led Odysseus through the onslaught, bracing him with an arm till a reinsman drove his team and car up close. But charging down on the Trojans, Ajax killed Dorcleus, bastard son of Priam. He wounded Pandicus next, wounded Lysander, Pyrrhisus, then Pylartes. Wild as a swollen river hurling down on the flats, down from the hills in a winter spate, bursting its banks with rain from storming Zeus, and stands of good dry oak, whole forests of pine it whirls into itself and sweeps along till it a heaving crash, massing of driftwood out to sea. So glorious Ajax swept the field, routing Trojans, shattering teams and spearmen in his onslaught. Nor had Hector, once he got wind of the rampage, far off on the left flank of the whole campaign, he fought his way, powering past Scamander's banks, where the heads of fighters fell in biggest numbers, and grim, incessant war cries rose around tall Nestor and battle-hard Idomeneus. Hector amidst them now engaged them with a vengeance, doing bloody work with lances flung and a master's horsemanship, destroying young battalions. Still the Achaeans would never have yielded before the prince's charge, if Paris, the lord of lovely fair-haired Helen, had not put a stop to Mishaon's gallant fighting. Striking the healer squarely with an arrow, triple-flanged that gouged his right shoulder. Achaeans breathing fury feared for Machaon now. What if the tide turned and the Trojans killed the healer? Idomeneus suddenly called to Nestor, "Pride of Achaia, quick, mount your chariot. Mount Machaon beside you, lash your team on the warships, fast, full gallop. A man who can cut out shafts and dress our wounds, a good healer is worth a troop of other men." Nestor, the noble charioteer, did not resist. He mounted his car at once as Asclepius' son, Machaon, born of the famous healer, swung aboard. He lashed the team and on they flew to the ships, holding nothing back. That's where their spirits drove them on to go. But riding on with Hector, Cabriones saw the Trojans' rout and shouted, "Hector, look at us here engaging Argives with a vengeance, true, but off on the fringe of brutal all-out war while our central force is routed pell-mell, men and chariots flung against each other. Giant Ajax drives them. I recognize the man, that wall of a buckler slung around his shoulders. Hurry, head our chariots right where the fighting is thickest. There, horse and infantry, hurling into the slaughter, hacking each other down, terrific war cries rising. With that, Cabriones flogged their sleek team, and leaping under the whistling, crackling whip, they sped the careening car into both milling armies, trampling shields and corpses. Axle under the chariot splashed with blood, blood on the handrails sweeping round the car, sprays of blood shooting up from the stallion's hoofs and churning, whirling rims, and Hector straining to wade into the press and panicked ruck of men, charge them, break them down. He flung terror and stark disaster square in the Argive lines, never pausing, giving his spear no rest. Hector kept on ranging, battling ranks on ranks, slashing his spear and sword and flinging heavy rocks, but he stayed clear of attacking Ajax man to man. But Father Zeus on the heights forced Ajax to retreat. He stood there a moment, stunned. Then, swinging his 7-ply oxhide shield behind him, drew back in caution, throwing a fast glance at his own Achaean troops like a trapped beast, pivoting, backpedaling, step by short step, like a tawny lion when hounds in country field hands drive him out of their steadings filled with cattle. They'll never let him tear the rich fat from the oxen. All night long they stand guard, but the lion craves meat. He lunges in, but his charges gain him nothing. Thick and fast from their hardy arms the javelins rain down in his face, and waves of blazing torches. These the big cat fears, balking for all his rage, and at dawn he slinks away, his spirits dashed. So Ajax slowly drew back from the Trojans, spirits dashed, and much against his will. Fearing the worst for Achaea's waiting ships, like a stubborn ass some boys lead down a road. Stick after stick they've cracked across his back, but he's too much for them now, and he rambles into a field to ravage standing crops. They keep beating his ribs, splintering sticks, their struggle child's play, till with one final shove they drive him off, but not before he's had his fill of feed. So with Telammon's son, great Ajax then, vaunting Trojans and all their far-flung allies, kept on stabbing his shield, full center, no let-up. And now the giant fighter would summon up his fury, wheeling on them again, beating off platoons of the stallions breaking Trojans. And now again he'd swerve around in flight. But he blocked them all from hacking passage through to the fast trim ships, as Ajax, all alone, battling on midfield between Achaean and Trojan lines, would stand and fight. Some spears that flew from the Trojans' hardy arms, hurtling forward, struck fast in his huge shield, but showers of others cut short, halfway before they could graze his gleaming skin, stuck in the ground, still lusting to sink in flesh. But Eumacon's shining son Eurypylus saw him, overwhelmed by the Trojans' dense barrage of spears. Up to his side he dashed and flanked great Ajax tight, let fly with a spear, and the glint spear point hit the son of Phaseus, Apazian captain of armies, square in the liver, up under the midriff. His knees went limp as Eurypylus rushed in, starting to rip the armor off his shoulders. But now Paris spotted him stripping a Pasian, drew his bow at Eurypylus fast. He shot well, and the arrow struck him full in the right thigh. But the shaft snapped, the thigh weighed down with pain. Eurypylus staggered back to his massing comrades, dodging death and shouting a stark, piercing cry. Friends, Lord of the Argives, all our captains, come wheel around, stand firm, beat the merciless day of death from Ajax. Empowered, look, by a pelting rain of spears. He can't escape, I tell you, not this retching battle. Stand up to them, ring great Ajax, Telamion's son. So wounded Eurypylus pleaded, friends around him, crowding, bracing shields against their shoulders, spears brandished high, and back to the bulking front came giant Ajax now. The fighter turned on his heels and took his stand, once he reached that wedge of Argive comrades. So on they fought like a mass of swirling fire, as Neleus's foaming mares bore Nestor clear of battle, and bore Machaon the expert healer too. But now the brilliant runner Achilles watched and marked him. There he stood on the stern of his looming hollow hull, looking out over the uphill work and heartsick rout of war. He called at once to his friend in arms, Patroclus, shouting down from the decks. Hearing Achilles, forth he came from his shelter, striding up like the deathless god of war. But from that moment on his doom was sealed. The brave son of Menoetius spoke out first. "Why do you call, Achilles? Do you need me?" And the swift runner Achilles answered quickly, "Son of Menoetius, soldier after my own heart, now I think they will grovel at my knees. Our Achaean comrades begging for their lives? The need has reached them, a need too much to bear. Go now, Patroclus, dear to Zeus, and question Nestor. Who's that wounded man he's bringing in from the fighting? He looks to me like Machaon from behind. Clearly, Machaon head to foot, Asclepius' only son. But I never saw his eyes. The team sped by me, tearing on full tilt." Patroclus obeyed his great friend, and off at a run he went along the ships and shelters. Now as soon as the others reached Nestor's tent, they climbed down on the earth that feeds us all. The driver, Eurymaden, freed the old man's team. The men themselves dried off their sweat-soaked shirts, standing against the wind that whipped along the surf, then entered the tent and took their seats on settles, and well-kempt Hecamedes mixed them a bracing drink. The woman that old King Nestor won from Tornides when Achilles stormed in, proud Arsinoeus, daughter of the prize of Achaeans, chose to give to Nestor because he excelled them all at battle tactics. First, Hecamede pushed a table up towards them, handsome, sanded smooth, with blue enamel legs, and on it she set a basket braided in bronze with onions in it, a relish for the drink, and pale gold honey along with barley meal, the grain's blessed yield. And there in the midst, the grand glowing cup the old king brought from home, studded with golden nails, fitted with handles, 4 all told, and 2 doves perched on each, heads bending to drink and made of solid gold. The twin supports ran down to form the base. An average man would strain to lift it off the table when it was full, but Nestor, old as he was, could hoist it up with ease. In this cup the woman, skilled as a goddess, mixed them a strong drink with praemunam wine. Over it shredded goat cheese with a bronze grater, and scattered barley into it, glistening pure white. Then invited them to drink when she had molded all. Now, as the 2 men drank their parching thirst away, and had just begun to please themselves with talk, confiding back and forth, there stood Patroclus, tall at the threshold, vivid as a god. Old Nestor saw him at once and started up from his polished chair, warmly grasped his hand, and led Patroclus in, pressing him to sit. But standing off to the side, his guest declined. "No time to sit, old soldier dear to the gods. You won't persuade me. Awesome and quick to anger, the man who sent me here to find out who's been wounded, the one you've just brought in. But I can see him. I recognize Machaon myself, the expert healer. So back I go to give Achilles the message. Well, you know, old soldier, loved by the gods, what sort of man he is. That great and terrible man. Why, he'd leap to accuse a friend without a fault." But Nestor, the noble charioteer, replied at length, "Now why is Achilles so cast down with grief? For this or that Achaean winged by a stray shaft. He has no idea of the anguish risen through the army. Look, our finest champion laid up on the ships, and hit by arrows or run through by spears. There's powerful Diomedes brought down by an archer, Odysseus wounded, and Agamemnon too, the famous spearman. And Eurypylus took a shaft in the thigh, and here, Machaon, I just brought him in from the fighting, struck down by an arrow whizzing off the string. But Achilles, brave as he is, he has no care, no pity for our Achaeans. How long will he wait, till our ships that line the shore go up in flames, gutted despite a last-ditch stand, and we ourselves are mowed down in droves? And I, what good am I? My limbs are gnarled now, the old power's gone. Oh, make me young again, and the strength inside me steady as a rock. As fresh as I was that time the feud broke out, fighting Epeans over a cattle raid I killed Antimonius, Hippocrates, gallant son who used to live in Elis. I was wrestling their cattle in reprisal, you see, and he defending his herds, when a spear I hurled caught him right in the front ranks of herdsmen. Down he went, and round him his yokel drovers, scattered home in panic. And what a lovely haul! What plunder we rounded up and herded off the plain! 50 herds of cattle, and as many head of sheep, as many droves of pigs, and as many goat flocks ranging free, 150 horses too, strong and tawny, brood mares every one, and under the flanks of many nursing fowls. The whole lot. We drove them all into Pylos, then, that very night, corralling them all inside the walls of Neleus. And father beamed, seeing how much I'd won. A young soldier cried out on his first campaign, and the heralds cried out at the break of day, Pylians, come collect your debts from wealthy Elis. And a troop of Pylian chiefs turned out in force to carve up the spoils. The Epeans owed us all, few as we were in Pylos, hard pressed as well. For mighty Heracles came against us years before. He ground our lives out, killing off our best. 12 sons we were of the noble old Necleus, and I alone was left. The rest of my brothers perished in that rout. Riding high on our loss, the Epeans rose in arms, lording over us, harassing us with outrage after outrage. So now, out of Epean soil, the old king chose a herd of cattle and handsome flock of sheep. 300 head he picked. The herdsmen, too, for wealthy Elis owed my father a heavy debt. 4 prize-winning thoroughbreds, chariot and all. They had gone to the games, primed to race for the tripod. But Aegeus and Warlord commandeered them on the spot, and sent the driver packing, sick for his team. So now old Neleus, still enraged at it all, the threats to his man, the naked treachery, helped himself to a priceless treasure trove, but gave the rest to his people to divide, so none would go deprived of his fair share. But just as we were parceling out the plunder and offering victims to the gods around the city, right on the 3rd day they came, the Epeans massed in a swarm of men, and plunging battle stallions struck at the border, full force, and square in their midst, the 2 Moliones, armed to the hilt, and still boys, not quite masters yet in the ways of combat. Now then, there's a frontier fortress, Thrysopoeia perched on cliffs, far off above the Alpheus, at the edge of sandy Pylos. The Epeans ringed that fort, keen to raise its walls, but once their ships had swept the entire plain, down Athena rushed to us in the night, a herald down from Olympus crying out, "To arms! To arms!" Nor did Pallas muster a slow, unwilling army there in Pylos, all of us spoiling for a fight. But Neleus would not let me arm for action. He'd hidden away my horses, though his boy still green at the work of war. So I had to reach the front lines on foot, but I shone among our horsemen all the same. That's how Athena called the turns of battle. Listen, there is a river, the Minyos, emptying into the sea beside Erin's walls, and there we waited for goddess Dawn to rise. The Pylian horse in lines, while squads of infantry came streaming up behind. Then, from that point on, harnessed in battle armor, moving at forced march, our army reached the Alpheus holy ford at noon. There we slaughtered fine victims to mighty Zeus, a bull to Alpheus river, a bull to Lord Poseidon, and an unyoked cow to blazed-eye Athena. And then through camp we took our evening meal by rank and file, and caught what sleep we could, each in his gear, along the river rapids. And all the while those vaunting Epeans were closing round the fortress, burning to tear it down. But before they got the chance, a great work of the war god flashed before their eyes. Soon as the sun came up in flames above the earth, we joined battle, lifting a prayer to Zeus and Pallas, and just as our two opposing armies clashed, I was the first to kill a man and seize his team. The spearman Mulius, son-in-law to their king, and wed to his eldest daughter, blonde Agamede, skilled with as many drugs as the wide world grows. Just as he lunged, I speared the man's with a bronze lance, and Mulius pitched in the dust as I swung aboard his car, and I took my place in our front ranks of champions. How those hot-blooded Epeans scattered in terror, scuttling left and right when they saw him down, their chariot captain, who'd outfought them all. Now I charged their lines like a black tornado. I captured 50 chariots there, and each time 2 men bit the dust, crushed beneath my spear. Now I would have destroyed the young Meliones, actors' sons if their real father, Poseidon, Lord God of the open sea, who shakes the earth, had not snatched them out of the fighting then, shrouded them round in clouds. But now Zeus gave our Pylians stunning triumph. Pushing Epeans north on the spreading plain we went, killing their troops, gathering up their burnished gear, far as Buprasian. Rich in wheat our chariots rolled, all the way to Elonian rock and the high ground they call Elysian hill. But there, at last, Pallas Athena turned our forces back. I killed my last man there. I left him dead. There our Achaeans swung round from Buprasian, heading through high-strung horses back to Pylos, where all gave glory to Zeus among the gods, and among all men to Nestor. So such was I in the ranks of men. Or was it all a dream? He'll reap the rewards of that great courage. This Achilles, he'll reap the rewards of that great courage of his alone. I tell you, weep his heart out far too late, when our troops are dead and gone. My friend, remember your father's last commands? That day he sent you out of Phthia to Agamemnon? We were both there inside, I and Prince Odysseus, heard it all in the halls, all your father told you. We'd come to the strong and storied house of Peleus, out for recruits across Achaea's good green land. There inside we found the old sailor Menetius, found you too, and Achilles close behind you, and the old horseman Peleus tending, burning the fat thighs of an ox to thundering Zeus, deep in the walled enclosure of his court. He was lifting a golden cup and pouring wine, glistening wine to go with the glowing victim. You two were busy over the carcass, carving meat when we both appeared and stood at the broad doors. Achilles sprang to his feet. He seemed startled, clasped the two of us by the hand, and led us in. He pressed us to take a seat and set before us sumptuous stranger's fare, the stranger's right. At once we'd had our fill of food and drink. I led off with our plan, inviting the two of you to come campaign with us. How willing you were, and your fathers filled your ears with marching orders. The old horseman Peleus urging his son Achilles, "Now always be the best, my boy, the bravest, and hold your head up high, high above the others." An actor's son Menetius urging you, "My child, Achilles is nobler than you with his immortal blood, but you are older. He has more power than you by far, but give him sound advice, guide him even in battle. Achilles will listen to you for his own good." So the old man told you, you've forgotten. But even now, late as it is, you could tell your Achilles all this and your fiery fiend might listen. Who knows? With the gods' help, you just might rouse him now, bring his fighting spirit round at last. The persuasion of a comrade has its powers. But if down deep some prophecy makes him balk, some doom his noble mother revealed to him from Zeus, at least let Achilles send Patroclus into battle. Let the whole Myrmidon army follow your command. You might bring some light of victory to our Argives. And let him give you his own fine armor to wear in war, so the Trojans might take you for him, Patroclus. Yes, hold off from attack, and Achaea's fighting sons get second wind, exhausted as they are. Breathing room in war is all too brief. You're fresh, unbroken. They're bone-weary from battle. You could roll those broken Trojans back to Troy, clear of our ships and shelters. So old Nestor urged, and the fighting spirit leapt inside Patroclus. He dashed back by the ships towards Achilles, by sprinting close to King Odysseus' feet, where the Argives met and handed down their laws, the grounds where they built their altars to the gods. There he met Eurypylus, Euaemon's gallant son, wounded, the arrow planted deep in his thigh, and limping out of battle. The sweat was streaming down his face and back, and the dark blood still flowed from his ugly wound. But the man's will was firm. He never broke his stride, and moved at the sight. The good soldier Patroclus burst out in grief with a flight of winging words. Poor men, lord of the Argives, O my captains, how doomed you are! Look far from your loved ones and native lands, to glut with your shining fat the wild dogs of battle here in Troy. But come, tell me, Eurypylus, royal fighter, can the Achaeans somehow still hold monstrous Hector, or must they all die now, beaten down by his spear? Struggling with his wound, Eurypylus answered, No hope, Patroclus, prince, no bulwark left. They'll all be hurled back to the black ships, all of them. All our best in the old campaigns are laid up in the holes. They're hit by arrows, pierced by spears, brought down by Trojan hands, while the Trojans' power keeps on rising. Save me at least, take me back to my black ship. Cut this shaft from my thigh, and the dark blood wash it out of the wound with clear, warm water, and spread the soothing, healing salves across it. The powerful drugs they say you learned from Achilles, and Chiron, the most humane of centaurs, taught your friend. And as for our own healers, put Ilarius and Machaon. One is back in the shelters, wounded, I think. Machaon needs a good, strong healer himself. He's racked with pain. The other is still afield, standing up to the Trojans' slashing onslaught. The brave son of Menoetius answered quickly, Impossible, Eurypylus hero, what shall we do? I am on my way with a message for Achilles, our great man of war, the plan that Nestor, Achaea's watch and ward, urged me to report. But I won't neglect you, even so, with such a wound. Embracing the captain, arm around his waist, he helped him toward his shelter. An aide saw them and put some oxides down. Patroclus stretched him out, knelt with a knife, and cut the sharp, stabbing arrow out of Eurypylus' thigh, and washed the wound clean of the dark, running blood with clear, warm water. Pounding it in his palms, he crushed a bitter root and covered over the gash to kill his comrade's pain, a cure that fought off every kind of pain. And the wound dried, and the flowing blood stopped.
Hello, I'm Jonathan McIntosh, a Fellow of Humanities at New St. Andrews College, and I will be reading Book 12 of Homer's The Iliad, reading from Robert Fagle's translation. One of the things I like about Fagle's study is it's not the most literal translation, but there's a vivacity and an energy and an excitement to his translation that I've always enjoyed. So that's the reason for choosing the Fagle's translation in this case. The Iliad, Book 12. And so, under shelter now, Menoetius' fighting son was healing Eurypylus' wounds. But hordes of men fought on, the Achaean and Trojan infantry going hand to hand. The Argive trench could not hold out much longer, nor could the rampart rearing overhead, the wide wall they raised to defend the ships, and the broad trench they drove round it all. They never gave the gods the splendid sacrifice the immortals craved, that the fortress might protect the fast ships and the bulking plunder heaped behind its shield. Defying the deathless gods, they built that wall, and so it stood there, steadfast, no long time. While Hector still lived and Achilles raged on, and the warlord Priam's citadel went unstormed, so long the Achaeans' rampart stood erect. But once the best of the Trojan captains fell, and many Achaeans died as well, while some survived, and Priam's high walls were stormed in the 10th year, and the Argives set sail for the native land they loved, then, at last, Poseidon and Lord Apollo launched their plan to smash the rampart, flinging it all the river's fury. All that flow from the crest of Ida down to breaking surf, the Rhesus and the Heptaporus, Carissus and the Rhodius, Grenicus and Aesopus, and the shining god Scamander and Samoisus' tides where tons of ox-hide shields, and horned helmets tumbled deep in the river silt, and a race of men who seemed half god, half mortal. The channels of all those rivers, Apollo swung them round into one mouth, and 9 days hurled their flood against the wall, and Zeus came raining down cloudburst, powering cloudburst, the faster to wash that rampart out to open sea. The earth-shaker himself, trident locked in his grip, led the way, rocking loose, sweeping up in his breakers all the bastion's strong supports of logs and stones, the Achaeans prized in place with grueling labor. He made all smooth along the rip of the Hellespont, and piled the endless beaches deep in sand again. And once he had leveled the Argives' mighty wall, he turned the rivers, flowing back in their beds again where their fresh, clear tides had run since time began. So in the years to come, Poseidon and god Apollo would set all things to rights once more. But now the war, the deafening crash of battle blazed around the strong-built work, and rampart timbers thundered under the heavy blows as Argive fighters, beaten down by the lash of Zeus, were rolled back, pinned to their beaked ships in dread of Hector, that invincible, headlong terror. On he fought like a whirlwind, staunch as always. Think of the hounds and huntsmen circling round some lion or boar when the quarry wheels at bay, rippling in strength as the men mass like a bastion, standing up to his charge and hurl their pelting spears, and the boar's brave spirit never flinches, never bolts, and his own raw courage kills him. Time and again he wheels around, testing the huntsman's ranks, and where he lunges out, the ranks of men give way. So Hector lunged into battle, rallying cohorts now, spurring them on to cross the gaping trench. But his own rearing stallions lacked the nerve. They balked, whinnying shrill at the edge, the brink, a dead stop, frightened off by the trench so broad the team could never leap it. Not at a single bound, nor could they plunge on through with any ease. Steep banks overhung its whole length, jutting up on either side and toppled by stabbing rows of stakes, planted there by the Argives, thick-set and huge to block the enemy's onslaught. No light work for the teams that trundled chariots, churning massive wheels to make it through in stride. But the Trojans strained to bring it off on foot. So Polydamas stood by headstrong Hector, warning, "Hector, and all our Trojan captains, allies in arms, it's madness to drive our teams across that trench, impossible to traverse it. Look, the sharp stakes jutting right at the edge, and just beyond that the Achaeans' sturdy rampart. No room there for charioteers to dismount and fight it out. The strait's too narrow, cramped. We'll take a mauling there, I see it all. If mighty Zeus, thundering up on high, is bent on wiping out the Argives down to the last man, if he longs to back our Trojan forces to the hilt, by heaven, I hope the Father works his will at once and the Argives die here, their memory blotted out, a world away from Argos. But what if they round on us? If the Argives roll us back away from the ships, trapped and tangled there in the yawning trench, no runner, I tell you, pressed by an Argive rally, could struggle free and bear the news to Troy. So come, do as I say, and let us all unite. Drivers, rein your horses hard by the trench, the men themselves armed for assault on foot. We all follow Hector, all in a mass attack, and the Argives, they cannot hold their line, not if the ropes of death are knotted around their necks." So Polydamas urged. His plan won Hector over. Less danger, more success. And down he leapt from his chariot, fully armed, and hit the ground. Nor did the other chariot drivers hold formation. All dismounted, seeing shining Hector leap to earth. Each man shouted out commands to his driver, quickly. "Rein the team by the trench. Good battle order now." And the fighters split apart and then closed ranks, marshaled in 5 battalions, captains leading each. The men who trooped with Hector and Prince Polydamas, they were the greatest force, the best and bravest, grim set above all the rest to breach the wall and go for the beaked ships and fight it out. Cebriones followed close, third in command, since Hector left another to rein his team, a driver less than Cebriones, less a fighter. The 2nd Trojan battalion Paris led in arms, with Alcathous and Agenor. Helenus led the 3rd, with Deiphobus striding on like a god beside him, 2 sons of Priam, Captain Asius, 3rd in command, Asius, son of Hyrtacus, hulking, fiery stallions bore him in from Arisbe, from the Selleis river. The 4th Battalion marched with gallant Aeneas, Anchises' offspring, flanked by Antenor's 2 sons, Acamas and Archelicus, drilled for every foray. Sarpedon marshaled the famous allies, placing Glaucus next in command with the combat veteran Asteropaeus, head and shoulders the best men. Sarpedon thought, after himself of course, he outshone the rest. Now shield against oxhide shield, wedging tight with a wild rush, they charged the Argives head on, never thinking the Argive line could still hold out. They'd all be hurled back on their blackened hulls. So all the Trojans and famous friends in arms embraced Polydamas's plan, the faultless chieftain, but Asius, captain of armies, Hyrtacus' son, refused to leave his horses there with a driver reining back, and on he drove at the fast-trimmed ships, chariot and all, the fool, vaunting along the hulls with team and car, but never destined to slip past the deadly spirits, never to ride in glory home to wind-swept Troy. Long before, his accursed doom blackened him out with Idomeneus' spear, Deucalion's noble son. Now left of the ships, he sped where Argive ranks would head home from the plain with teams and cars. Here Asius flogged his team and chariot hard, nor did he find the gates shut, the bolt shot home, not yet. The men still held them wide, hoping to save some comrade fleeing the onset, racing for the ships. Straight at the gates, he lashed his team, hell-bent, his troops crowding behind him, shouting war cries, never thinking the Argive line could still hold out. They'd all be hurled back on their blackened hulls. Idiots. There in the gates they found 2 men, a brace of 2 great fighters, lion-hearted son of the Lapith spearmen, one Pirithous' offspring, rugged Polypotes, the other Leontius, a match for murderous Ares. Both warriors planted there before the towering gates rose like oaks that rear their crests on a mountain ridge, standing up to the gales and driving rains, day in, day out, their giant roots branching, gripping deep in the earth. So these 2, trusting all to their arms, their power, stood up to Asius' headlong charge and never shrank. On the Trojans came, straight for the rock-tight wall, raising rawhide shields and yelling their lungs out, grouped under Captain Asius, Menelaus, and Orestes, and Asius' own son, Adamas, Thune, and Oenomas. The Lapiths had just been rousing Argives packed behind the rampart. Close in a ring! Defend the ships! But soon as the Lapiths saw the Trojans storm the wall, and cries broke from the Argives, lost in sudden panic. Then the 2 burst forth to fight before the gates like wild boars, a pair of them up on the hilltops, bracing to take some breakneck rout of men and dogs, and the 2 go slanting in on the charge, shattering timber round them, shearing off the trunks at the roots, and a grinding, screeching clatter of tusks goes up, till a hunter spears them, tears their lives out. So the clatter screeched from the gleaming bronze that cased their chests as blows piled on blows. Deadly going, fighting now for all they were worth, staking all on their own strength and friends overhead as they ripped off rocks from the rampart's sturdy ledge and hurled them down, defending themselves, their shelters, their fast ships. The rocks pelted the ground like snow that a sudden squall and fury, driving the dark clouds, heaps thick and fast on the earth that feeds us all. So the missiles, showering from their hands, Achaeans, Trojans, helmets embossed shields, clashing, ringing shrilly under the blows of boulders big as millstones. And now, with a deep groan and pounding both thighs, Asius, son of Hyrtacus, cried in anguish, "Father Zeus, so even you are an outright liar after all. I never dreamed these heroic Argive ranks could hold back our charge, our invincible arms. Look, like wasps quick and pinched at the waist, or bees who build their hives on a rocky path. They never give up their hollow house. They hold on, keep the honey hunters at bay, fight for their young. So these men will never budge from the gates, though they're the only 2 defenders, not till they kill us all, or we kill them. But his wailing failed to move the heart of Zeus. It was Zeus's pleasure to hand the prize to Hector. Now, squad on squad, gate to gate they fought. But how can I tell it all? Sing it all like a god? The strain is far too great. Everywhere round the wall, the surging inhuman blaze of war leapt up the rocks. The Argives, desperate, had no choice. They struggled now to defend the ships, and the gods were cast down in spirit, all who had urged the Argive soldiers on in battle. But the Lapiths still kept fighting, slaughtering on. There, Perithous' son, the rugged Polypotes, skewered Damasus, pierced his bronze-sided helmet. None of the bronze plate could hold it, boring through the metal and skull. The brazen spear point pounded. Damas's brains splattered all inside his casque. Polypotes beat him down despite the Trojans' rage. Then Pylon and Ormenus killed and stripped them both, and the tested veteran Leontius speared Hippomachus, gouged Antimachus' offspring down across the belt. Then, drawing his long, sharp sword from its sheath, he rushed the front and took Antiphates first, with a quick thrust, stabbing at close range. He slammed him on his back, sprawled along the ground. Then Menon, Orestes, Hymenaeus, Leontius killed the lot, crowding corpse on the earth that rears us all. While the Lapiths stripped their kills and gleaming gear, the fighters trooping behind Polydamas and Hector, the greatest force, the best and bravest, grim set above all to breach the wall and torch the ships, still halted up at the trench, torn with doubt. For suddenly, just as the men tried to cross, a fatal bird sign flashed before their eyes. An eagle flying high on the left across the front and clutching a monstrous, bloody serpent with both talons, still alive, still struggling, it had not lost its fight, writhing back to strike it, fanged the chest of its captor, right beside the throat, and agonized by the bites, the eagle flung it away to earth, dashed it down amidst the milling fighters, loosed a shriek, and the bird veered off along the gusting wind. The Trojans shuddered to see the serpent glistening, wriggling at their feet, a sign from storming Zeus. And Polydamas stood by headstrong Hector, saying, "Hector, you always seem to attack me in assembly despite my good advice. Never right, is it, for a common man to speak against you, king? Never in open council, and God forbid in war. Our part is always to magnify your power. Well, once again, I am bound to say what I think best. Stop the attack. Don't fight them at their ships. All will end as the omen says, I do believe. If the bird sign really came to us, the Trojans, just as our fighters tried to cross the trench, that eagle flying high on the left across our front, clutching his bloody serpent in both its talons, still alive, but he let the monster drop at once before he could sweep it back to his own home, he never fed his nestlings in the end. Nor will we. Even if we can breach the Argives' gates and wall, assaulting in force, and the Argives give ground, back from the ships we'll come, back the way we went, but our battle order ruined, whole battalions of Trojans left behind and killed. The Achaeans will cut us down with bronze to save their fleet. So, a knowing seer of the gods would read this omen, someone clear in his mind and skilled with signs, a man the Trojan armies would obey. His helmet flashing, Hector wheeled with a dark glance. "Enough, Polydamas! Your pleading repels me now. You must have something better than this to say, but if you are serious, speaking from the heart, the gods themselves have blotted out your senses. You tell me to forget the plans of storming Zeus, all he promised me when he nodded in assent? You tell me to put my trust in birds flying off on their long, wild wings? Never. I would never give them a glance, a second thought, whether they fly on the right toward the dawn and sunrise or fly on the left toward the haze and coming dark. No, but put our trust in the will of mighty Zeus, king of the deathless gods and men who die. Bird signs, fight for your country. That is the best, the only omen. You, why are you so afraid of war and slaughter? Even if all the rest of us drop and die around you, grappling for the ships, you'd run no risk of death. You lack the heart to last it out in combat. Coward. But if you hold back from the bloody foray here, or turn some other soldier back from battle, winning him over, you with your soft appeals, at one quick stroke, my spear will beat you down. You'll breathe your last. Shouting, he led the charge, and his army swarmed behind with blood-chilling cries, and above their onset, Zeus, who loves the lightning, launched from Ida's summits a sudden howling gale that whipped a dust storm hard against the ships, spellbinding Achaean units in their tracks, handing glory to Hector and Hector's Trojans. Inspired by the signs and their own raw power, all pitched in to smash the Achaeans' massive wall. They tore at the tower's outworks, pulled at battlements, heaving, trying to pry loose with levers the buttress stakes. Achaeans first drove in the earth to shore the rampart up. They struggled to root these out, hoping to break down the Achaean wall itself. But not yet did the Argives give way to assault. No, they stopped the breaches up with oxhide shields, and down from the breastwork heights they hurled rocks at the enemy coming on beneath the wall. And the two Aeantes ranged all point of the rampart, calling out commands to spur their comrades' fury. Now cheering a soldier on, tongue lashing the next if they marked a straggler hanging back from battle. Friends, you in the highest ranks of Argives, you in the midst, and you in rank and file. We cannot all be equal in battle, ever, but now the battle lies before us all. Come, see for yourselves. Look straight down. Now let no fighter be turned back to the ships, not with his captain's orders ringing in his ears. Keep pressing forward, shouting each other on. If only Olympian Zeus, the Lord of Lightning, grants us strength to repel this Trojan charge, then carve a passage through to Troy's high walls. So their cries urged on the Achaeans' war-lust, thick and fast as the snows that fall on a winter dawn, when Zeus, who rules the world, brings on a blizzard, displaying to all mankind his weaponry of war. And he puts the winds to sleep, drifting on until he is shrouded over the mountains' looming peaks, and the headlands jutting sharp, the lowlands deep in grass, and the rich plowed work of farming men, and the drifts fall on the gray salt surf, and the harbors and down along the beaches, and only breakers beating against the drifts can hold them off. But all else on the earth they cover over, snows from the sky when Zeus comes storming down. Now, so thick and fast, they volleyed rocks from both sides, some at the Trojans, some from Trojans against the Argives, salvos landing, the whole long rampart thundering under blows. But not even now would Trojans and Prince Hector have burst apart the rampart's gates in huge bar, if Zeus, the master strategist, had not driven his own son Sarpedon straight at the Argives, strong as a lion raiding crook-horned cattle. Quickly, Sarpedon swung his shield before him, balanced and handsome beaten bronze, a bronzesmith hammered out with layer on layer of hide inside, and stitched with golden rivets round the rim. That splendid shield he gripped before his chest, and shaking a pair of spears went stalking out like a mountain lion, starved for meat too long, and the lordly heart inside him fires him up to raid some storm-proof fold, to go at the sheep. And even if he should light on the herdsmen at the spot, guarding their flocks with dogs and bristling spears, the marauder has no mind to be driven off that steadying. Not without an attack, all or nothing, he charges flocks and hauls off bloody prey, or he's run through himself at the first assault with a fast spear driven home. So now the heart of Sarpedon, stalwart as a god, impelled him to charge the wall and break it down. He quickly called Hippolochus' son. Glaucus, why do they hold us both in honor? First by far with pride of place, choice meats and brimming cups in Lycia, where all our people look on us like gods. Why make us lords of estates along the Xanthus' banks, rich in vineyards and plowlands, rolling wheat? So that now the duty's ours. We are the ones to head our Lycian front, brace and fling ourselves in the blaze of war. So a comrade strapped in combat gear may say, not without fame, the men who rule in Lycia, these kings of ours who eat fat cuts of lamb and drink sweet wine, the finest stock we have. but they owe it all to their own fighting strength, our great men of war. They lead our way in battle. Ah, my friend, if you and I could escape this fray and live forever, never a trace of age, immortal, I could never fight on the front lines again. I would never fight on the front lines again, or command you to the field where men win fame. But now, as it is, the fates of death await us. Thousands poised to strike, and not a man alive can flee them or escape. So, in we go for attack. Give our enemy glory, or win it for ourselves. Glaucus did not turn back or shun that call. On they charged, leading the Lycians' main mass, and Petius' son, Menestheus, cringed to see them, heading straight for his bastion, hurling ruin on. He scanned the Achaean rampart. Where could he find some chief, some captain to fight disaster off his men? He spotted the great and little Ajax, gluttons for battle, flanking the Teucer, fresh from his shelter, side by side, but Menestheus could not reach them with a shout. The din was deafening. War cries hitting the skies, spears battering shields and helmets, horsehair crests and the huge gates all bolted shut. But against them there the Trojans tensed and heaved, trying to smash them down and force a passage through. At once Menestheus sped a herald to Ajax. "Run for it! Quick one, call great Ajax here. Both of them, better yet, that's best of all. Headlong ruins massing against us quickly. Lycia's captains are bearing down too hard, fierce as they always were in past attacks. But if fighting's flaring up in their own sector, at least let the rugged giant Ajax come alone with Teucer, the master archer, at his side." A brisk command, and the runner snapped to it. He dashed along the wall of the Argive men-at-arms till he reached the two Aeantes, stopped, and shouted, "Ajax! Ajax! Chiefs of the Argives, armed in bronze, the favorite son of Petius, dear to immortals, needs you at his strong point. Hurry, come, just for a moment. Meet the crisis there. Both of you, better yet, that's best of all. Headlong ruins massing against us quickly. Lycia's captains are bearing down too hard, fierce as they always were in past attacks. But if fighting's flaring up in your own sector, at least let the rugged giant Ajax come alone, with Teucer, the master archer, at his side." And Telamon's giant son agreed at once. He called out to his smaller, faster brother with orders flying. "Ajax, you stay here. You and the burly Lycomedes, stand your ground. Keep our Danaans fighting here with all they've got. I'm on my way over there to meet this new assault. I'll soon be back once I've helped our friends." And with that, Telamonian Ajax strode off with his brother Teucer, his own father's son, and Pandion, cradling Teucer's long, curved bow, holding close to the wall. They picked their way along until they reached the brave Menestheus' bastion. There they found the defenders packed, hard-pressed, as the Lycians' stalwart lords and captains stormed like a black tornado up against the breastworks. Both men flung themselves in attack. The war cries broke. And Telamon's son was the first to kill his man, Sarpedon's comrade, Epicles, great with heart. He brought him down with a glinting, jagged rock, massive, top of the heap behind the rampart's edge. No easy lift for a fighter, even in prime strength, working with both hands, weak as men are now. Giant Ajax hoisted it high and hurled it down, crushed the rim of the fighter's four-horned helmet, and cracked his skull to splinters, bloody pulp, and breakneck down like a diver went the Trojan plunging off and away from the steep, beetling tower as life breath left his bones. And Glaucus next. Hippolochus' brawny son was scrambling up the wall when Teucer's arrow winged him from high aloft, just where he saw his shoulder blade laid bare, and stopped his lust for battle. Down he jumped from the wall in secret, fast, so no Achaean could hit him and bellow out in triumph. Soon as he noticed Glaucus slipping clear, the pain overcame Sarpedon. But even so, he never forgot his lust for battle. He lunged in with a spear at Thestor's son, Alcmaeon, stabbed him, dragged out the shaft as the victim, caving into the spear's pull, pitched head first, and his fine bronze armor clashed against his corpse. And Sarpedon, clawing the rampart now with powerful hands, wrenched hard, and the whole wall came away, planks and all, and the rampart stood exposed, top defenses stripped. Sarpedon had made a gaping breach for hundreds. But Teucer and Ajax, aiming at him together, shot, Teucer's arrow hitting the gleaming belt that cinched his body shield around his chest. But Zeus brushed from his son the deadly spirits. Not by the ship's high sterns would his Sarpedon die. Ajax lunged at the man. He struck his shield, but the point would not pierce through, so he beat him back in rage, and he edged away from the breastwork just a yard. Not that Sarpedon yielded all the way. Never. His heart still raced with hopes of winning glory. Whirling, shouting back to his splendid Lycians, "Lycians, why do you slack your fighting fury now? It's hard for me, strong as I am, single-handed to breach the wall and cut a path to the ships. Come, shoulder to shoulder. The more we've got, the better the work will go." So he called. And dreading their captain's scorn, they bore down, fiercer, massing around Sarpedon now. But against their bulk the Argives closed ranks, packed tight behind the wall. And a desperate battle flared between both armies. Lycian stalwarts could not force the Achaeans back, breached the wall and burst through to the ships. Nor could Achaean spearmen hurl the Lycians back, clear of the rampart once they'd made their stand. As two farmers wrangled hard over boundary stones, measuring rods in hand, locked in a common field, and fight it out on the cramped, contested strip for equal shares of turf, so now the rocky bastions split the troops apart, and across the top they fought, hacked at each other, chopped the ox hides round their chests, the bucklers full and round, skin shields, tassels flying. Many were wounded, flesh ripped by the ruthless bronze, whenever some fighter wheeled and bared his back, but many right through the buckler's hide itself. Everywhere, rocks, ramparts, breastworks swam with the blood of Trojans, Argives, both sides. But still the Trojans could not rout the Argives. They held tight as a working window holds the scales, painstakingly grips the beam and lifts the weight and the wool together, balancing both sides even, struggling to win a grim subsistence for her children. So powerful armies drew their battle line, dead even, till at last Zeus gave Hector the son of Priam the greater glory, the first to storm the wall. Hector loosed a piercing cry at his men, "Drive! Drive, my stallion-breaking Trojans! Breach the Achaean rampart! Hurl your fire now, a blazing inferno of fire against their ships!" So he cried, driving them on, and all ears rang with his cries, and a tight phalanx launched straight at the wall, brandishing sharp spears, swarming the bastions as Hector grappled a boulder, bore it up and on. It stood at the gates, huge, blunt at the base, but spiked to a jagged point, and no two men, the best in the whole realm, could easily prise it up from the earth and onto a wagon, weak as men are now. But he quickly raised and shook it as Zeus, the son of Cronus, with Cronus's twisting ways, made it a light lift for Hector all on his own. As a shepherd lifts a ram's fleece with ease, plucks it up with a hand, no weight at all to him, so Hector raised the rock, bore it straight for the doors that block the gateway, powerful, thick set, the pair towering up with two bars on the inside, crossing over each other, shot home with a bolt to pin them firm. Planting his body right in front, legs spread wide, his weight in the blow to give it total impact, Hector hurled at the gates, full center, smashing the hinges left and right, and the boulder tore through, dropped with a crash, and both gates groaned and thundered. The door bars could not hold. The planking shattered up in a flying storm of splinters under the rock's force, and Hector burst through in glory, his face dark as the sudden rushing night. But he blazed on in bronze, and terrible fire broke from the gear that wrapped his body, two spears in his fists. No one could fight him, stop him, none but the gods, as Hector hurtled through the gates. And his eyes flashed fire, and whirling round, he cried to his Trojans, shouting through the ruck, The wall! Storm the wall! They rushed to obey him, some swarming over the top at once, others streaming in through the sturdy gateways, Argives scattering back in terror, back by the hollow hulls, the uproar rising, no way out, no end.